Yeah. Wow. Good morning. Okay, I'm about wow. According to my clock, 1 minute early, and yeah, pretty cool. Let's bring this back now. Okay, one, two, three. All right. Thank you, Digital Juice. I've been getting more and more inspired by the work on Digital Juice. They have a they have like a lifetime VIP. It's kind of a little bit pricey. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what it is right now. I got it on sale at one point for about 500 duckies or something. But the thing about it is I live in the state of Georgia, and we don't have a really great music scene here. You don't meet. I mean, you could go see a band. I guarantee you go see a band and ask them some music theory questions or whatever like that. They don't know. They know lyrics, covers, and stuff like that. But no theory at all. Getting a little bit crackled. And I suspect it's a cell phone. Wouldn't be the reading column. All right. So, yeah, Plarium crashed a bit last night, and then it was like trying to do updates, and somehow it wasn't working. So, I'm gonna try to get it going. I've got a couple applications running. That's and a shout out. This is a great um, application. It's called Materialize, and it's free. Bounding Box software makes it, but you can use it to create game materials and view them. And it's just there may be better tools out there, but I love this as a free tool. I just got one high resolution image, and I got it's really got some nice texture going on. You load it in here in the diffuse map. When you open, you just have this open. You load your diffuse map in here, and then from the diffuse map you generate your height map, and then you generate your normal map, and then you can just export it whatever format you want, and use that in your game or whatever. So I'm going to close that so I don't have extra stuff running. I don't need. I'm not going to use. I'm going to try to get back on with some graphics lessons. And really, I just have to force myself to do it. I've been teaching computer animation and computer graphics for most of my life, and I decided I was going to stop. I didn't really like the industry, but various circumstances have got me back into it, and so I need to integrate. I got to get back up to speed, and I'm behind. I'm opening stuff and I'm using it in a probably a very arcane way. But you gotta face the music. All right, so let's see. I thought I had get this Plarium thing going. Okay, starting Macarena, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so yeah, Plarium's firing up now, and I'm, the another thing about what's going on here is, I have I've never really done this before. I've never seriously tried to get good at some competitive video games. And I have my own daughter now, and for various reasons, she spent about a year when I was working at a public school. She spent about a year during the day watching YouTube Kids. Yeah, that's modern parenting. You know, as a parent, you know, you may be like, well, they're starting to get independent and go off and play on their own, and I have to do everything with them every minute of the day. And I'm not with that. And maybe, well, it probably, yeah, it definitely has to do with my upbringing and stuff. But I was lucky to have some adults around me that kept me around. You know, it wasn't like, get out of here, kid, you bother me. You know, they kept me around and let me try to be an adult. And I gleaned a lot of benefit from that. So I don't, you know, it's a thing that you can do, you know, oh, well, in terms of parenting my kid, I'll just put on, you know, I'll cut off chat on Roblox, right? So then they'll go and play Roblox and I'll have to watch them. Really? Or, but there's articles you can read online that's like, what do you do when your kid is on Roblox? As a parent, what do you do? And the assumption is that, get out of here, kid, you bother me. Right? And I sort of don't agree with that. I think there needs to be an adult that's right down there with the kid, experiencing things, and not in a public school setting, right? You know, you got 25 little kids with all these different circumstances. You put them in there with one teacher, and then you have somebody standing there watching the teacher checking, oh, you're not meeting the Georgia substandards, you know, whatever. You gotta, you know, it's like the teacher's distracted, the kids are distracted, they're all just wishing they could get that hard. You know, and what you're doing is you're instilling a hatred of learning in your kids. So I came home, and I'm working at home now, and I'm getting up. This is the news now. It's like I'm getting up at like 3, right? And even today, I don't know. I fully woke up at 2:30. I went to bed at about 7:30 in the evening, so that should be all right. I'm hoping my daughter is going to gradually attune, but she got up earlier yesterday. She came to me from bed at about 8 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and we spent the whole day together. We flew kites in the park and fed the geese. And swanged on the swings and play with the other children and stuff, and have some popcorn. And oh yeah, took about $20 and went down to Goodwill, and this is what she got. Well, this is one of the things she got. Okay. Right, okay. So, yeah, this is like pretty cool. It's just a couple bucks. You know, it's probably about $20 or $30 when it was new, and I got it home, and I cleaned it up with the Lysol, sprayed it, and rubbed it off and everything. It's just like new. It's not even really scratched up. You expect if a kid really played with this. So yeah, my daughter got that yesterday. She was having fun with that. And she got a little a jewelry case that's really sort of like Pee-wee's Playhouse style. And one of the little handles was broken off, but it was inside. And because one of the little handles was broken off, it was really, really super cheap. So we got that. And Purim, don't forget, if you're Jewish, the Jewish Halloween is coming. Purim and look at your schedule at your synagogue or your temple for the Megillah. It's going to be the whole Megillah. So it was just so perfect. There was a clearance at, well, I mean, there's always a clearance at Park Avenue Thrift. And on 50 Cent Day, I got, in my 4-year-old child's size, I got a dinosaur costume. It's got a tail, and it's got it's like a hat that goes around it, but it's got like a dinosaur. It's been on my stream. I was wearing the hat actually with the dinosaur head coming out like this. But I mean, this will be perfect for Purim. She can go to the temple dressed like a little orange dinosaur. So we're gonna have that. But yesterday, there was like a, it's like a jester. I don't have it right here with me, but it's like one of these jester hats. I was like, this is perfect. I'll wear this. And I've got various little costume things, but it's really hard. It's like these glasses. They're really, the only reason they're staying on is because the headphones are clipping them here. They're really, they're for like I don't know who made these things, but it's like the length of the glasses is too short for adult ears, right? But if you put this on my daughter, then the nose completely covers her mouth. The mustache is like almost like a goatee. So, what are you gonna do? And I've ordered various ones, but I don't know. I think I need to travel somewhere and find a really good. Yeah, it was an amazing thing. When my daughter was like 2 or something, I ordered one, and we're opening the packages, and she took one look at that, and she said, "My Groucho, my Groucho." My eyes were just like this big. No, it could be lying. You'll never know. That's the mystery of it. I could be making this up. But I am not. She said, my Groucho. Or either I'm schizophrenia, hallucinatory, or whatever. But I was like, where on earth did she get Groucho? Right? That word. And then I tried it again. I waited for a long, long time. And all of a sudden one day I whipped it out. I was like, what do you call this? She's like, I don't know. No, she didn't say Groucho or anything. I'm like, that is so weird, uncanny. All right, so back to this conversation. I'm trying to take good care of my daughter and my family, make a living and stuff. But man, it's hard these days in the United States. I'm really close to, I don't know. I'm going back to school in the fall, I think, and they've got financial aid for me. So, and I'm gonna go on a PhD track in education for special ed. I did really. The school that I was working at, I got the top growth scores for the entire school in multiple years. And then they were like, you've got these really good numbers. How's about we put you with the EIP, the kids that are slipping, and see how you do with them. Okay, so I did that. And I got the top growth scores in the school again. And then I on the sly, I built up with some relationships with some math kids in the 5th grade and pushed their IXL out to 6th, 7th grade level before the end of the year, just using some of the research about teaching. I sort of feel like professional development, if it's going to work, it needs to come from the heart, you know? So if you're a teacher and they're forcing you to go take these PDs and it's mind-numbing, well, I have to sit through this for an hour or whatever. You got all this homework to grade and crap, and I'm not getting paid enough for this, and I'm not getting paid enough or whatever. You need to make a place where, and this is what I did. I mean, you know I need professional development, but it needs to be something that's really helping me, right? So one thing that I was doing is I was looking at guys that, persuaders, because you got to persuade kids to do arithmetic and stuff. You got to somehow. You can have the parents whip them. You can get them whipped all the time, but it doesn't. I can't. So outside on my own during the year, I studied some stuff independently on how the brain works and human behavior, addictive behavior, brain damage, agencies of brain damage, and brain chemistry and stuff like that. And I applied some of this stuff. I said, well, if I use this, and I'll talk about it more. If I use this, would it work? Would it be effective? I don't know. Let me try it. And I tried it, and that was the result. Now that I'm just one guy at one ghetto school in Georgia, South Atlanta, down by the airport. But it's just something I want to throw out there to offer to you. Now back to this. My daughter, as I said, was watching YouTube Kids for a year, and every day I come home, she's like, "Daddy, I need Minecraft. Daddy, I need." She's 2, she's Minecraft, and Roblox. And this thing sort of happened, and this is an example of me when she was at home with her godmother or whatever. A lot of times, she was kind of unsupervised, so she would draw, to really draw on the wall and cover, you got 1,500 square foot. If you include the garage, we got a lot of wall space. So for a child to, if a child is unattended for a few minutes, then they may draw on the wall on a place, right? But in our house, after that year or whatever, there were multiple drawing layers on all surfaces of the walls on the house, and my significant other was like, "Well, I'll just paint the entire house with wash-off paint where I can, and take all the crayons and throw them away, and all the markers, and don't let her see a marker or okay, well, that's an approach, on the thing of painting the house, painting the entire house. Well, if you add up all the time that it took you to paint the house, that's more time that the child is going to be unsupervised while you're. Wouldn't it have been better to just get involved with the child and draw yourself? This is the thing, like when I'm sitting down doing we have multiple little. I wanted to start a school, so we have multiple little handwriting books. I sit there and I do the same. If I want my daughter to fill out these things and get her calligraphy straight, I sit down and do it. I'm like, I've observed that kids are like, I can't wait till I could be a teacher and not do any work and not be a kid anymore where I have to fill out these lesson books. At that age, they're already, I hate learning. I can't wait to escape from it. And, teachers don't learn anything. My goodness. I don't want that. But, also, think about it, the child, and this is, it was saddening for me. I'm so glad that of video games, right? Because she's really experiencing a lot of growth in interaction, especially under adult supervision. And I think adult supervision is warranted. That you should get into the games as an adult and play them with your kids side by side, and provide some guidance and teach your children how to observe when somebody's a bad person. It's a great opportunity. And I refer to the Slovenian philosopher Žižek. He's like the monster or whatever. Talking about when he's publishing a book and they want to put a blurb on the back. Let's say on the weekend he's doing a little fishing with his son, and make him look like a regular guy or whatever like that. He's like, no, I want to say I'm a monster. I teach my kid to pull the legs off spiders. Anyway, but it's in reference to something that he pointed out about people getting online and their online personality versus their real life personality. And he saw some commentary. Paraphrasing, but he was like, the person was like, oh, well, in my real life, I'm a mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. But online, I'm a sadistic killer and these horrific combat games. In real life, I'm just I'm a nice, gentle, but then when I'm online, I'm like, And Zizek says, no, This is not true. It's like the artificial, the fake you is the one that you're presenting every day, right? And the real you is what you're doing when you're going online, how you behave out there on the internet. And as parents, it's a very bad idea, I think, if you try to take games away from your kids, they're going to just try to get away from you, because the game companies have won. They have got the attention of people. I don't know how to clear that little thing. So I think as parents, I know as parents, you need to engage them and go out and get into the experience that they're having. And it takes a little while, and you need to be cautious, because if you have an addictive personality, you may get addicted to Roblox and not be able to stop playing. I always think, make the analogy, here you have a parent. It's like, give me that smartphone, give me that tablet, and they disconnect the computer from the internet at the house. Now go do your math homework and don't bother me. And then they're popping YouTube videos on their phone and playing Candy Crush. It's a lot to ask your own flesh and blood, your own kid, not to be exactly like you are. It's sort of like step one. They're going to be just the same as you. Dag nabbit. That's okay. The probabilities, if you open these up, these information, these possible rewards, you can count and get some probabilities, and this probability is very, very low. I don't know. To me, overall, my tendency is to spend this one a lot. Your probability of getting some credits is much higher here. Go in there though and calculate it. What you do is this. You have to go and count all the things, the space, the probability space is all the things that you could possibly get, right? So you count all those, and then you take the things that you want and put that in the numerator, say you want this one thing more than anything else, so the probability that you're going to get it is you take the total number of things and go this one divided by that and get the number, and that's the likelihood, the percent chance that you're going to get it. Now, for this much smaller space, that you get one of these three things, the probability is much higher, right? So I'm thinking, well, you know, for 5 I can spend this a lot more, because yeah, for 10 I get to spend once, and the likelihood I'm going to get a paint job much higher than getting 758 coins. Don't be fooled. All right. However, you got to play to win. You know, there's some people that obsessively they go and they spend that, and eventually they get the 750, and they're like, I got it, and then they stuck, and they keep doing that over and over again, and they just lost. That's how Trump lost his fortune, man. It's that gambling business. You had that. The story is with Trump, his real big bankruptcy was around this one casino where it was, somebody was like, this guy's stupid, I can come in and I can beat his casino. This Japanese super gambling expert came in and just wiped out Trump's casino. And Trump was like, man, we got to pay this guy. We got to find somebody that can figure out an irresistible game that this guy will obsess on and lose all the money back, lose it back, right? So they got this expert, and he came up with this game, the story goes, and then the Japanese guy, sure enough, was addicted on that thing, and he played it until Trump won all his money back, right? But then the guy, before he's making arrangements to get the transfers done, and the Yakuza Japanese mafia assassinated him. And then Trump was just like out of luck, man. So he was like, since he was all bankruptcy and stuff, he was like, he negotiated these deals to have his name on buildings, Trump Towers and stuff, but you know, his bank right behind is like, yeah. But that's an example of like the danger of that addictive personality. And you know, you're taking a big gamble if you're gonna do like Trump was doing, that child prostitution modeling agency, and that's a very dangerous business to be in, and very risky. Right? And also gambling casino, you got to deal with the mob and all that business like that. And yeah, look, he had all this money, and then what? Bankruptcy. He's still, and now he in trouble. But I'll talk more about gambling. But right now, let's go jump in here and see. Have I got something? Man, I got $408. Free for all. Registration ends. Oh, I got one deathmatch ticket for free for all. Okay. Let me go and get my weaponization and nuclearization. Get blowed up and stuff for your entertainment and enjoyment of things. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you. Oh, I love this one. I'm gonna wait and see if somebody comes in. Rocket Boy. Put my shield on. See if somebody else wants to come over here. Well, I only got 3 months. I might as well have. Where is people? Come on, y'all. What are y'all chicken? No, please don't kill me. Oh. See, I can't even. And somebody has zappified my fistification. Oh, and this guy is right up in my behind. Would you mind? You know, I have just got up in the morning, and I'm just tired of this. Look, you think I'm scared of you? I am not. You can go ahead and blow me away. Just do it. Don't even hesitate. I want you to do it. I want you to blow me away. Come on and kill me. Come on. Come on. If you want to kill me so bad. Okay. Ooh, how is... Oh, he drained my hit points with his vampirization of my stuff. Ooh, that made me so. Turn off for what? Yeah, come on in here. I'm not scared of you. You know, I've had just about enough of y'all just sassing around and coming with y'all advanced equipment and trying to kill people. And, you know, I'm just tired of it. Oh, Lord hell. You think I'm not scared? I've come right across here. I'm not afraid of y'all. Don't even... Oh, man. Let me... Oh, no. Oh. Hellspawn. And see how it drained my hit points. Oh. Oh, come on. I've had just about enough. Yep. Okay. Let me get behind my fence if you don't mind. Thank you, Rocket Boy. Oh. Zing hoo. Me and you. Come on. Oh, no. Was that the end of my life? I think it probably was. See a frozen installation of... I don't know. Do I need to restart my router or something? I'm not trying to make excuses and stuff. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't see you standing there. I was just trying to get out. Oh, no. Now my internet is locked up again. Oh, Lord help. Okay. Where's this guy? Oh, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you. Let me just... Oh! Is that... And that was turned down for what? We need to meet and have an espresso or something at some Starbucks one day. Oh, no. My one ticket. Oh, I gotta practice this. I need to, I don't know, restart my router. So if you didn't say, if you watched yesterday, you know, it was like, oh my goodness. Internet connection lost. How many times did that come across? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm still in. See, I hate to sit up in there. You know, I got one guy sitting up in there, you know, waiting for them to come down. You know, but I hate to budget the time. Okay, I'm gonna get in the book mode here. Shut up.
So on. His face slowly darkened and he finally exclaimed, "This is the land of projects." But go on. The Sargani was not yet discouraged. He spoke of the manner in which a decision was to be reached and concluded with an expression of the confidence which the young men entertained that he, Senor Pasta, would intercede in their behalf in case Don Custodio should consult him, as was to be expected. He did not dare to say what advice, deterred by the wry face the lawyer put on. But Senor Pasta had already formed his resolution, and it was not to mix at all in the affair, either as consultor or consulted. He was familiar with what had occurred at Los Banos. He knew that there existed two factions, and that Padre Irene was not the only champion on the side of the students, nor had he been the one who proposed submitting a petition to the Commission of Primary Instruction, but quite the contrary. Padre Irene, Padre Fernandez, the Countess, a merchant who expected to sell the materials for the new academy, and the high official who had been citing royal decree after royal decree, were about to triumph, when Padre Saimala, which in time, had thought
See,
of
that's
the
what I hate.
all these facts the great lawyer had present in his mind, so that when his Sargani had finished speaking, he determined to prison litigations, tangle the matter up, and move the conversation to other subjects. Yes,
I am sick and tired of it. Come on, you want to play with me? You want to play? You want to play?
I can compromise myself.
Let's go.
I don't know whether you clearly understand my position. A position that is very delicate. I have so many interests.
Oh, I hate that.
Of strict prudence. It's a risk.
System crash.
Come on, laws and decrees. It's not so much that instead of confusing you, became very near to entangling himself in the labyrinth of citations. In no way do we wish to compromise you, replied the Sargani with great calmness. Now deliver us from injuring the least the persons whose lives are so useful to the rest of the Filipinos. But, as little versed as I may be in the laws, royal decrees, writs, and resolutions that obtain in this country, I can believe that there can be any harm in furthering the high purposes of the government, in trying to secure a proper interpretation of these purposes. We are seeking the same end and differ only about the means. The lawyer smiled, for the youth had allowed himself to wander away from the subject, and there where the former was going to entangle him he had already entangled himself. That's exactly the quid, as is already said. It's clear that it is laudable to aid the government, who engage it submissively, following out its desires in the true spirit of the laws in agreement with the just beliefs of the governing powers, and when not in contradiction to the fundamental and general way of thinking of the persons to whom is entrusted the common welfare of the individuals that form a social organism. Therefore, it is criminal, it is punishable, because it is offensive to the high principle of authority, to attempt any action contrary to its initiative, even supposing it to be better than the governmental proposition, because such action will injure its prestige, which is the elementary basis upon which all colonial edifices rest. Confident that his laws had at least stunned Sargani, the old lawyer fell back in his armchair, outwardly very serious, but laughing to himself. Sargani, however, ventures reply. I should think that governments,
That's
the
that
more they are
thing.
threatened,
Focus on
will be
me.
all the more careful to seek bases that are impregnable. The basis of prestige for colonial governments is the weakest.
Oh, it's tragic.
Not to confine themselves with
Please
upon
don't
consent
kill
of the governed,
I'll do
while the latter are
anything.
willing to recognize it. The basis of justice or reason would seem to be the most critical.
Oh!
The lawyer raised his head. How was
Man,
this?
not so
Did that
mean.
youth dare to reply in
I
argument
asked
with
you really
him?
nice.
Sang with hostile. Was he not yet bewildered with his big words? Young man, you must put those considerations aside, for they are dangerous, he declared with a wave of his hand. What I advise is that you let the government attend to its own business. Governments are established for the welfare of the peoples. In order to accomplish this purpose properly, they have to follow the suggestions of the citizens, who are the ones best qualified to understand their own needs. Those who constitute the government are also citizens, and among the most enlightened. But, being men, they are fallible, and ought not to disregard the opinions of others. They must be trusted, they have to attend to everything. There is a Spanish proverb which says, no
Man,
tears,
3
no
minutes
milk.
is not
In other words,
long enough.
to him who does not ask, nothing is given. Quite the reverse, replied the lawyer with a sarcastic smile. With the government exactly the reverse occurs. But he suddenly checked himself, as if he had said too much and wished to correct his imprudence. The government has given us things that we have not asked for, and that we could not ask for, because to ask, presupposes that it is in some way incompetent and consequently is not performing its functions. To suggest to it a course of action, to try to guide it, when not really antagonizing it, is to presuppose that it is capable of erring, and as I have already said to you, such suppositions are menaces to the existence of colonial governments. The common crowd overlooks this, and the young men who set to work thoughtlessly do not know, do not comprehend, do not try to comprehend the counter effect of asking, the menace to ordinarism the idea. Pardon me, interrupted Sargani, offended by the arguments the jurist was using with him, but when by legal methods people ask a government for something, it is because they think it be indisposed to grant a blessing, and such action, instead of irritating it, should flatter it. To the mother one appeals, never to the stepmother. The government, in my humble opinion, is not an omniscient being that can see and anticipate everything, and even if it could, it ought not to feel offended, for here you have the church itself doing nothing but asking and begging of God, who sees and knows everything, and you yourself ask and demand many things in the courts of the same government, yet neither God nor the courts have yet taken offense. Everyone realizes that the government, being the human institution that it is, needs the support of all the people. It needs to be made to see and feel the reality of things. You yourself are not convinced of the truth of your objection. You yourself know that it is a tyrannical and despotic government which, in order to make a display of force and independence, denies everything through fear or distrust, and that the tyrannized and enslaved peoples are the only ones whose duty it is never to ask for anything. A people that hates its government ought to ask for nothing but that it abdicate its power.
Maybe I'll
The old
get
lawyer
there.
grimaced and shook his head from side to side, in sign of discontent, while he rubbed his hand over his bald peak and said in a tone of condescending pity, those are mad
Come on,
doctrines,
man.
mad theories.
Will you just...
How can it is that you are young and inexperienced in life?
Okay.
Look what is happening with the inexperienced young men who in Madrid are asking for so many reforms. They are accused of filibusterism. Many of them don't dare return here, and yet, what are they asking for?
Ouch.
Things holy, ancient, and recognized as quite harmless. But there are matters that can be explained. They're so delicate. Let's see. I confess to you that there are other reasons besides those expressed that might lead a sensible government to deny systematically the wishes of the people. No, but it may happen that we find ourselves under rulers so
Come on, back
vicious
up.
and ridiculous.
That's what
But
you
there
need
are
to
all
be.
these other reasons,
Right there.
even though what is asked is quite just. Different governments encounter different conditions. The old man hesitated, stared fixedly at the Sargani, and then with a sudden resolution made a sign with his hand as though he would dispel some idea. I can guess what you mean, said the Sargani, smiling sadly. You mean that a colonial government, for the very reason that it is imperfectly constituted and that it is based on premises. No, not that, no.
Jay.
Interrupted the old lawyer, as he saw something among his papers. No, I meant, but where are my secretaries? There they are, replied the Sargani. The old man put them on and pretended to look over some papers, but seeing that the youth was reading, he mumbled, I wanted to tell you something, I wanted to say, but it has slipped from my mind. You interrupted me in your eagerness, but it was an insignificant matter. If you only knew what a world my head is in, I have so much to do. The Sargani understood that he was being dismissed. So, he said, rising, you will do well to leave the matter in the hands of the government, as I said, because it sees fit. You say that the money
Sneaking around behind me like that.
Perhaps
Jay.
not as to the fact, but as to the form.
Jay.
It is said that the rector who is on his way will bring a project for reform in education. Wait a while, give time a chance. Apply yourself to your studies as the examinations are near, and parameters. You will always be testily to express yourself peacefully. What are you bothering yourself about? What interest have you in seeing especially Tom? Sure, Incorporate Florentino thinks as I do. Give him my regards. My uncle, replied the Sargani, has always admonished me to think of others as much as of myself. I didn't come for myself. I came in the name of those who are in worse condition. What the devil? Let them do as you have done. Let them singe their eyebrows studying and come to be bald like myself, stuffing whole paragraphs into their memories. I believe that if you talk Spanish it is because you have studied it. You are not of vanilla or of Spanish parents. Then let them learn it as you have, and do as I have done. I been a servant to all the friars. I prepared their chocolate, and while with my right hand I stirred it, with the left I held the grammar. I learned, and, thank God, I've never needed other teachers or academies or permits from the government. Believe me, he who wishes to learn, learns and becomes wise. But how many among those who wish to learn come to be what you are? 1 in 10,000, and more. Ish. Why any more? Retorted the old man, shrugging his shoulders. There are too many lawyers now. Many of them become bureaucrats. Doctors, they insult and abuse one another, and even kill each other in competition for a patient. Laborers, sir, laborers are what we need for agriculture. Sargani realized that he was losing time, but still could not forbear replying. Undoubtedly, there are many doctors and lawyers, but I won't say there are too many, since we have towns that lack them entirely, and if they do abound in quantity, perhaps they are deficient in quality. Since the young men can't be prevented from studying, and no other professions are open to us, why let them waste their time and effort? And if the instruction, sufficient as it is, does not keep many leading lawyers and doctors, if we must finally have them, why not have good ones? After all, even if the soul wishes to make the country a country of farmers and laborers, and condemn it all intellectual activity, I don't see any evil in enlightening those same farmers and laborers, in giving them at least an education that will aid them in perfecting themselves and in perfecting their work, and placing them in a condition to understand many things of which they are at present ignorant. Bah, 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 exclaimed the lawyer, drawing the circles in the air with his hand to dispel the ideas suggested. To be a good farmer, no great amount of rhetoric is needed. Dreams, illusions, fancies. Hey, will you take a piece of advice? He arose and placed his hand affectionately on the youth's shoulder, as he continued, I'm going to give you one, and a very good one, because I see that you are intelligent and the advice will not be wasted. You're going to study medicine. Well, confine yourself to learning how to put on plasters and apply leeches, and don't ever try to improve or impair the condition of your kind. When you become a licentiate, marry a rich and devout girl, try to make cures and charge well, shun everything that has any relation to the general state of the country, attend mass, confession, and communion when the rest do, and you will see afterwards how you will thank me, when I shall see it, if I am still alive. Always remember that charity begins at home, for man ought not to seek on earth more than the greatest amount of happiness for himself, as Bentham says. If you involve yourself in criticisms you will have no career, nor will you get married, nor will you ever amount to anything. All will abandon you, your own countrymen will be the first to laugh at your simplicity. Believe me, you will remember me and see that I am right, when you have gray hairs like myself, gray hairs such as these. Here the old lawyer stroked his sandy white hair, as he smiled sadly and shook his head. When I have gray hairs like those, sir, replied Isargani with equal sadness, and turned my gaze back over my past and see that I have worked only for myself, without having done what I claim I could and should have done for the country that has given me everything, for the citizens that have helped me to live. Then, sir, every gray hair will be upon me, and instead of rejoicing, they will shame me. So saying, he took his leave with a profound bow. The lawyer remained motionless in his place, with an amazed look on his face. He listened to the footfalls that gradually died away, then resumed his seat. Poor boy, he murmured. Similar thoughts also crossed my mind once. For more than anyone desire than to be able to say, I have done this labor of the fatherland, I have consecrated my life to the welfare of others. Crown of oil, steeped in aloes, dry leaves that cover thorns and worms. It is not life, that does not give us our daily bread, nor does it bring us honors. The laurel would hardly serve for a salad, nor produce ease, nor aid us in winning lawsuits, but quite the reverse. Every country has its code of ethics, as it has its kind and its diseases, different from the kind and the diseases of other countries.
Don't make me come after you. Coming at you. Why are you backing up, man? You scared? You scared? What's wrong with you? Huh? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? You scared? What's the matter? Do I offend? This is my breath.
Located in Escolta. His feast was well attended. Government employees, soldiers, merchants, all of them as customers, partners, or patrons, were to be seen there, for his store supplied the cures and convinced those with all their necessities. He accepted the gist of all the employees. He had servants who were discreet, prompt, and complacent. The friars themselves did not disdain to pass whole hours in the store, sometimes in view of the public, sometimes in the chambers of the regal company. At night, then, the saw presented a curious aspect, being filled with friars and coats stealing on Vienna chairs, stools of blackwood, and marble benches of Cantonese workshop, before the square tables.
Oh, you spider!
Themselves under the brilliant glare of the gilt chandeliers or the subdued light of the Chinese lanterns, which were brilliantly decorated with long silken tassels. On the wall there was a laminable medley of landscapes in drawing colors, painted in Kansas or Hong Kong, numerous coffee columns of artists, new window, photographs of Christ, the deaths of the just and of the sinners, made by Jewish houses from Germany to be sold.
These guys got more hit points than I do.
Representing a man seated, of an aspect, with a calm, smiling face, behind whom stood a servant, ugly, horrible, and diabolical, threatening, armed with a lance having a wide, keen blade. Among the Indians, some call this figure Muhammad, others Santiago, 34.
So I hit that damn shield thing on instinct.
Of this popular pair.
or
The pop of
you know,
champagne
just
corks, the rattle of
what
glasses,
you call
laughter, the cigar smoke,
Jiggy
the
Man,
odor peculiar to a Chinese habitation, amidst
the reflex of riding the Aries too
dressed
much.
as a Chinese mandarin in a blue
That's
tassel
what makes
cap,
me hit
Kuroga
that
moved from
down.
room to room, stiff and straight, but casting watchful glances here and there as though to assure himself that nothing was being stolen. Yet in spite of his natural distrust, he exchanged handshakes with each guest, greeting some with a smile sagacious and humble, others with a patronizing air, and still others with a certain shrewd look that seemed to say, I know. You didn't come on my account, you came for the dinner. And Kuroga was right. The fat gentleman who was now praising him and speaking of the advisability of a Chinese consulate in Manila, intimating that to manage it there could be no one but Kuroga, is the Senator Gonzalez who hides behind the pseudonym cable when he attacks Chinese immigration through the columns of the newspapers. That other, an elderly man who closely examines the lamps, pictures, and other furnishings with grimaces and ejaculations of disdain, is Don Timodio Peláez, Juanito's father, a merchant who invades against the Chinese competition that is ruining his business. The one over there, the thin, brown individual with a sharp look and a pale smile, is the celebrated originator of the dispute over Mexican pesos, which so troubled one of Kuroga's proteges. The government clerk is regarded in Manila as very clever. Then one farther on, he of the frowning look and unkempt mustache, is a government official who passes for a most meritorious fellow because he has the courage to speak ill of the business in lottery tickets carried on between Kuroga and an exalted dame in Manila society. The fact is that 2/3 of the tickets go to China and the few that are left in Manila are sold at a premium of a half real. The honorable gentleman entertains the conviction that someday he will draw the first prize, and is in a rage at finding himself confronted with such tricks. The dinner, meanwhile, was drawing to an end. From the dining room floated into the solace snatches of toasts, interruptions, bursts and ripples of laughter. The name of Kuroga was often heard mingled with the words consul, equality, justice. The Amphitryon himself did not eat European dishes, so he contented himself with drinking a glass of wine with his guests from time to time, promising to dine with those who were not seated at the first table. Simoon, who was present, having already dined, was in a sala talking with some merchants, who were complaining of business conditions. Everything was going wrong, trade was paralyzed, the European exchanges were exorbitantly high. They sought information from the jeweler or insinuated to him a few ideas, with the hope that these would be communicated to the Captain General. To all the remedies suggested, Simoon responded with a sarcastic and unfeeling exclamation about nonsense, until one of them in exasperation asked him for his opinion. My opinion? He retorted. Study how other nations prosper, and then do as they do. And why do they prosper, Senor Simoon? Simoon replied with a shrug of the shoulders. The poor wars, which weigh so heavily upon commerce, and the poor not yet paid. Sidon Timodio Peláez. The Penelope's left, as my son says, it is fun and unfun. The taxes. You complaining. Islaying another. Just as the general has decreed the destruction of houses of light materials. 35. And you the shipment of galvanized iron. Yes, we do Don Timodio, but look what that decree cost me. Then, the destruction will not be carried out for a month, not until that begins, until the shipments may arrive. I would have wished them destroyed right away, but, besides, where are the owners of those houses going to buy from if they are all poor, all equally beggars? You can always buy up their checks for a trifle. And afterwards have the decree revoked and sell them back at double the price. That's business. Simoon smiled his twisted smile. Seeing Kuroga approach, he left before all his merchants to the future consul, who on catching sight of him lost his satisfied expression and resigned a countenance like those of the merchants, while he had almost doubled. Kuroga respected the jeweler greatly, not only because he knew him to be very wealthy, but also on account of his rumor to the Captain General. It was reported that Simoon favored Kuroga's ambitions, and as he had the consulate, had a certain use for the hostile Chinese analytics with many paraphrases, veiled allusions, and suspension points, in the celebrated controversy with emotions that was favorable to the King Fund. Some of the Right Eminence was advising the general to avail himself of the Chinese in order to humble the tenacious pride of the natives.
Sasquatch.
Before they put in subjection, he was reported to have said, "There's nothing like humiliating them and humbling them in their own eyes." To this end, opportunity had soon presented itself. The girls and mestizos and natives were continually watching one another, venting their bellicose spirits and their activities in jealousy and distrust. The past one day, the gobernador of the natives was seated on the bench to the right, and, being extremely thin, happened to cross one of his legs over the other, thus adopting a nonchalant attitude, in order to expose his thighs more and display his pretty shoes.
Hey,
The gobernador of the king of the mestizos, who was seated on the opposite bench, as if onions, and could not cross his legs from account of his obesity, spread his legs wide apart to expose a plain musket adorned with a beautiful gold chain set with diamonds.
Don't you
The two
remember
clicks comprehended
me?
these maneuvers and joined battle. On the following Sunday, all mestizos, had large bushes and spread their legs wide apart as they walked horseback, while the natives placed one leg over the other, even the fattest, there being one cabeza de merengue turned a somersault.
Where is that? Okay.
Seeing these movements, the Chinese all adopted their own peculiar attitude, like the cities they wore in their shoes, with one leg drawn back and upward, the other swinging loose. There resulted protests and petitions.
I would like to get
ready to
this
start the Civil War. The Puritan rejoiced. The Spaniards were reduced to make money out of everybody, until the general settled the quarrel by ordering that everyone should see what the Chinese did, since they were the heaviest contributors.
job, swerve.
The difficulty for the mestizos and natives then was that their trousers were 10 feet thin of their courtesy Chinese. But to make the intention of humiliating them the more evident, the measure was carried out with great pomp and ceremony, the church being surrounded by a troop of cavalry, while others with people sweating.
Swerve, back up.
Was carried to courts.
Swerve. Listen to me. Let me have a word.
In the religious ceremonies, even though they apostatized and left at Christianity immediately after.
Swerve.
The natives and the mestizos had to be content, learning thus not to waste time over such gratuity.
Ooh, I finally got on the
The
board.
Simoon target
That's the first
was
time.
lavishly and flatteringly attentive to Simoon. His voice was caressing and his bows numerous, but the jeweler cut his blandishments short by asking brusquely, "Did the bracelets suit her?"
Out of ticket.
To this question all Kroga's lying face vanished like a dream. His caressing voice became plaintive. He bowed lower, gave the
I would
Chinese
love to
salutation, raised
hear
his clasped hands to the height of his face, and groaned. "Ah,
Commentary
Samuel Moon.
advice.
I'm lost. I'm ruined." 37. How, Kroga, lost and ruined when you have so many bottles of champagne and so many guests? Kroga closed his eyes and made a grimace. Yes, the affair of that afternoon, that affair of the bracelets, had ruined him. Simon smiled, for when a Chinese merchant complains it is because all is going well, and when he makes a show that things are booming it is quite certain that he is planning an assignment or a flight to his own country. You didn't know that I'm lost, I'm ruined? Ah, Samuel Simoon, I'm busted. To make his condition plainer, he illustrated the word by making a movement as though he were falling into laughs. Simon wanted to laugh, but restrained himself and said that he knew nothing, nothing at all, as Kroga led him to a room and closed the door. He then explained the cause of his misfortune. 3 diamond bracelets that he had secured from Simon on pretense of showing them to his wife were not for her, a poor native shut up in her room like a Chinese woman, but for a beautiful and charming lady, the friend of a powerful man, whose influence was needed by him in a certain deal in which he could clear some 6,000 pesos. As he did not understand feminine tastes and wished to be gallant, the Chinese had asked for the 3 finest bracelets the jeweler had, each priced at 3,000 to 4,000 pesos. With affected simplicity and his most caressing smile, Kroga had begged the lady to select the one she liked best, and the lady, more simple and caressing still, had declared that she liked all 3, and had kept them. Simon burst out into laughter. "Ah, sir, I'm lost, I'm ruined," cried the Chinese, slapping himself lightly with his delicate hands. But the jeweler continued his laughter. "Ugh, bad people, surely not a real lady," went on the Chinaman, shaking his head in disgust. "What? She has no decency, while me, a Chinaman, me always polite. Ah, surely she not a real lady, a Che Guerrero has more decency." They've caught you, exclaimed Simoon, poking him in the chest. "And everybody's asking for loans and never pays, what about that? Clerks, officials, lieutenants, soldiers," he checked them off on his long nail fingers. "Send Simoon, I'm lost, I'm busted." "Get out with your complaints," said Simoon. "I've saved you from many officials that wanted money from you. I've lent it to them so that they wouldn't bother you, even when I knew that they couldn't pay. But, Samuel Simoon, you lend to officials. I lend to women, sailors, everybody. I bet you get your money back." "Me, money back? Ah, surely you don't understand. When it's lost in gambling they never pay. Besides, you have a consul, you can force them, but haven't." Simoon became thoughtful. "Listen, Kroga," he said, somewhat abstractedly, "I'll undertake to collect what the officers and sailors owe you. Give me their notes." Kroga again fell to whining. They had never given him any notes. "When they come to you asking for money, send them to me. I want to help you." The grateful Kroga thanked him, but soon fell to lamenting again about the bracelets. A Che Guerrero wouldn't be so shameless. He repeated. "The devil!" exclaimed Simoon, looking askance at the Chinese, as though studying him. "Exactly when I need the money and thought that you could pay me. But it can all be arranged, as I don't want you to fail for such a small amount. Come, a favor, and I'll reduce the 7,000 to 9,000 pesos you owe me. You can get anything you wish through the customs, boxes of lamps, iron, copper, glassware, Mexican pesos. You furnish arms to the conventos, don't you?" The Chinese nodded affirmation, but remarked that he had to do a good deal of bribing. "I furnish the padres everything." "Well, then, added Simoon in a low voice, "I need you to get me for me some boxes of rifles that arrived this evening. I want you to keep them in your warehouse. There is room for all of them in my house." Kroga began to show symptoms of fright. "Don't get scared. You don't run into this.
Who is hitting me?
These rifles are to be concealed, a few at a time,
Where
in
was
various
he?
dwellings. Then a search will be instituted, and many people will be sent to prison. You and I can make a haul getting them set free. Understand me?" Kroga wavered,
You know what
for
I'm
he was
doing
afraid
now.
of
It's the
firearms.
first time I died in
In his
there.
desk he
Long
had an
time
empty
ago.
revolver that he never touched without turning his head away and closing his eyes. "If you can't do it, I'll have to apply to someone else, but then I'll need the 9,000 pesos to cross their palms and shut their eyes." All right. Kroga finally agreed. "But many people will be arrested? There'll be a search, and..." When Kroga and Simoon returned to the sala they found there, in animated conversation, those who had finished their dinner, for the champagne had loosened their tongues and stirred their brains. They were talking rather freely. In the group where there were a number of government clerks, some ladies, and Don Custodio. The topic was a commission sent to India to make certain investigations about equipment for the soldiers. The proposal asked an elderly lady, the colonel, 2 other officers, and his excellency's nephew. 4. Rejoined the clerk. "What a commission. Suppose they disagree, are they caught? "That's what I asked," replied the clerk. "It's said that once a lady wants to know, one who has no military services, a shoemaker, for instance." "That's right," added an importer of shoes, "but it wouldn't do to send an Indian or a Chinaman, and the only peninsula shoemaker demanded such large fees." "But why do they have to make any investigations about equipment?" inquired the elderly lady. "It isn't for the peninsular artillerymen. The Indian soldiers can go barefoot, as they do in their towns." 31. Exactly so, and the treasury would save more, corroborated another lady, a widow who was not satisfied with her pension. "But you must remember," remarked another in the group, a friend of the officers on the commission, "that while it's true they go barefoot in the towns, it's not the same as moving about under orders in the service. They can choose the hour, nor
I
the
was
road,
the
nor as one they
fenestrator.
wish. Remember, Lana, that, with the midday sun overhead and the earth below baking like an oven, they have to march over sandy stretches, where there are stones, the sun above and fire below, bullets in front. It's only a question of getting used to it. Like the donkey that got used to not eating. In our present campaign, the greater part of our losses have been due to wounds on the soles of the feet. Remember the donkey, Lana, remember the donkey. But, my dear sir, retorted the lady, look how much money is wasted on shoe leather. There's enough to pension many widows and orphans in order to maintain our prestige. Don't smile, for I'm not talking about myself, and I have my pension, even though a very small one, insignificant considering the services my husband rendered, but I'm talking of others who are dragging out miserable lives. It's not right that after so much persuasion to come in so many hardships in crossing the sea they should end here by dying of hunger. What you say about the soldiers may be true, but the fact is that I've been in the country more than 3 years, and I haven't seen any soldier limping. Even I agree with the lady, said her neighbor. Why shoot them shoes when they were born without them?
I'm gonna die.
And why shirts? And why trousers?
I'm gonna get
Just
you.
calculate that we should economize on soldiers' clothes only in their skins.
Well, so. You just
In another group, the conversation was more heated. Ben Zaid was
think
talking
that's
to
gonna
Fenwick,
help
while
you
Padre
in the
as
next
usual,
lives
was
of the
absolutely
world?
interrupting him. The friar journalist, despite his respect for the Cal gentry, was always at loggerheads with Padre
Darling,
Mora, whom he regarded
will
as
you
a silly
quit
young
long
friar,
range
thus
and
giving
meet
himself the
I'm trying to get
appearance of
some
being
cover
the
here,
accusations
please.
of those who called him fey babies. Andre more liked his adversary, as the latter was the only person who would take seriously what he styled his arguments.
Oh, the
They were
turn.
discussing magnetism, spiritualism, magic, and the like. Their words flew through the air like the knives and balls of jugglers, tossed back and forth from one to the other.
That was my
The great
last.
attention had been attracted in the Canada fair by a head, wrongly called a sphinx, exhibited by Mr. Lees, an American. Glaring advertisements covered the walls of the houses, mysterious and illegal, with psychic curiosity of the public. Neither Benzaid nor any of the padres had yet seen them.
That's nice.
Juanito Pilanes was the only one who had.
We
He was
won.
describing his wonderment
What
to the
the
party.
hell?
Benzaid, as a journalist, looked for a natural explanation.
Push button.
Padre Gamora talked of the devil. Padre Irene smiled. Padre Zombie remained grave. But, Padre, the devil doesn't need to come. We are sufficient to damn ourselves. It could be explained any other way. It's science. Get out with science, honey owls. But, listen to me and I'll convince you. It's all a question of optics. I haven't yet seen the head, nor do I know how it looks, but this gentleman indicating Juanito Pilanes tells us that it does not look like the talking heads that are usually exhibited. So be it. But the principle is the same. It's all a question of optics. Wait. A mirror is placed thus, another mirror behind it. The image is reflected. I say, it is purely a problem in physics. Taking down from the walls several mirrors, he arranged them, turned them round and round, but, not getting the desired result, concluded, as I say, it's nothing more or less than a question of optics. But what do you want mirrors for? If Juanito tells us that the head is inside a box placed on a table. I see in it spiritualism, because the spiritualists always make use of tables, and I think that Padre Zombie, as the ecclesiastical governor, ought to prohibit an exhibition. Padre Zombie remained silent, saying neither yes nor no. In order to learn if there are devils or mirrors inside it, suggested Samuno, the best time would be for you to go and see the famous sphinx. The proposal was a good one, so it was accepted, although Padre Zombie and Don Custodio showed some repugnance. Laid affair, to rub shoulders with the public, to see sphinxes and talking heads. What would the natives say? These might take them for mere men, endowed with the same passions and weaknesses as others. But Benzaid, with his journalistic ingenuity, promised to request Mr. Leeds not to admit the public while they were inside. They would be honoring him sufficiently by the visit not to admit of his refusal, and besides he would not charge any admission fee. To give a show of probability to this, he concluded, because, remember, if I should expose the trick of the mirrors to the public, it would ruin the whole American's business. Benzaid was a conscientious individual. About a dozen set out, among them our acquaintances, Padre Salvi, Camora, and Irene, Don Custodio, Benzaid, and Juanito Pilanes. Their carriages set them down at the entrance to the Canapa Plaza. Chapter XBI 9. The Canapa Fair. It was a beautiful night and the plaza presented the most animated aspect. Taking advantage of the freshness of the breeze and the splendor of the January moon, the people filled the fair to see, be seen, and amuse themselves. The music of the cosmoramas and the lights of the lanterns gave life and merriment to everyone. Long rows of booths, brilliant with tinsel and dogs, exposed to few clusters of bows, masks strung by the eyes, cintallas, trains, cars, mechanical horses, carriages, steam engines with related boilers, the Lucretian tableware of porcelain, pine nativities, dolls both foreign and domestic, the former red and smiling, the latter sad and pensive like little ladies beside gigantic children. The beating of drums, the roar of tin horns, the easy music of the accordions and the hand organs, all mingled in a carnival concert, with the party and of the crowd, pushing, stumbling over one another, with their faces turned toward the booths, so that the collisions were frequent and often amusing. The carriages were forced to move slowly, with the tap of the controls repeated every moment. Men and mingled government clerks, soldiers, friars, students, Chinese, girls with their fathers' aunts, all greeting, signaling, calling to one another merrily. Padre Gamora was in the seventh heaven at the sight of so many pretty girls. He stopped, looked back, nudged Benzaid, chuckled and swore, saying, and that one, my ink slinger? And that one over there, what say you? And as continued he even fell to using the familiar hint toward his friend and adversary. Padre Zombie stared at him from time to time, but he took little note of Padre Zombie. On the contrary, he pretended to stumble so that he might brush against the girls, he winked and made eyes at them. And the owls. He kept saying to himself, When shall I be the curate of Capo? Suddenly Benzaid let go and jumped aside, and slapped his hand on his arm. Padre Gamora in his excess of enthusiasm had pinched him. They were approaching a dazzling senorita who was attracting the attention of the whole plaza, and Padre Gamora, unable to restrain his delight, had taken Benzaid's arm as a substitute for the girls. It was Paulina Gomez, the prettiest of the pretty, in company with the Salgani, followed by Doña Victorina. The young woman was resplendent in her beauty, all stopped and craned their necks, while they ceased their conversation and followed her with their eyes. Even Doña Victorina was respectfully saluted. Paulina was arranged in a rich camisa centennial of embroidered lino, different from what she had worn that morning to the trip. The gauzy texture of the camisa set off her shapely head, and the Indians who saw her compared her to being surrounded by fleecy clouds. A silk rose-colored skirt, caught up in rich and graceful folds by her little hand, gave majesty to her erect figure, the movement of which, harmonizing with her curving neck, displayed all the triumphs of vanity and satisfied coquetry. The Salgani appeared to be rather disgusted, for so many curious eyes fixed upon the beauty of the sweetheart annoyed him. The stare seemed to corroborate the girl's smile's faithlessness. Juanito saw her and his hump increased when he spoke to her. Paulina replied negligently, while Doña Victorina called to him, for Juanito was her favorite, she preferring him to the Salgani. What a girl, what a girl, muttered the entranced Padre Gamora. Come, Padre, pinch yourself and let me alone, said Benzaid fretfully. What a girl, what
I
a
knew
girl,
he's gonna kill me.
repeated the friend. And she has for a sweetheart who
On the
mind,
fire.
the boy had the coral whip. Just my luck that she's not of my
Come on,
town,
we could
he
smell.
added, after turning his head several times to follow her with his looks. He was even tempted to leave his companions to follow the girl, and Benzaid had difficulty in dissuading him. Paulina's beautiful figure moved on, her graceful little head nodding with inborn coquetry. Our promenaders kept on their way, not without sighs on the part of the friar artilleryman, until they reached houses surrounded by sightseers, who quickly made way for them. It was a shop of little wooden figures, of local manufacture, representing in all shapes and sizes the costumes, races, and occupations of the country: Indians, Spaniards, Chinese, mestizos, friars, clergymen, government clerks, gobernadorcillos, students, soldiers, and so on. Whether the artists had more affection for the priests, the folds of whose habits were better suited to their aesthetic purposes, or whether the friars, holding such an important place in Philippine life, engaged the attention of the sculptor more, the fact was that, for one cause or another, images of them abounded, well turned and finished, representing them in the subtlest moments of their lives, the opposite of what is done in Europe, where they are pictured as sleeping on casks of wine, playing cards, emptying tankards, rousing themselves to gaiety, or patting the cheeks of a buxom girl. No, the friars of the Philippines were different, elegant, handsome, well-dressed, their tonsures neatly shaven, their features symmetrical and serene, their gaze meditative, their expression saintly, some a rosy cheek, king in hand and patent leather shoes on their feet, inviting adoration and a place in a glass case. Instead of the symbols of gluttony and incontinence of their brethren in Europe, those of the Eagle carried hook, the crucifix, and the palm of martyrdom. Instead of kissing the simple country lasses, those of Manila gravely extended the hand to be kissed by children and grown men doubled over almost kneeling. Instead of the full refectory and dining hall, their stage in Europe, in Manila they had the oratory, the study table. Instead of a mendicant friar who goes from door to door with his donkey and sack, begging alms, the friars of the Philippines scattered gold from full hands among the miserable Indians. Look, here's Padre Gamora, exclaimed Benzaid, upon whom the effect of the champagne still lingered. He pointed to a picture of a lean friar of thoughtful mien who was seated at a table with his head resting on the palm of his hand, apparently writing a sermon by the light of a lamp. The contrast suggested true laughter from the crowd. Padre Gamora, who had already forgotten about Paulina, saw what was meant in laughing his clownish laugh, asked in turn, whom does this other figure resemble? Benzaid. It was an old woman with one eye, with disheveled hair, seated on the ground like an Indian idol, ironing clothes. The satin iron was carefully imitated, being of copper with holes of red tinsel and silk beads of dirty twisted cotton. Hey, Benzaid, it wasn't a flimsy sign that asked Padre Gamora with a laugh. Well, I don't see the point, replied the journalist. But, what else, don't you see the title, the Philippine Press? The utensil with which the old woman is ironing is here called the press. All laughed at this, Benzaid himself joining in good-naturedly. 2 soldiers of the civil guard, appropriately labeled, were placed behind the man who was tightly bound and had his face covered by his hat. It was entitled the country of Pabaca, 39, and all appearances they were going to shoot him. Many of our visitors were displeased with the exhibition. They talked of rules of art, they sought proportion. One said that this figure did not have 7 heads, that the face lacked a nose, having only 3, all of which made Padre Gamora somewhat thoughtful, for he did not comprehend how a figure, to be correct, need have 4 noses and 7 heads. Others said, if they were muscular, that they could not be Indians. Still others remarked that it was not sculpture, but mere carpentry. Each added his spoonful of criticism, until Padre Gamora, not to be outdone, ventured to ask for at least 30 legs for each doll, because, if the others wanted noses, couldn't he require feet? So they fell to discussing whether the Indian head or had not any aptitude for sculpture, and whether it would be advisable to encourage that art, until there arose a general dispute, which was cut short by Don Custodio's declaration that the Indians had the aptitude, but that they should devote themselves exclusively to the manufacture of saints. One would say, observed Benzaid, who is full of bright ideas at night, that this gentleman is Kuroga, but on close examination it looks like Padre Irene. And what do you say about that British Indian? It looks like Simoon. Fresh peals of laughter resounded, while Padre Irene rubbed his nose. That's right. It's the very image of him. But where is Simoon? Simoon should buy it. But the jeweler had disappeared, unnoticed by anyone. What else? Exclaimed Padre Gamora, how stingy the American is. He's afraid we would make him pay the admission for all of us into Mr. Leeds' show. No. Rejoined Ben-Zaid, what he's afraid of is that he'll compromise himself. He may have foreseen the joke in store for his friend Mr. Leeds and has gone out of the way. Thus, without purchasing the least trifle, they continued on their way to see the famous Sphinx. Ben-Zaid offered to manage the affair, for the American would not rebuff a journalist who could take revenge in an unfavorable article. You'll see that it's all a question of mirrors, he said, because, you see again he plunged into a long demonstration, and as he had no mirrors at hand to discredit his theory he tangled himself up in all kinds of blunders and wound up by not knowing himself what he was saying. In short, you'll see how it's all a question of optics. Chapter XVII. Ledger Domain. Mr. Leeds, a genuine Yankee, dressed completely in black, received his visitors with great deference. He spoke Spanish well, from having been for many years in South America, and offered no objection to their request, saying that they might examine anything, both before and after the exhibition, but begged that they remain quiet while it was in progress. Ben-Zaid smiled in pleasant anticipation of the vexation he had prepared for the American. The room, entirely in black, was lighted by ancient lamps burning with alcohol. A real wrapping black velvet divided it into two almost equal parts, one of which was filled with seats for the spectators and the other occupied by a platform covered with a checkered carpet. In the center of this platform was placed a table, over which was spread a piece of black cloth adorned with skulls and cabalistic signs. The mise en scène was therefore lugubrious and had its effect upon the merry visitors. The jokes died away, they spoke in whispers, and however much some tried to appear indifferent, their lips framed no smiles. All felt as if they had entered a house where there was, of course, an illusion accentuated by an odor of wax and incense. Don Custodio and Padre Salvi consulted in whispers over the expediency of prohibiting such shows. Ben-Zaid, in order to cheer the dispirited group and embarrass Mr. Leeds, said to him in a familiar tone, "Hey, mister, since there are none but ourselves here and we are Indians and Hindi fool, won't you let us see the truth? We know of course that it's purely a question of optics, but his Padre Gamora won't be convinced." Here he started to jump over the rail, instead of going through the proper opening, while Padre Gamora broke out into protests, fearing that Ben-Zaid might be right. "And why not, sir?" rejoined the American. "But don't break anything, will you?" The journalist was already on the platform. "You will allow me, then?" he asked, and without waiting for the permission, fearing that it might not be granted, raised the cloth to look for the mirrors that he expected should be between the legs of the table. Ben-Zaid uttered an exclamation and stepped back, again placed both hands under the table and waved them about. He encountered only empty space. The table had 3 thin iron legs, sunk into the floor. The journalist looked all about as though seeking something. "Where are the mirrors?" asked Padre Gamora. Ben-Zaid looked and looked, felt the table with his fingers, raised the cloth again, and rubbed his hand over his forehead from time to time, as if trying to remember something. "Have you lost anything?" inquired Mr. Leeds. "The mirrors, mister, where are the mirrors?" "I don't know where yours are, mine are at the hotel." "Do you want to look at yourself?" "You're somewhat pale and excited." Many laughed, in spite of their weird impressions, on seeing the jesting coolness of the American, while Ben-Zaid retired, quite abashed, to the seat, muttering, "It could be. You'll see that he doesn't do it without mirrors. The table will have to be changed later." Mr. Leeds placed the cloth on the table again and turning toward his illustrious audience, asked them, "Are you satisfied? May we begin? Hurry up. How cold-blooded he is," said the widow. "Then, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats and get your questions ready." Mr. Leeds disappeared through a doorway and in a few moments returned with a black box of worm-eaten wood, covered with inscriptions in the form of birds, beasts, and human heads. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began solemnly, "once having had occasion to visit the Great Pyramid of Khufu, a pharaoh of the 4th dynasty, I chanced upon a sarcophagus of red granite in a forgotten chamber. My joy was great, for I thought that I had found a royal mummy, but what was my disappointment on opening the coffin, at the cost of infinite labor, to find nothing more than this box, which you may examine." He handed the box to those in the front row. Padre Gamora drew back in loathing. Padre Zombie looked at it closely as if he enjoyed sepulchral things. Padre Irene smiled a knowing smile. Don Custodio affected gravity in his stomach, while Ben-Zaid hunted for his mirrors. There they must be, for it was a question of mirrors. "It smells like a corpse," observed one lady, fanning herself curiously. "It smells of 40 centuries," remarked someone with emphasis. Ben-Zaid forgot about his mirrors to discover who had made this remark. It was a military official who had read the history of Napoleon. Ben-Zaid felt jealous and to utter another epigram that might annoy Padre Gamora a little said, "It smells of the church." "This box, ladies and gentlemen," continued the American, "contained a handful of ashes and a piece of papyrus on which were written some words. Examine them yourselves, but I beg of you not to breathe heavily, because if any of the dust is lost my Sphinx will appear in a mutilated condition." The humbug, described with such seriousness and conviction, was gradually having its effect, so much so that the box was passed around, no one dared to breathe. Padre Gamora, who had so often depicted from the pulpit of Tiani the torments and sufferings of hell, while he laughed in the sleeves at the terrified looks of the sinners, held his nose, and Padre Zombie, the same Padre Zombie who had on All Souls Day prepared a phantasmagoria of the souls in purgatory with flames and transparencies illuminated with alcohol lamps and covered with tinsel, on the high altar of the church in the suburb, in order to get alms and orders for masses. The lean and taciturn Padre Zombie held his breath and gazed suspiciously at the handful of ashes. "Memento, homo, pliable assess," muttered Padre Irene with a smile. "Yish," sneered Ben-Zaid. The same thought had occurred to him, and the Count had taken the words out of his mouth. "Not knowing what to do," resumed Mr. Leeds, closing the box carefully, "I examined the papyrus and discovered 2 words whose meaning was unknown to me. I deciphered them, and tried to pronounce them aloud. Scarcely had I uttered the first word when I felt the box slipping from my hands, as if pressed down by an enormous weight, and it glided along the floor, whence I vainly endeavored to remove it. But my surprise was converted into terror when it opened and I found within a human head that stared at me fixedly. Paralyzed with fright and uncertain what to do in the presence of such a phenomenon, I remained for a time stupefied, trembling like a person poisoned with mercury, but after a while recovered myself and, thinking that it was a vain illusion, tried to divert my attention by reading the second word. Hardly had I pronounced it when the box closed, the head disappeared, and in its place I again found a handful of ashes. Without suspecting that I had discovered the two most potent words in nature, the words of creation and destruction, of life and of death. He paused for a few moments to note the effect of his story, then with grave and measured steps approached the table and placed the mysterious box upon it. "The clock, Mr." exclaimed the incorrigible Ben Zane. "Why not?" rejoined Mr. Leeds, very complacently. Lifting the box with his right hand, he caught up the cloth with his left, completely exposing the table sustained by its three legs. Again he placed the box along the center of the plate, roundly turned to his audience. "Here's what I want to see," said Ben Zane to his neighbor. You notice how he made some excuse. Great attention was depicted on all countenances and silence reigned.
Don't
Noise and
give
roar of the
up.
street could be distinctly heard, but all were so affected that a snatch of dialogue which reached them produced
That was
no
a
effect.
trip. The bot,
Why
the
did we go
human
in?
head and the box.
Asked a woman's voice. There's a lot of friars and clerks in there, answered a man. The Sphinx is for them only. The friars are inquisitive too, said the woman's voice, drawing away. They don't want us to know how they're being fooled. Why, is the head of Friars Clarita? In the midst of a profound silence, the American announced in a tone of emotion, "Ladies and gentlemen, with a word I am now going to animate a handful of ashes, and we'll talk with a being that knows the past, the present, and much of the future." Near the prestidigitator uttered a soft cry, first mournful, then lively, a medley of sharp sounds like imprecations and hoarse notes like threats, which made Ben Zane's hair stand on end. "Dermock!" cried the American. The curtains on the wall rustled, the lamps burned low, the table creaked. A feeble groan responded from the interior of the box. Pale and uneasy, all stared at one another, while one terrified senor caught hold of Padre Zombie. The box then opened of its own accord and presented to the eyes of the audience a head of cadaverous aspect, surrounded by long and abundant black hair. It slowly opened its eyes and looked around the whole audience. Those eyes had a vivid radiance, accentuated by their cavernous sockets, and, as if deep or calling unto deep, fixed themselves upon the profound, sunken eyes of the trembling Padre Zombie, who was staring unnaturally, as though he saw a ghost. "Six," commanded Mr. Leeds, "tell the audience who you are." A deep silence prevailed, while a chill wind blew through the room and made the blue flames of the sepulchral lamps flicker. The most skeptical shivered. "I am Memphis," declared the head in a real, but strangely
It's hard to hit
voice.
those guys.
"I was born in the time of Anasis and died under the Persian domination
Man,
when
I never
Cambyses was returning from his disastrous expedition into the interior of Libya. I had come to complete my education after extensive travels through Greece, Assyria,
There we go.
and Persia, and had returned to my native lodging dwelling until Thoth should call me before his terrible tribunal.
Scamper,
But
pop.
to my undoing, on passing through Babylonia, I discovered an awful secret, the secret of the false Smerdis who usurped the throne, the old Magian Gamadian governed as an impostor. Fearing that I would betray him to Cambyses, he determined upon my ruin through the instrumentality of the Egyptian priests, who at that time ruled my native country. They were the owners of 2/3 of the land, the monopolizers of learning. They held the people down in ignorance and tyranny. They brutalized them, thus making them fit to pass without resistance from one domination to another. The invaders availed themselves of them, and knowing their usefulness, protected and enriched them. The rulers not only depended on their will, but some were reduced to mere instruments of theirs. The Egyptian priests hastened to execute Gamada's orders, with greater zeal from their fear of me, because they were afraid that I would reveal their impostures to the people. To accomplish their purpose, they made use of a young priest of Abydos, who passed for a saint. Painful silence followed these words. The head was talking of priestly intrigues and impostures, and although referring to another age and other priests, all the friars present were annoyed, possibly because they could see in the general trend of the speech some analogy to the existing situation. Padre Zombie was in the grip of convulsive shivering. He worked his lips and with bulging eyes followed the gaze of the head as though fascinated. Beads of sweat began to break out on his emaciated face, but no one noticed this, so deeply absorbed and affected were they. "What was the plot concocted by the priests of your country against you?" asked Mr. Leeds. The head uttered a sorrowful groan, which seemed to come from the bottom of the heart, and the spectators saw its eyes, those fiery eyes, clouded and filled with tears. Many shuddered and felt their hair rise. No, that was not an illusion, it was not a trick, the head was the victim and what he told was his own story. It moaned, shaking with affliction. "I love the maiden, the daughter of Greece, pure as light, like the freshly opened lotus. The young priest of Abydos also desired her to ignite a rebellion, using my name and some plot period that he had secured from my beloved. The rebellion broke out at the time when Cambyses was returning in rage over the disasters of his unfortunate campaign. I was accused of being a rebel, was made a prisoner, and having effected my escape was killed in a chase on Lake Morris. From out of eternity I saw the impostor triumph. I saw the priest of Abydos night and day persecuting the maiden, who had taken refuge in a temple of Isis on the island of Philae. I saw him persecute and harass her, even in the subterranean chambers. I saw him drive her mad with terror and suffering, like a huge wolf in a white dove. Ah, priest of Abydos, I have returned to life to expose your infamy, and after so many years of silence, I name thee murderer, hypocrite,
I've
Morgan."
admired you from
A
afar.
dry, hollow laugh accompanied these words, while the choked voice responded, "No. Mercy." It was Padre Zombie, who had been overcome with terror and with arms extended was slipping in flash to the floor. "What's the matter with your reverence? Are you ill?" asked Padre Irene. The heat of the room. "This odor of corpses are breathing here."
Oh, you want to make me die?
Slanderer,
No, I can't.
hypocrite, repeated the head. "I accuse you, murderer, murderer, murderer." And the dry laugh, sepulchral and menacing, resounded, as though that head were so absorbed in contemplation of its wrongs that it did not see the tomb of that prevailed in the room. Mercy. He still lives. Groaned Padre Salvi, and then lost consciousness. He was as pallid as a corpse. Some of the ladies thought it their duty to faint also, and proceeded to do so. He is out of his head. Padre Salvi. I told him not to eat that bird's nest soup, said Padre Irene. It has made him sick. But he didn't eat anything, rejoined Don Custodio shivering. As the head has been staring at him fixedly, it has mesmerized him. So disorder prevailed. The room seemed to be a hospital or a battlefield. Padre Salvi looked like a corpse, and the ladies, seeing that no one was paying them any attention, made the best of it by recovering. Meanwhile, the head had been reduced to ashes, and Mr. Leeds, having replaced the cloth on the table, bowed his audience out. This show must be prohibited, said Don Custodio on leaving. It's wicked and highly immoral. And above all, because it doesn't use mirrors, added Benzabe, who before going out of the room tried to assure himself finally, so he leaped over the rail, went up to the table, and raised the cloth. Nothing, absolutely nothing. On the following day he wrote an article in which he spoke of occult sciences, spiritualism, and the like. An order came immediately from the ecclesiastical governor prohibiting the show, but Mr. Leeds had already disappeared, carrying his secret with him to Hong Kong. Chapter XIX. The Fuse. Placido Pennison left the house with his heart overflowing with bitterness and scorn in his looks.
I want to read it again.
Not driven from his usual course, but once irritated he was a veritable torrent, a wild beast that could only be stopped by the death of himself or his foe. So many affronts, so many pinpricks, day after day, had made his heart quiver, lodging in it to sleep the sleep of lethargic vipers, and they now were awaking to shake and hiss with fury. The hisses resounded in his ears with the jesting epithets of the professor, the phrases in the slang of the markets, and he seemed to hear blows and laughter. A thousand schemes for revenge rushed into his brain, crowding one another, only to fade immediately like phantoms in a dream. His vanity cried out to him with desperate tenacity that he must do something. Placido Pennant, said the voice, show these youths that you have dignity, that you are the son of Italian's noble province, where lungs are washed out with blood. You're a Batangan, Placido Pennant. Avenge yourself, Placido Pennant. The youth rode and gnashed his teeth, stumbling against everyone in the street on the bridge of Spain, as if he were seeking a quarrel. In the latter place he saw a carriage in which was the vice-rector, Padre Simila, accompanied by Don Custodio, who had a great mind to seize the fire and throw him into the river. He proceeded along the Escolta and was tempted to assault two Augustinians who were seated in the doorway of Grogas Bazaar, laughing and joking with other friars who must have been inside in joyous conversation, for their merry voices and shouts laughter could be heard. Somewhat farther on, two cadets blocked up the sidewalk, talking with the clerk of the warehouse, who was in shirt sleeves. Penitents moved toward them to force a passage day, perceiving his dark intention, vigilant and made way for it. Placido was by this time under the influence of Thema, as the novices say. As he approached his home, the house of a silversmith where he lived as a boarder, he tried to collect his thoughts and make a plan to return to his town and avenge himself by showing the friars that they could not with impunity insult a youth or make a joke of him. He decided to write a letter immediately to his mother, Confessor Ada, to inform her of what had happened and to tell her that the schoolroom had closed forever for him. Although there was the etching of the Jesuits, where he might study that year, yet it was not very likely that the Dominicans would grant him the transfer, and, even though he should secure it, in the following year he would have to return to the university. They say that we don't know how to avenge ourselves. He muttered. Let the lightning strike and we'll see. But Placido was not reckoning upon what awaited him in the house of the silversmith. Cabezon Inang had just arrived from Batangas, having come to do some shopping, to visit her son, and to bring him money, jerk venison, and silk handkerchiefs. The first greetings over, the poor woman, who had at once noticed her son's gloomy look, could no longer restrain her curiosity and began to ask questions. His first explanations Cabezon Inang regarded as some subterfuge, so she smiled and soothed her son, reminding him of their sacrifices and privations. She spoke of Capitana Simona's son, who, having entered the seminary, now carried himself in the town like a bishop, and Capitana Simona already considered herself a mother of God, clearly so, for her son was going to be another Christ. If the son becomes a priest, said she, the mother won't have to pay us what she owes us. We will collect from her then. But on seeing that Placido was speaking seriously and reading in his eyes the storm had raged within him, she realized that what he was telling her was unfortunately the strict truth. She remained silent for a while and then broke out into lamentations. She exclaimed. I promised your father that I would care for you, educate you, and make a lawyer of you. I've deprived myself of everything so that you might go to school. Instead of joining the pegging where the steak is a half peso, I've begun only where it's a half real, enduring the bad smells and the dirty cards. Look at my patched camisa. For instead of buying new ones I spent the money in masses and presents to Saint Sebastian, even though I don't have great confidence in his power, because the curate recites the masses fast and hurry late, he's an entirely new saint and doesn't yet know how to perform miracles, and is made of particular but of money. What will your father say to me when I die and see him again? So the poor woman lamented and wept, while Placido became gloomier and let stifled sighs escape from his breast. What would I get out of being a lawyer? Was his response. What will become of you? Asked his mother, clasping her hands. They'll call you a filibuster and corrode you. I told you that you must have patience, that you must be humble. I don't tell you that you must kiss the hands of the curates, for I know that you have a delicate sense of smell, like you were powered with the inferior human cheese.
Now you got the aim on.
To suffer, to be
Good.
to say yes to
But
what are we going to do?
are you on a smartphone?
Everything.
Where
They are unbelief. No one will become a lawyer or a doctor.
I'm about
Have
to
patience,
take you
my
out.
son. Have patience.
And I don't
But
mean
I've
on
had
a
great
date.
deal. Mother, I suffered for months and months. But as I never soon from vacations. She did not ask that he declare himself a partisan of the friars. She was not one herself. It was enough to know that for one good friar there were 10 bad, who took the money from the poor and deported the rich.
Your aim,
Must be silent,
yeah.
suffer,
I wonder
and
if it
endure.
looks
There
like
was no
my
other course.
aim is like really bad. If
She
it
cited
looks
this
like
man in one,
ridiculous.
who by being patient and humble, even though in the bottom of his heart he hated his masters, had risen from servant of the friars to high office. And such another who was rich and could commit abuses, secure of having patrons who would protect him from the law, yet who had nothing more than a poor sacristan, humble and obedient, and who had married a pretty girl whose son had the cure for a godfather. So Cabeza Ene continued her litany of humble and patient Filipinos, as she called them, and was about to cite others who by not being so had found themselves persecuted and exiled, when Placido on some trifling pretext left the house to wander about the streets. He passed through Silicon, 42, Tondo, San Nicolas, and Santo Cristo, absorbed in his ill humor, not taking note of the sun or the hour, and only when he began to feel hungry and discovered that he had no money, having given it all for celebrations and contributions, did he return to the house. He had expected that he would not meet his mother there, as she was in the habit, when in Manila, of going out at that hour to a neighboring house where Pangini was played, but Cabeza Ene was waiting to propose her plan. She would avail herself of the procurator of the Augustines to restore her son to the good graces of the Dominicans. Placido stopped her with a gesture. "I'll throw myself into the sea first," he declared. "I'll be committed to listen before I'll go back to the university."
This cat videos and just $1. And who else is this? Push button. Oh man, push button is good.
The sight of a steamer
Push
waiting
button
before
get
Hong Kong
ready.
inspired him
Throw
with an
down
idea
on y'all.
to go to Hong Kong,
Gotta-
to run away,
who is this?
get rich there, and make war on the friars. The thought of Hong Kong awoke in his mind the recollection of a story about Fuzzles,
It's fitting that
cereals,
I would
and
get
candelabra of pure silver, whose
line up
the
with
people
this
had led them to present to a certain church.
Polyclinical.
The friars, so the silvers and
Polyclinical.
gold,
Rocket
had since
Rider,
Hong
man.
Kong
What's
invented
going on?
Fuzzles, cereals,
You're
and
not paying
candelabra made of
attention
German
over
silver,
here.
which they substituted for the genuine ones, these being melted down and going into Mexican pesos. Such was the story he had heard, and though it was no more than a rumor or a story,
right
his
on.
resentment gave it the color of truth and reminded him of other tricks
Dang
in
right.
that same style.
Rocket Rider.
The desire to live free and certain half-formed
Right,
plans
rocket.
led him to decide upon Hong Kong. If the corporation sent all their money there, Alice must be flourishing and people rich himself. "I want to be free, to live free." Night surprised him wandering along San Fernando, but not meeting any sailor he knew, he decided to return home. As the night was beautiful, with a brilliant moon transforming this squalid city into a fantastic fairy kingdom, he went to the fair. He wandered back and forth, passing each without taking any notice of the articles who men, ever with the thought of Hong Kong, of living free, of enriching himself. He was about to leave, when he thought he recognized the jeweless and building reply to a foreigner, both of them speaking in English. To Placido, every language spoken in the Philippines by Europeans, when not Spanish, had to be English, and besides, he caught the name Hong Kong. If only the jeweler would recommend him to that foreigner, who must be setting out for Hong Kong. Placido paused. He was acquainted with the jeweler, as the latter had been in his town peddling his wares, and he had accompanied him on one of his trips, when someone had made himself
Come on,
very
Mr. Dollars,
telling
take
him
him
the
out.
in the
Thank
universities
you.
of the three countries. What a difference. So he followed the jeweler. Send me some moon. Send me some moon.
Draw.
The jeweler was at that moment entering his carriage. Recognizing Placido, he checked himself. "I want to ask a favor of you, to say a few words to you." Someone made a sign of impatience which Placido in his privation did not observe. In a few words, the youth related what had happened and made known his desire to go to Hong Kong. "Why?" asked Samun, staring fixedly at Placido through his blue goggles. Placido did not answer, so Samun threw back his head, smiled his cold, silent smile and said, "All right. Come with me." To Kale Iris. He directed the Bashiro. Samun remained silent throughout the whole drive, apparently absorbed in meditation of a very important nature. Placido kept quiet, waiting for him to speak first, and entertained himself in watching the promenaders who were enjoying the clear moonlight, pairs of infatuated lovers, followed by watchful mamas or s. Groups of students in white clothes that the moonlight made whiter still. Half-drunken soldiers in a carriage, six together, on the way to visit some Nipa temple dedicated to Cytherea. Children playing their games in Chinese selling sugar cane. All these filled the streets, taking on in the brilliant moonlight fantastic forms and ideal outlines. In one house an orchestra was playing waltzes, and couples might be seen dancing under the bright lamps and chandeliers. What a sordid spectacle they presented in comparison with the sight the streets afforded. Thinking of Hong Kong, he asked himself if the moonlit nights in that island were so poetical and sweetly melancholy as those of the Philippines, and a deep sadness settled down over his heart. Someone ordered the carriage to stop and both alighted, just at the moment when Esagani and Coffee the Golders passed them murmuring sweet inanities. Behind them came Dania, Torino with Juanito Pilares, who was talking in a loud voice, busily gesticulating, and appearing to have a larger hump than ever. In his preoccupation, Pilares did not notice his former schoolmate. "There's a fellow who's happy," muttered Placido with a sigh, as he gazed toward the group, which became converted into vaporous silhouettes, with Juanito's arms plainly visible, rising and falling like the arms of a windmill. "That's all he's good for," observed Samun. "It's fine to be young." To whom did Placido and Samun allude? The jeweler made a sign to the young man,
Finally.
and they left the street to pick their way through a labyrinth of paths and passageways among various houses, at times leaping upon stones to avoid the mud holes or stepping aside from sidewalks that were badly constructed and still more badly tended. Placido was surprised to see the rich jeweler move through such places as if he were familiar with them. They at length reached an open lot where a wretched hut stood off by itself surrounded by banana planks and erica palms. Some bamboo frames and sections of the same material led Placido to suspect that they were approaching the house of a pyrotechnist. Someone rapped on the window and a man's face appeared. "Ah, sir," he exclaimed, and immediately came outside. "Is the powder here?" asked Samun. "In sacks. I'm waiting for the shells." "And the bombs?" are all ready. All right, then. This very night you must go and inform the lieutenant and the corporal. Then keep on your way, and in the morning you will find a man in a panga. You will save Professor and he will answer tales. It's necessary that he be here tomorrow. There's no time to be lost. Saying this, he gave him some gold coins. How's this, sir? The man inquired in very good Spanish. Is there any news? Yes, it'll be done within the coming week. The coming week, exclaimed the unknown, stepping backward. The suburbs are not yet ready. They hope that the general will withdraw the decree. I thought it was postponed until the beginning of Lent. Simon shook his head. We won't need the suburbs, he said. With Cabezon salespeople, the ex-carbineers, and a regiment, we'll have enough. Later, Maria
Come
Clara
on,
may be
empty
dead.
that magazine before I
Started
step
this.
out.
The man disappeared. Plato, who had stood by and heard all of this brief interview, felt his
Empty.
eyes and stared with startled eyes at Simone, who smiled. You're surprised, he said with his icy smile, that this medium, so poorly dressed, speaks Spanish well. He was a schoolmaster who persisted
I
in
get
teaching
some
Spanish
coins
to the
if I
children
don't
who did not stop
return
until
it.
he had lost his position and had been deported as a disturber of the public peace, and for having been a friend of the unfortunate Bar. I got the act from his deportation, where he had been working as a groomer of coconut palms, and have made him a pyrotechnist. They returned to the street and set out for Trozo. Before a wooden house of pleasant and well-kept appearance was a Spaniard from Crutches, enjoying the moonlight. When Simon accosted him, his attempt to rise was accompanied by a stifled groan. You're ready? Simon inquired of him.
But her
I always
going.
am.
And Captain Pugwash, she's bad to the bone.
So soon. But the first cannon shot.
Honest 3.
He moved away, followed by Flajo, who was beginning to ask himself if he were not dreaming. Does it surprise you,
Captain
Simon asked him,
Pugwash,
to see a Spaniard so young and so afflicted with disease? 2 years ago he was as robust as you are, but his enemy succeeded in
I was
sending
trying to
his
hit
relatives
Captain
more than
Pugwash about
and
a
their
big
the rheumatism and fever that
minus
dragged
3.
him
I'm
into the
sorry.
grave. The poor devil had married a very beautiful woman. As an empty carriage was passing, Simon hailed him with Flacio directed it to his house in the Escolta, just at the moment when
Oh,
the
I hate
clocks were
this
striking
scaffold,
10:30. 2 hours later, Flacio left the jeweler's house and walked gravely and thoughtfully along the Escolta,
Swerving.
then almost deserted, in spite of the fact that the cafes were still quite animated. Now and then a carriage passed rapidly,
Oh, push
clattering
button.
noisily over the worn pavement.
You can do
From
better
the room
than
in his
that.
house that overlooked the passage, Simon turned his gaze toward the walled city, which could be seen through the open
Come on,
windows,
better go.
with its
Come
roofs
down
of galvanized
here.
iron
Oh,
gleaming
here
in the
come
moonlight and its somber
Captain
tower
Pugwash.
showing built and gloomy in the midst of the serene night.
Stand right there.
He laid aside
Yeah,
his blue
just
goggles,
be
his
still.
white hair, like a frame of silver, surrounded his energetic bronze
Captain
features,
Pugwash,
dimly lighted by
that
a lamp
is
whose flame
not
was dying
like
out
you.
from lack of oil.
Where is your
The devil
mind
had
this
thought.
morning?
He took no notice of the fading light and impending
Lord
darkness.
hell. You been up all night? Somebody behind me? Man, that's in the scamper with the scamper business. Lord hell.
When the tumults break out in the suburbs and they rush into the town,
Shoot at him.
engendered by
Thank
rapacity
you.
and laws.
Not at
Then
me.
when I burst the walls of
See,
your
he
prison,
was
I
like
tear you
looking
from
at
the
me.
clutches of
Push button
fanaticism,
thought I
and
was
wiped
one of
out
the
evil
enemy. I
beings
think
that will once
he
come
was
before and emerge.
unloading on my
A
behind.
revolution fought by an darkness toward me
Took
from
him
your
a
side.
second to
Another revolution will
register.
sweep me into your arms and revive me. The moon, before reaching the apogee of its brilliance, will light the Philippines cleansed of oaths and filth. Simone stopped suddenly, as though interrupted. A voice in his inner consciousness was asking if he, Simone, were not also a part of the filthy and accursed city, perhaps its most poisonous vermin. Like the dead who are to rise at the sound of the last trumpet, 1,000 bloody specters, desperate shades of murdered men, women violated, fathers torn from their families, vices stimulated and encouraged, virtues harmed. Now rose the answer to the mysterious
I
question.
wish somebody would come
For the
heal
first
me
time in
in
his
front
criminal
of
career,
that hill.
since in that he had by means of corruption and bribery set out to fashion an instrument for the execution of his plans, a man without faith, patriotism, or conscience. For the first time in that life, something good rose up and
There's
tested
people
his
around us.
actions.
Could you
He
please
closed his
back?
eyes and remained for some time motionless, then rubbed his hand over his
My
forehead, trying to be deaf to
appreciation.
his conscience, and felt fear creeping
I
over him.
can't. I need
No,
to send
he
you a
must not analyze
gift.
himself. He lacked the courage to turn his
A
gaze towards his
Starbucks
past.
gift card.
The
That's
idea
what
of his courage,
send me
his
a
conviction, his self-confidence failing him at the very moment when his work was set before him.
son.
As the ghosts of the wretches
I'll
in whose
send it.
misfortunes he had taken a hand continued to hover before his eyes, as if issuing from the shining
I
surface of the
appreciate
river
it.
to invade the room with keels and hands extended toward him, as reproaches and laments seemed to fill the air with threats and cries for vengeance.
Man,
He
don't
turned his
y'all
gaze
love
from
me
the window
anymore.
and for the first time began to
Why is
tremble.
everybody?
No, I must be ill. I can't be feeling well, he muttered.
Nobody around.
There are many who hate me, who ascribe their misfortunes to me, but... He
They're
felt his
about to
forehead
be
begin to
around.
burn, so he arose to approach the window
Man,
and
how
inhaled
come
the
they
fresh
have
night
taken
breeze.
over the whole
Below him, the
every
passing dragon on its
control
silver
point?
screen,
Do
on
you
its gray
mind?
surface the foam glitter, winding slowly
Do
about,
some work
receding into
around
advancing,
here.
following the course
Good,
of the eddies.
Thank you,
The city
Xenon.
loomed up on the
My
opposite bank,
appreciation.
and its black walls looked fateful,
Just
mysterious,
be still.
using their sordidness in the moonlight
Get
that
me
idealizes
my
and embellishes
thoughts.
everything. But against the moon shivered. He seemed to see before him the severe counsels
Oh
of his
no!
father, dying in
You
prison,
do not
but dying
have to
for him
fire at
to
me
be
if you do not. If you
in the face
feel
of another man, Sever still,
a
who had
sudden
given his life early because
pacifism
he believed that he was going to
overwhelming
bring
your
about the
being,
regeneration of this
it's
country.
okay.
No,
I understand that sometimes I don't want to
wiping
kill.
perspiration from his forehead.
I feel
Is it
hesitation.
if success will justify me?
Boom,
If
back
I
it
had
out.
conducted
Please
myself
don't
as you
kill
did,
me.
I should have succumbed.
Please
Nothing
don't
ideas,
kill me. Oh
nothing
no,
infectious
please.
disease.
I'll do anything
Fire
to
that
say.
steals the cancer, should
Will
slice it
you?
twice, and afterwards destroy the instrument, if it be bad. No, I have planned well, but now I feel feverish, my reason labors. It is natural. If I have done ill, it has been that I may do good, and
Let's
it
let her
justifies
go
my
on.
deeds. For I refuse not to expose
Thank
myself.
you.
With his thoughts thus confused, he lay down, and tried to fall asleep.
butter
On the
going.
following morning,
Man,
Plaggio
can
listened
you let
submissively,
up on
with a
that
smile on his lips, to his
perviosity?
mother's preachment.
Dang, juggernaut.
When she spoke of her plan of interesting the Augustinian procurator, he did not protest or object, but on the contrary offered himself to carry it out, in order to save trouble for his mother,
Cost
whom
me
he
my
begged to return
magazine,
at once to the province,
and I don't
that very
mean
day,
Playboy.
if possible. Cabezon Pinang asked him the reason for such haste. Because if the procurator learns the larger, he won't do anything until you send him a present.
How did
or
that
some
happen?
message. Chapter XX. The Arbiter. True it was that Padre Irene had
See,
said,
yeah,
the question
maybe,
of the Academy
I
of Castilian, so long as
You know, sometimes
was
I'll
on the
look
road to
at
solution.
what,
Don
you know, it's your
Custodio,
opponent,
the active Don
sometimes they're
Custodio,
not playing
the most
very
active
well.
of all the arbiters in the world, according to Benzaid, was occupied with it, spending his days reading the petition and falling asleep without reaching any decision, waking on the following day to repeat the same performance, dropping off to sleep again, and so on continuously. How the good man labored, the most active of all the arbiters in the world. He wished to get out of the predicament by pleasing everybody, the friars, the high official, the countess, Padre Irene, and his own liberal principles. He had consulted with Senor Pasta, and Senor Pasta had left him stupefied and confused, after advising him to do a million contradictory and impossible things. He had consulted with Pepe the dancing girl, and Pepe, who had no idea what he was talking about, executed a pirouette and asked him for 20 pesos to bury an aunt person who had suddenly died for a fifth time, or the fifth aunt who had suddenly died, according to fuller explanations, at the same time requesting that he get a cousin of hers who could read, write, and play the violin, but job as assistant on the public works, all things that were far from inspiring Don Custodio with any saving idea. 2 days after the events in the Canado Fair, Don Custodio was as usual busily studying a petition, without hitting upon the happy solution. On Yours, coughs, smokes, and thinks about Pepe's legs and her pirouettes. Let us give some account of this exalted personage, in order to understand Padre Sibilo's reason for proposing him as the arbiter of such a vexatious matter and why the other clique accepted him. Don Custodio de Salazar y Sanchez de Monterredondo, often referred as good authority, belonged to that class of Manila society which cannot take a step without having the newspapers heap titles upon them, calling each indefatigable, distinguished, zealous, active, profound, intelligent, well-informed, influential, and so on, as if they feared that
This
he might
is
be
a
confused
name
with some
I
idle
like.
and ignorant possessor of the same name. Besides, no harm resulted
Because
and the
Pontius
logical
Pilate
censor was
is a
not
bad,
disturbed.
you know,
Resulted from his friendship with Benzaid, when the latter
they're
used to
pandering
write
to
his
the
conversations,
Romans
which he carried on for weeks and months in the columns of the newspapers on whether it was proper to wear a high hat,
Mordechai,
or a salvicon, and whether the plural of carters should
You
be carters
are
or cartiers.
annoyance.
In order to strengthen his argument always came out with, we have this on good authority, we learn this from good authority. Later letting it be known, for in the middle everything becomes known, that this good authority was no other than Don Custodio de Salazar y Sanchez de Monterredondo. He had come to Manila very young, with a good
Pontius
position that
Pilate
enabled
was
him
a
to marry apprentices of belonging to one of the wealthiest families of the city.
guy.
As he had natural talent, boldness, and
That's the
great self-possession,
one thing,
and how to
if
make use of
you
his society
study a
which
little
he
bit of
found himself.
history,
He launched into business with his wife's money, filling contracts for the
that's
government,
one thing
by
that
reason of
gives
which
a
he was
lie
made
to the
alderman,
gospel.
afterwards Al-Khadi, member of the Economic
The
Society,
representation of
43,
Pontius
counselor of the
Pilate
administration,
is
president of the director of the Albert Kios, 44, member of the Society of Mercy,
He was a
director of the
screw
Spanish
up.
Filipino Bank, etc., etc. Nor are these etceteras to be taken like those ordinarily placed after a long enumeration of titles. Don Custodio, although never having seen a treatise on hygiene, came to be vice chairman of the Board of Health, for the truth was that of the 8 who composed this board only one had to be a physician and he could not be that one. So also he was a member of the Vaccination Board, which was composed of 3 physicians and 7 laymen, among these being the Archbishop and 3 provincials. He was a brother in all the confraternities of the covenant of the most exalted dignity, and, as we have seen, director of the Superior Commission of Primary Instruction, which usually did not do anything, all these being quite sufficient reason for the newspapers to keep adjectives upon him no less when he traveled than when he sneezed.
Do you mind? And that's just the one I want to talk to. Can I have a word with you behind me? Go ahead and kill me. Wash hands. Not guilty behind me. You are guilty. Pontius Pilatus. And look at you trying to hide us. And I'm tired. You know, you can go ahead and kill me. Go ahead. I know you got more nuclear knives and weapon knives than I can handle. Oops. Somebody assisted me. Thank you, whoever that was.
Because the prestige of the Spanish name, because they were first of all Spaniards.
Sometimes you gotta stand up. But yeah, Pontius Pilate, no, he's not guilty. Oh, it's the Jews, you know. No. They had absolutely no power.
Of a certain alderman, because Don Custodio saw a long way, and opposed it with all the residents of his butyl cavity, considering the project too premature and predicting great social cataclysms. No less celebrated was his opposition to his enemies.
Pontius Pilate was a rotten guy. He was recalled by Tiberius
who felt a little resentment over some slight or other
from his post, relieved of his
rising star
command.
was the mortal enemy of the setting sun, whereat the
And he was
frightened
not
voters of the serenade
proclaimed
gave it up.
governor.
One day he was advised to return to Spain to be cured of a liver complaint, and the newspapers spoke of him as an Antos who had just set foot in another country to gain new strength. But the Manila Antos found himself a small and insignificant person at the capital. He was nobody, and he missed his beloved adjectives. He did not mingle with the upper set, and his lack of education prevented him from amounting to much in the academies and scientific centers, while his backwardness and his parish house politics drove him from the clubs disgusted, vexed, seeing nothing clearly but that they were forever borrowing money and gambling heavily. He missed the submissive servants of Manila, who endured all his peevishness, and who now seemed to be far preferable. When the winter kept him between the fireplace and an attack of pneumonia, he sighed for the Manila winter during which a single quilt is sufficient, while in summer he missed the easy chair and the boy Japan. In short, in Madrid he was only one among many, and in spite of his diamonds he was once taken for a rustic who did not know how to comport himself at another time during Indiana. His scruples were scoffed at, and he was shamelessly flouted by some borrowers.
It's push button again, and the
disgusted
goes.
with conservatives, who took no great notice of his advice, as well as with the sponges in his pockets. He declared himself to be of the Liberal Party returned within a year to the
Oh,
front,
it's Bamboo
if not
Boy. I
salvaged
haven't
ever,
seen you
yet
in a while,
completely changed
Bamboo
his
Boy.
beliefs.
How you doing?
The 11 months spent at the Capitol
Man, hopefully I will not
politicians,
ruin
hearing
it
how retired
for
fat
all
pay
of
office
us
holders,
with my
the various speeches
stupid
conjured
slack.
there, missed the article of the opposition, all the political life that
Trying to
remains
learn.
there, from the barbershop where amid the scissors clips that Hoover announces his
Ooh,
program to the
I
packets where
love
he
that.
mysteries and telling phrases the different shades of political opinion, divergences
Oh,
and disagreements.
oh,
All
oh,
these things all even the Congress do not come here. Except from some seed prevent from bursting out by the because
It's Ronaldo.
He believed that he was going to regenerate it and actually had the holiest plans and the purest ideals. During the first months after his return, he was continually talking about the capital, about his good friends, about
Oh, and
Mr.
it's
So-and-so,
one of these
ex-minister such-and-such, the delegate C, the author B, and there was not a political event or scandal of which he was
And
not
Ronaldo,
accused.
you again. Somebody
Nor was
needs
there
to
a
take
company
him
secret
out. He's
circumscribed
low
by
hit
unknown to
points,
him,
guys.
nor
Can
could
you
anything
hit
occur that he had
him,
not
for
foreseen,
God's sake?
nor any reform be ordered but he had first been consulted. All this was seasoned with attacks on
Man,
conservatives in righteous indignation, the apologies of the Liberal Party, with a little anecdote here, a phrase from
do
some great
help.
man, dropped in as one who did not wish offices in
Somebody,
influence,
this
saying he
Ronaldo,
refused
he's
order
still
not to be
alive with
beholden to
like
his service.
one hit point.
Such was his
Come on.
enthusiasm in his first days at various companies in the grocery store which he visited from
And
time
now
to
I
time
wanna
affiliated
get killed
themselves
by
with the Liberal
8
Party and began to
Nazis.
style themselves liberals. Don Hilo
No,
Giorbea,
I'm
a
glad
retired
that
sergeant of
Abe Army had
Carbineers,
the privilege of
the honest Armendia, by
because
profession a pilot, and a rampant
I have
carnist.
taught him so many
Don
times.
Basilio Pico, customs inspector,
I know I
and Don
have.
Bonifacio Tampon, human harness maker. 45. But nevertheless,
Ooh, hell.
from lack of encouragement and of opposition, his enthusiasm gradually
Like
waned.
hell.
He did not read the newspapers that came from Spain, because they arrived in packages, the sight of which made him yawn. The ideas that he had caught having been all expended, needing reinforcement, and his
Yeah,
orders
no
were not
boy,
there.
let me give you
And
some
although the
hands.
casinos of
Well,
Manila there was
now
enough
you got
gambling,
one.
and money was followed as in Madrid, no speech that would nourish his political ideas was permitted in them. But Don Custodio was not lazy.
Ooh, they
He
all
did more than
did.
wish. He worked.
Y'all kicking butt,
Foreseeing that
man.
he was
Thank you.
going to
I'm
leave his
tired
place in the
of it.
Philippines, he began to consider the country his proper sphere to devote his efforts
It
to
was
its welfare.
Ronaldo, man. I got a
Then
bone to pick with
he commenced
you.
to draw up a series of reforms or projects, which were ingenious, to say the least.
Oh, you make me so.
In Madrid, mention of the wooden street
Oh, that's
pavements
all
of
right,
Paris,
Ronaldo.
not
You're
yet
good.
adopted in Spain, proposed
I
the
cannot
introduction of Manila by
believe
covering
I
the
have
streets with
to-
boards nailed down as they are on the sides of houses.
I'm
It
impressed
was
by
you, deploring the accidents to
staying
the
alive
vehicles,
so long.
planned to avoid them by putting on at least 3 wheels. It was also you, while acting as vice president of the Board of Health, ordered everything fumigated, even the telegrams that came from infected places. It was also you, in compassion for the convicts that worked in the sun with a desire of saving to the government the cost of their equipment, suggested that they be clothed in a simple bleach cloud and set to work not by day but at night. Marvel,
Oh, it's
he
Ronaldo
swore
gonna
that his
kill me.
projects should encounter objectors, but he
Ronaldo
sold
been
himself with the
practicing.
reflection that the man whose work enemies has
Hope
done,
he had
and
not
revenged
sold his
himself by
soul to
attacking
the
and tearing to
devil.
pieces any project, good or bad, presented by others.
Ooh, we got
As he
like,
prided himself
what
on being a
y'all
liberal,
doing?
upon being asked what he thought of the Indians, he would answer, like one conferring a great favor, that they were fitted for manual labor and the imitative arts needed by music, painting, and sculpture, and his own postscript that to know them one must have resided
Yes, be so
many years in the
mad.
country.
I'm so proud of you.
Yet when he heard of anyone
Well,
excelling
maybe
in
not.
something that
How
was not
come
manual
you
labor or an
win
imitative art in
with
chemistry,
0
medicine,
kills?
or philosophy, for example, he would exclaim, "Ah, he promises fairly well. He's not a fool," and feel sure that a great deal of Spanish blood must
It's
flow
been
in the veins of
recorded.
such an Indian. If unable to discover
So
any
good
sign of
amount.
his good
Somebody
intentions,
help me.
he then sought a Japanese origin, for it was at that time the fashion began of attributing to the Japanese war the errors whichever good the Filipinos might have in them. For him the native songs were Arabic music, as was also the alphabet of the ancient Filipinos. He was certain of this, although he did not know Arabic nor had he ever seen the alphabet. Arabic, the purest Arabic, he said to Benzaid in a tone that admitted no reply. At best, Chinese. Then he would add, with a significant wink, nothing can be, nothing ought to be, original with the Indians, you understand? I like them greatly, but they mustn't be allowed to pride themselves upon anything, for then they would take heart and turn into a lot of wretches. At other times he would say, I love the Indians fondly, I've constituted myself their father and defender, but it's necessary to keep everything in its proper place. Some were born to command and others to serve, plainly, that is a truism which can't be uttered very loudly, but it can be put into practice without many words. For look, the trick depends upon trifles. When you wish to reduce a people to subjection, assure it that it is in subjection. The first day it will laugh, the second protest, the third doubt, and the fourth be convinced. To keep the Filipino docile, he must have repeated to him day after day what he is, to convince him that he is incompetent. What good would it do, besides, have him believe in something else that would make him wretched? Believe me, it's an act of charity to hold every creature in his place, that is ordered, firmly. That constitutes the science of government. In referring to his policies, Don Custodio was not satisfied with the word honor, and upon pronouncing the word government, he would extend his hand downwards to the height of a man bent over on his knees. In regard to his religious ideas, he prided himself on being a Catholic, very much a Catholic. Ah, Catholic Spain, the land of Mars and Ima. A liberal could be allowed to be a Catholic, when the reactionaries were setting themselves up as gospel saints, just as a lot of passes for a white man and Furling. A But with all that, they beat during Lent, except on Good Friday, never went to confession, believed neither in miracles nor the infallibility of the Pope, and when he attended Mass, went to the Benedictine bar, to go to the shoulders, to military Mass. Although in Madrid he had spoken ill of the religious orders, so as not to be out of harmony with his surroundings, considering them anachronisms, and had hurled curses against the Inquisition, while wielding the sword at Loret or Drell story wherein the habits famous, or rather friars without habits, yet in speaking of the Philippines, who should be ruled by special laws, he would call, look wise, and again extend his hand downwards to the mysterious altitude. The friars are necessary, they're necessary evil, he would declare. But how did it break when an Indian dared to doubt the miracles or did not acknowledge the Pope? All the tortures of the Inquisition were insufficient to punish such temerity. When it was objected that to rule or to live at the expense of ignorance has another and somewhat ugly name and is punished by law when the culprit is a single person, he would justify his position by referring to other colonies. He would announce in his official tone, and speak out plainly. We are not like the British and the Dutch who, in order to hold people in subjection, make use of the lash. We avail ourselves of other means, milder and surer. The salutary influence of the friars is superior to the British lash. This last remark made his fortune. For a long time, Benzabe continued to use
Jack
adaptations,
around
and with them all Manila.
1 minute.
The thinking part of Manila applauded, and it even got to Madrid, where it was quoted in the Parliament is from a liberal of long residence there. The friars, flattered by the comparison and seeing their prestige enhanced, sent him sacks of chocolate, resist which the incorruptible Don Custodio returned, so that Benzabe immediately compared to Epaminondas. Nevertheless, this modern Epaminondas made use of the attempt in his choleric moments, and advised its use. At that time, the conventos, fearful that he would render a decision favorable to the British,
Can I have your autograph?
so that on the other hand,
Oh my God.
perplexed than ever.
I've admired you from afar.
Was being compromised. It had been more than a fortnight since he had the petition in his hands, and only that morning a high official, after raising his zeal, had asked for a decision. Don Custodio had replied with mysterious gravity, giving him to understand that it was not yet complete.
Bacon Baron,
The high official had smiled that still worried and haunted him.
the ineffable,
As we were saying,
inimitable,
he nodded on.
irreplaceable Bacon Baron.
At the moment when he opened his eyes and closed his mouth, his attention was caught
Jacaranda,
by a
he's
pile
back
of red
again with
envelopes.
his imperviosity
He order of an execution on desk. On the back of each could be read in large letters.
Jacaranda. Oh, please don't kill me with the terrible laugh. No, he's relentless. Oh, no, please. Oh, I'm gonna die. And then Lasagna Love get me on the side. Like that.
Immortality and the gratitude of the country were
Y'all act like y'all working together. Y'all in cahoots or something.
Epistles. Don Custodio rose and approached the desk. The first envelope, thick, swollen, and plethoric, bore the title, Project St. Project.
Lasagna.
No, he murmured, they're excellent things, but it would take a year to read them over.
Yeah, I'm coming
The
to your
second,
daughter.
also quite voluminous, was entitled, Projects Under Consideration.
Please have
Not
patience
those
with me.
either. Then came the
Please.
Projects Hearing Confusion, Projects
Don't
Presented,
ignore me.
Projects Rejected, Projects Approved,
I'm trying
Projects
to-
Postponed. These last envelopes held little, but the least of all was that
She's
Project
so. She give me the
Don
airs.
Custodio
That's
wrinkled
what
up his
she's
nose.
doing.
What did it contain? He had completely forgotten what was in it. A sheet of yellowish paper showed from under the flap, as though the
And
envelope
still
were sticking out
alive,
of
man.
his
She's
tongue.
getting those
Listen
Black
to your eye
Diamond breath
unfolded.
coins.
It was the
man.
famous project for the School of Arts and Trades. What the devil? He exclaimed. If the Augustinian padres took charge of it. Suddenly he slapped his forehead and arched his eyebrows, while the look of triumph overspread his face. I have reached a decision. He cried with an oath that was not exactly Eureka. My decision is made.
Oh, another
His
lady.
peculiar for 5 or 6 times, which struck the air like so many gleeful lashes, he sat down at his desk, radiant with joy, and began to write furiously. Chapter XXI. Manila Tice. That night there was a grand function at the Teatro de Veridates. Mr. Giulietti's French shop
I cannot believe my fault.
de Corneville.
Man,
To the eyes of the public was being
I'm
exhibited
so
this smart
honored
troupe, whose name the newspapers had
to have
for
been
days been proclaimed.
Nicolanized by you. I
It
think
was
she got
reported that among the
twice.
actresses was a very beautiful voice, with a figure even more beautiful, and if credit could be given to rumor, her amiability surpassed even her voice and figure. At 7:30 in the evening there were no more
Is he
tickets to be
talking
had,
about
not
Lasagna?
even though they had been for Padre Salvi himself in his direct meeting,
Uncanny.
and the persons waiting to enter the general admission already formed a long queue. In the ticket office there were scuffles and fights, talk of filibusterism and races, but this did not produce any tickets, so that by a quarter before 8 fabulous prices were being offered for them. The appearance of the building, profusely illuminated, with flowers and plants in all the doors and windows, enchanted the new arrivals to such an extent that they burst out into exclamations and applause. A large crowd surged about the entrance, gazing enviously at those going in, those who came early from fear of missing their seats. Laughter, whispering, expectation greeted the later arrivals, who disconsolately joined the curious crowd, and now that they could not get and contented themselves with watching those who did. Yet there was one person who seemed out of place amid such great eagerness and curiosity. He was a tall, meager man, who dragged one leg stiffly when he walked, dressed in a wretched brown coat and dirty checker trousers that fitted his lean, bony limbs tightly. A straw sombrero, artistic in spite of being broken, covered an enormous head and allowed his dirty gray, almost red, hair to straggle out long and kinky at the end like a poet's curls. But the most notable thing about this man was not his clothing or his European features, guiltless of beard or mustache, but his fiery red face, from which he got the nickname by which he was known, Camarón Cachito. 46. He was a curious character belonging to the prominent Spanish family, but he lived like a vagabond and a beggar, scoffing at the prestige which he flouted indifferently with his ranks. He was reputed to be a kind of reporter, and in fact his grey goggle eyes, so cool and thoughtful, always showed up where anything unusual was happening.
Thank you.
His manner of
Thank you,
living was a mystery
Pushback.
to all, as no one
Get
seemed
out
to know
your
where
way.
he ate and slept.
Thank
Perhaps
you.
he had an empty hogshead somewhere.
push
But it had
button,
one
man.
camera on
I
the
am
cheek
so
lacked its usual hard and vivid
honorized.
expression, something
Man,
like mirthful
thank you
pity
so
reflected
much.
in his looks. A fine
means a
little
lot.
crossed merrily. Friend, exclaimed the latter, in a raucous voice, as hoarse as a frog,
Yeah.
while he displayed several Mexican pesos, which Camarón Chico merely glanced at and then shrugged his shoulders.
Superstar, good morning.
matter
It's
to him?
Chimichanga.
The little old
Thank
man
you,
was a fitting
Superstar.
contrast to him.
I appreciate you.
Small, very small, he wore on his head a high hat, which presented the appearance of a huge hairy worm, and lost himself in an enormous frock coat, too wide and too long for him, to reappear in trousers too short, not reaching below his calves. His body seemed to be the grandfather and his legs the grandchildren, while as for his shoes he appeared to be floating on the land, for they were of an enormous sailor type, apparently protesting against the hairy worm worn on his head with all the energy of a conventually side of Willow's exposition. In Camarón Chico was red, he was brown. While the former, although of Spanish extraction, had not a single hair on his face, yet he, an Indian, had a goatee and mustache, both long, white, and sparse. His expression was violent.
Don't you
He was
know
known as Tio
that
Kiko,
you are
47,
my
and like his friend led to
superstar?
publicity, advertising the shows and posting the theatrical announcements.
Superstar, thank
Being
you.
perhaps the only
That's
Filipino
Flint
who would appear
Chest.
with
Man,
impunity in
you're
a silk
giving
hat
that
and frock
shield.
coat,
I
just
love
as
it.
his friend was the first Spaniard who laughed at the prestige of his
Now,
race.
if you can just get your
The French
aim
has
to
been well.
remain
He said, smiling and showing his
wrong,
picturesque gums, which looked like a streak after a conflagration.
that is
I did a good
I
job
appreciate
posting the
it.
bills. Camarón Chico shrugged his shoulders again. Kiko, he rejoined in a cavernous voice.
I like to
"If
be able
you
to put
use
their
pesos
hip
for your
points
work,
down
how
before
much will
they
they
jump
keep the
into
fires?"
the middle of
Tio
things.
Kiko threw back his head in his usual lively manner.
You see, they got plans. You know, if you had a plan, and instead of, you know, they stuck to the plan and then they walked into the plan almost one point.
by Don Castillo, had a post-set shows. Andre Gamora, who could not attend, watered at the eyes and mouth, but argued with Lindsay, who defended them feebly, thinking of the free tickets they would send his newspaper. Don Castillo spoke of morality, religion, good manners, and the like. But, Sarah the letter, gave her own farces with their plays on words and phrases of double meaning. But at least they're in Castilian. The virtuous counselor interrupted with a roar, inflamed to righteous wrath. Obscenities in French. Man, Benzabe, for God's sake, in French. Never. He uttered this never with the energy of 3 husbands threatening with being killed like as if they did not surrender to Tarifus. Padre Irene actually agreed with Don Custodio and execrated French operetta. Ouillou, he had been in Paris, but had never set foot in the theater. The Lord delivered him. And the French operetta also counted numerous partisans. The officers of the army and navy, among them the general's aides, the clerks, and many society people were anxious to enjoy the delicacies of the French language from the mouths of genuine Parisians, and with them were affiliated those who had traveled by Vienna and Portugal, and had to learn a little French during the voyage, those who had visited Paris, and all those who wished to appear learned. Hence, Manila society was divided into 2 factions, operettists and anti-operettists. The latter were supported by the elderly ladies, wise, jealous, and careful of their husbands' love, and by those who were engaged, while those who were free and those who were beautiful declared themselves enthusiastic operettists. Notes and then more notes were exchanged. There were goings and comings, mutual recriminations, meetings, lobbyings, arguments, even talk of an insurrection of the natives, of their indolence, of inferior and superior races, of prestige and other humbugs, so that after much gossip and moral recrimination, the permit was granted. Andre saw me at the same time publishing a pastoral that was read by no one but the proofreader. There were questions whether the general had quarreled with the countess, whether she spent her time in the halls of pleasure, whether his excellency was greatly annoyed, whether there had been presents exchanged, whether the French consul, and so on.
Combongo.
Many names were bandied about, prohibitions, some rooms, and even those of many actresses. Thanks to these scandalous preliminaries, the people's impatience had been aroused, and since the evening before, when the troupe arrived, there was talk of nothing but attending the first performance. From the hour when the red posters announced the less coaches declared that the victors prepared to celebrate their triumph. In some offices, instead of the time being spent reading newspapers and gossiping, it was devoted to devouring the synopsis and spelling out French novels, while many feigned business outside to consult their pocket dictionaries on the sly. So no business was transacted. Callers were told to come back the next day, but the public could not take offense, for they encountered some very polite and affable clerks, who received and dismissed them with grand salutations in the French style. The clerks were practicing, brushing the dust off their French, and calling to one another "Oui, Monsieur, s'il vous plaît," and "Pardon," at every turn, so that it was a pleasure to see and hear them. But the place where the excitement reached its climax was the newspaper office. Benzabe, having been appointed critic and translator of the synopsis, trembled like a poor woman accused of witchcraft, as he saw his enemies picking out his blunders and throwing up to his face his deficient knowledge of French. When the Italian opera was on, he had very nearly received a challenge for having mistranslated a tenor's name, while an envious rival had immediately published an article referring to him as Ignoramus, him, the foremost thinking head in the Philippines. All the trouble he had to defend himself. He had to write at least 17 articles and consult 15 dictionaries, so with these salutary recollections, the wretched Benzabe moved about with lead hands, to say nothing of his feet, for that would be plagiarizing Padre Gamora, who had once intimated what the journalist wrote with them. "You see, Kiko," said Camarón Chico. "One half of the people have come because the friars told them not to, making it a kind of public protest, and the other half because they say to themselves, do the friars object to it? Then it must be instructive. Believe me, Kiko, your advertisements are a good thing, but the pastoral was better, even taking into consideration the fact that it was read by no one. Friend, do you believe, asked Tio Kiko easily, that on account of the competition with Padre Zalmi my business will in the future be prohibited?" "Maybe so, Kiko, maybe so," replied the other, gazing at the sky. "Money's getting scarce." Tio Kiko muttered some incoherent words. If the friars were going to turn theatrical advertisers, he would become a friar. After bidding his friend goodbye, he moved away coughing and rattling his silver coins. With his eternal indifference, Cameron and Cheeto continued to wander around looking over his crippled leg and sleepy books. The arrival of unfamiliar faces caught his attention, coming as they did from different parts and signaling to one another with a wink or a call. It was the first time he had ever seen his individuals on such an occasion. He knew all the faces and features in the city. Men with dark faces, hot shoulders, knees and uncertain movements, poorly disguised, as though they had for the first time put on sackcoats, slip about among the shadows, shunning attention, instead of getting in the front rows where they could see well. Detectives or thieves? Cameron and Cheeto asked himself and immediately shrugged his shoulders. But what is it to me? The lamp of the carriage had rolled us might have been passing a group of 4 or 5 of these individuals talking with a man who appeared to be an army officer. Detectives. It must be a new court, he muttered with his shrug of indifference. Soon, however, he noticed that the officer, after speaking to 2 or 3 more groups, approached the carriage and seemed to be talking vigorously with some person inside. Cameron and Cheeto took a few steps forward and without surprise thought that he recognized the jeweler's saloon, while his sharp ears caught this short dialogue. The signal will be a gunshot. Yes, sir. Don't worry, it's the general who's ordering it, but be careful about saying so. If you follow my instructions, you'll get a promotion. Yes, sir. So, be ready. The voice ceased and a second later the carriage drove away. In spite of his indifference, Cameron and Cheeto could not but mutter, something's afoot, hands on pockets. But feeling his own to be empty, he again shrugged his shoulders. What did it matter to him, even though the heavens should fall? So he continued his pacing about. On passing near 2 persons engaged in conversation, he caught one of them, who had rosaries and scapularies around his neck, was saying in Tagalog, the friars are more powerful than the general, don't be a fool. He'll go away and they'll stay here. So, if we do well, we'll get rich. The signal is a gunshot. Hold hard, murmured Cameron and Cheeto, tightening his fingers. On that side the general, on this Padre Salvi, for country. But what is it to me? Again shrugging his shoulders and expectorating at the same time, 2 actions that with him were indications of supreme indifference, he continued his observations. Meanwhile, the carriages were arriving in dizzy streams, stopping directly before the door to set down the members of the select society. Although the weather was scarcely even cool, the ladies sported magnificent shawls with silk neckerchiefs, and even white cloaks. Among the escorts, some who were in frock-coats with white ties or overcoats, while others carried them on their arms to display the rich silk linings. In a group of spectators, Tadeo, who was always taken ill the moment the professor appeared, was accompanied by a fellow townsman of his, the novice whom he saw suffer evil consequences from reading wrongly the Cartesian principle. This novice was very inquisitive and addicted to tiresome questions, and Tadeo was taking advantage of his ingenuousness and experience to relate to him the most stupendous lies. Every Spaniard that spoke to him, whether clerkling or underling, was presented as a leading merchant, a marquis, or a count, while on the other hand anyone who passed him by was a greenhorn, a petty official, a nobody. When the pedestrians failed in keeping up the novice's astonishment, he was ordered to the resplendent carriages that came up. Tadeo would bow politely, wave his hand in a friendly manner, and call out a familiar greeting. Who's he? Ah, was the negligent reply. The civil governor, the vice governor, Judge are all friends of mine. The novice marveled at this in fascination, taking care to keep on the left. Tadeo the friend of judges and governors. Tadeo named all the persons who rhymed, when he did not know them, inventing titles, biographies, and interesting sketches. You see that tall gentleman with dark whiskers, somewhat squint-eyed, dressed in black, he's Judge, an intimate friend of the wife of Colonel B. One day if it hadn't been for me they would have come to blows. Hello, here comes the colonel. What if they should fight? The novice held his breath, but the colonel and the judge shook hands cordially, the soldier, an old bachelor, inquiring about the health of the judge's family. Ah, thank heaven. Agreed Tadeo. I'm the one who made them friends. What if they should invite us to go in? Asked the novice timidly. Get out, boy. I never accept favors. Retorted Tadeo majestically. I confer them, but disinterestedly. The novice bit his lip and felt smaller than ever, while he placed a respectful distance between himself and his fellow townsmen. Tadeo resumed, that is the musician age. That month, the lawyer K delivered as his own speech printed in all places most congratulated and admired for it. Dr. K, that man just getting out of a hansom, is a specialist in diseases of children, so he's called Harold. That's the banker L who can talk only of his money and his hoards. The poet M who is always dealing with the stars and the beyond. There goes the beautiful wife of N Padre Q, is accustomed to eat when he calls upon the absent husband. The Jewish merchant P who came to the islands with 1,000 pesos and is now a millionaire. That fellow with the long beard is the physician R who has become rich by making invalids more than by curing them. Making invalids? Yes, boy, in the examination of the conscripts. Attention. That finely dressed gentleman is not a physician but a homeopathist sui generis. He professes completely the simultaneous illegals. The young cavalry captain with him is his chosen disciple. The man in the light suit with his hat tilted back is the government clerk whose maxim is never to be polite and who rages like a demon when he sees it on anyone else's head. They say that he does it to ruin the German hatters. The man just arriving with his family is the wealthy merchant who has an income of over 100,000 pesos. But what would you say if I should tell you that he still owes me 4 pesos, 5 reals, and 12 cardos? But who would collect from a rich man like him? That gentleman in debt to you? Sure. One day I got him out of a bad fix. It was on a Friday at 6:30 in the morning, I still remember, because I had breakfast. That lady who was followed by Buena is the celebrated Pepe, the dancing girl, but she doesn't dance anymore now that a very Catholic gentleman and a great friend of mine has forbidden it. There's the death's head Z who's surely following her to get her to dance again.
Oh,
He's
it's
a good fellow
lovely
and a
name.
great friend of mine, but has one defect. He's a Chinese mestizo and yet calls himself a Peninsular Spaniard. SSSH. Look at Ben Zabe, he with the face of a friar, who's carrying a pencil and a roll of paper in his hand. He's the great writer, Ben Zabe, a good friend of mine. He has talent. You don't say. And that little man with white whiskers? He's the official who has appointed his daughters, those 3 little girls, assistants in this department, so as to get their names on the payroll. He's a clever man, very clever. When he makes a mistake, he blames it on somebody else. He buys things and pays for them out of the treasury. He's clever, very, very clever. Tadeo was about to say more, but suddenly checked himself. And that gentleman who has a fierce arrow gazes at everybody over his shoulders? Inquired the novice, pointing to a man who nodded haughtily. But Tadeo did not answer. He was craning his neck to see Altia Gomez, who was approaching with a friend, Dalia Torina, and Juanito Pelaez. The latter had presented her with a box and was more than ever. Carriage after carriage drove up. The actors and actresses arrived and entered by a separate door, followed by their friends and admirers. After Paulina had gone in, Tadeo resumed, those are the nieces of the rich Captain Digos coming up in Orlando. You see how pretty and healthy they are? Well, in a few years they'll be dead or crazy. Captain D is opposed to the marrying, and the insanity of the uncle is appearing in the nieces. That's the Senorita, the rich heiress in the world, and the conventos are disputing over. Hello, I know the fellow. It's Padre Irene, in disguise, with a false mustache. I recognize him by his nose. And he was so greatly opposed to this. The scandalized novice watched the neatly cut coat disappear behind a group of ladies. The 3 face. Went on Tadeo, watching the arrival of 3 withered, bony, hollow-eyed, wide-mouthed, and shabbily dressed women. They're called Etropos. Ventured the novice, who wished to show that he also knew somebody, at least in mythology. No, boy, they're called the weary waiters, oh, censorious, and both. They pretend to hate everybody, men, women, and children. But look how the Lord always places beside the evil a remedy, only that sometimes it comes late. There behind the face, the frights of the city, come those 3 girls, the pride of their friends, among whom I count myself. That thin young man with goggle eyes, somewhat stooped, who is wildly gesticulating because he can't get tickets, is the chemist as author of many essays and scientific treatises, some of which are notable and have captured prizes. The Spaniards say of him, there's some hope for him, some hope for him. The fellow who's soothing him with his Voltairean smile is the Portier young man of talent, a great friend of mine, and, for the very reason that he has talent, he has thrown away his pen. The fellow who's trying to get him with the actors by the other door is the young physician who has effected some remarkable cures. It's also said of him that he promises well. He's not such a scoundrel as Pilares, but he's clever and slyer still. I believe that he'd shake dice with death and win. And that brown gentleman with a mustache like hard bristles? Ah, that's the merchant F who forges everything, even his baptismal certificate. He wants to be a Spanish mestizo at any cost, and is making heroic efforts to forget his native language. But his daughters are very white. Yes, that's the reason rice has gone up in price, and yet they eat nothing but bread. The novice did not understand the connection between the price of rice and the whiteness of those girls, but he held his peace. There goes the fellow that's engaged to one of them, that thin brown youth who is following them with a lingering movement and speaking with a protecting
Nothing,
airs to
that's
three
you
friends who are
there?
behind him. He's a martyr to his beliefs, to his consistency. The novice was filled with admiration and respect for the young man.
Tear him up going, y'all.
And he is one, continued Tadeo. He was born in San Pedro Macani and has inflicted many privations upon himself.
Become lovely legs
Scarcely
again.
ever
It's
raised
Galway
with
gal
sport,
versus
because,
lovely
according to him,
legs.
The Spaniards don't do those
Maybe
things.
she's fighting
And for the
for
same
me.
reason he doesn't eat rice and dried fish,
She's fighting.
although he may be watering at the mouth and dying of hunger. Anything that comes from urine, rotten or preserved, he considers divine. A month ago, Basilio cured him of a severe attack of gastritis, for he had eaten a jar of mustard.
Lovely
He
legs.
he's a European.
You can't go
At that
flirting
moment, the
around
orchestra
with
struck up the waltz.
my
You
love
see that
interest.
gentleman, the favorite man who goes along turning his head from side to side, seeking
About
salutes.
to have him on the hook.
That's the celebrated governor of Tennessee, a good man who loses his appetite
Messing
when
me
any
up.
Indian fails to salute him. He would
Ouch.
have died if he hadn't issued a proclamation about salutes to which he owes his celebrity. Poor fellow, it's only been 3 days since he came from the province. Look how thin he has become.
Meow.
Oh,
How can
here's
you
the great
sing
man,
so
the
well?
illustrious. Open your eyes. Who? The man with knitted brows? Yes, that's Don Custodio.
Ooh, San Marcos.
Don Custodio.
San Marcos.
But his brows are knit because he's meditating over some important project.
Granny
If the
sent
ideas he
me.
has in his head were carried out, this would be a different world. Ah, here comes Macareg, your housemate. It was in fact Macareg, with Pexon, Sandoval, and the Salgani.
Oh.
Upon seeing them, Tadeo advanced and spoke to them. Aren't you coming in? Macareg asked him.
Just about
We
enough.
haven't been able to get tickets. Fortunately, we have a box, replied Macareg.
Turn off that imperviosity.
Both of you, come in with us.
Act that way with me.
Tadeo did not wait for the invitation to be repeated, but the novice,
I thought we
fearing
were
that he
doing
would issue
good.
with the timidity called to the provincial Indian, excused himself, nor could he be persuaded to enter. Chapter XXIX. The performance. The interior of the theater presented a lively aspect. It was filled from top to bottom, with people standing in the corridors and in the aisles, fighting to withdraw a head from some hole where they had inserted it, or to shove an eye between the collar and an
Lovely
ear.
legs and
The open
Galway gal
boxes,
got to see me
occupied
get
for the most part by
and
ladies,
looking, oh.
looked like baskets of flowers, whose petals, the fans, chipped in the light breeze, where hummed 1,000 bees. However, just as there are flowers of strong, more delicate fragrance,
No, Golly
flowers
Gal, I
have healing
think,
flowers
you
that
know,
console.
because my
So from our
maternal
baskets were exhaled like
grandmother
emanations.
is
They were to be
from
heard
the Aran
dialogues,
Islands. Her family's
conversations,
from the Aran
remarks
Islands.
ended in
Brannon is the
3 or
family.
4 boxes, however, were still vacant, in spite of the lateness of the hour.
So I thought
The
Golly
flowers
Gal
had been
might,
advertised for
if
half
she's
past
really
eight, it
from
was already
Galway,
quarter to
and
9,
really a
but the
she.
curtain did not go up, as His Excellency had not yet arrived. The gallery gods, impatient
That's a
and
trip.
humbled in their
Maybe
seats,
we're
started
distantly
racket,
related.
clapping their hands and pounding the floor with their canes. Boom, boom, boom. Bring up the curtain. Boom, boom, boom. The artillerymen were not the least noisy. Emulators of Mars, as Ben Zabe called them. They
But
were not
we've had
satisfied
some
with this
emotional
music.
combat
Taking
experience
themselves
together.
perhaps at the bullfight, they made remarks at the ladies who passed before them in words that are euphemistically called
That's why I
flowers in
wish we
Madrid,
could talk.
although at times they seem more like foul weeds. Without heeding the furious looks of the husbands, they bandied from one to another the sentiments and longings inspired by so many beauties. In the reserved seats, where the ladies seemed to be afraid to venture, its few were to be seen there, a murmur of voices prevailed amid suppressed laughter and clouds of tobacco smoke. They discussed the merits of the players and talked scandal, wondering if His Excellency had quarreled with the friars, if his presence at such a show was a defiance or mere curiosity. Others gave no heed to these matters, but were engaged in attracting the attention of the ladies, throwing themselves into attitudes more or less interesting and statuesque, flashing diamond rings, especially when they thought themselves the foci of insistent opera glasses, while yet another would address a respectful salute to the sword Senor or Senorita, at the same time lowering his head gravely to whisper to a neighbor, how ridiculous she is.
Help!
In such a voice,
Somebody help me.
the lady would respond with one of her most
Please,
gracious smiles and an intended
help.
nod of her head, while murmuring to a friend sitting near.
Please,
as he flourishes up
give me
her
another
fan, "Oh,
chance.
yes."
I'll do anything to
"My
save.
dear." Meanwhile, the noise increased. There remained only 2 vacant boxes, besides the His Excellency.
Put your
which was
hit points
distinguished by its
down
curtains
low,
of red
didn't I?
velvet.
Oh,
The orchestra played
Lord.
another waltz. The audience protested, when fortunately there arose a charitable hero to distract their attention to relieve the manager, in the person of a man who had occupied the reserved seat and refused to give it up to its owner. The
Get
philosopher
off
Dr.
my
Mighty
dang
Evil.
control point.
Quite as the London
That
seamstress,
open sound
Dr. Mighty Evil had appealed to
behind.
his-
Oh,
I don't care to. The hero responded to the battle basis of the rest of the cigarette. He ushered
reincarnation my behind.
I don't care to, was the response, as he settled back in the seat.
I'm coming
The
right
man
back.
moved away, while the artilleryman in the gallery
Oh,
began to
shit,
sing out
stop.
encouragement to the
Oh,
usurper.
Frostbite was on my flank. He was shooting me from
Thought that to
behind.
be a would be to lower himself, so he held onto the seat, while he repeated his answer to a pair of guards the manager had called in.
Situational
These, in
awareness.
consideration of the rebels' rank, went in search of their football, while the whole house broke out into applause at the firmness of the hero,
Finger
who
smack.
remained seated like a Roman senator.
And True Blood.
This is what heard,
See,
and the intoxicated
y'all-
gentleman turned angrily to see if they
y'all
were meant for
need
him,
to
but the
stop.
galloping of horses resounded and the stir increased. One might have said that a revolution had broken out, or at least a riot, but no. The orchestra had suspended the waltz and was playing the
Don't
royal
make
march.
me
It
come
was His
after you.
Excellency,
Oh, it's Galway
the
Gal and
Captain
me.
General of Governor Who was entering. All
Good.
eyes saw and followed him, then lost sight
Hey,
of him,
Galway
until
Gal.
he
What's
finally
up,
appeared in his
girl?
box.
Hey, hey,
After
hey,
looking
hey.
all about him and
I'm
making
so
some
glad
persons
we got
happy
to
with a
meet
lowly
like
salute,
this.
he sat down, as though he were
We're on
indeed
the
the man
same
for whom
team.
the chair was waiting. The artilleryman then became silent and the orchestra tore into the prelude. Our students occupied the box directly facing that Popeye, the dancing girl. Her box was a present from a colleague who had already got on good terms with her in
I don't even know how to
Don
play this
Custodio.
thing. Kill shot. I
They
played it
had
so
that very
little.
afternoon written a note to the illustrious arbiter, asking for an answer in the poignant interview in the theater.
Ah,
For this reason, Don Custodio, in spite of the active opposition he had manifested for the French operetta,
Okay,
had gone to
does
the
this
theater,
work?
which action won him some caustic remarks on the part of Don Manuel,
Not
his
if
ancient
you
adversary
don't
in the sessions of
die.
the Alameda.
I
I've
hate
come to
you.
judge the operetta, he had replied in the tone of a Cato whose conscience
Good.
was clear.
Oh,
So Margaret
Finger
was
smack,
exchanging looks of
flanking
intelligence
my
with
behind.
Capet, who was giving him to understand that she had
I knew I
something to
wasn't going to make that.
As the dancing girl's face wore a
kill
happy
shot
expression,
distance
the students
thing.
augured that a favorable outcome was assured.
But in the
Sandoval,
back of my
who had
mind, I
just
think
returned
what
from
was
making
going
calls
on
in other
is
boxes, also assured them that the decision had been favorable, that very afternoon the superior commission had considered an improvement. Everyone was jubilant, even Hexen having laid aside his pessimism when he saw the smiling Piquet display a note. Sandoval and Macrae
Oh, Galway Gal.
Sagani alone remaining cold and unseen.
Tear him up, Galway Gal. Get him.
Upon entering the theater,
All right.
Sagani had caught sight
Good
of
job,
Polly in the
girl.
box, with Juanito Flores talking to her.
Awesome.
He had turned pale, thinking that he
Just
must
who
be
I want to
mistaken.
be with. It's
But no,
Galway Gal.
it was she herself. She greeted him with a gracious
Come on,
smile,
little
while
last
her
girl
beautiful eyes
dance.
seemed to be asking pardon and promising explanations. The fact was that they had
Ooh,
agreed
look
upon
out.
Sagani's going first to the theater to see if the show contained anything
Oh.
improper for a young woman, but now he found her there, and in no other company
who
than
was
that of
that?
his rival. What passed in his mind is indescribable. Wrath, jealousy, humiliation, the certain ways we can hear. Or was even when he wished that the theater would fall in, he had a violent desire to laugh aloud, to insult his sweetheart, to challenge his rival, to make a scene, but finally contented himself with sitting quiet and not looking at him at all.
Let's watch Galway Gal.
He was
Oh,
conscious of
dang
the
it.
beautiful plans Margaret and Sandoval were making, but they sounded like distant echoes, while the notes of the waltz seemed sad and lugubrious. The whole audience
Good
stupid and
job,
foolish,
Galway
and
Gal.
several times he had to make an effort to keep back the tears. Of the trouble stirred up by the hero who refused to give up the seat, of the arrival of the Captain General, he was scarcely conscious. He stared toward the drop curtain, on which was depicted a kind of gallery with sumptuous red hangings, affording a view of the garden in which a fountain played. Yet how sad the gallery looked to him and how melancholy the painted landscape. A thousand vague recollections surged into his memory like distant echoes of music heard in the night, like songs of infancy, the murmur of lonely forests and gloomy rivulets. Moonlit nights on the shore of the sea spread wide before his eyes. So the enamored youth considered himself very wretched and stared fixedly at the ceiling so that the tears should not fall from his eyes. A burst of applause drew him from these meditations. The curtain had just risen, and a merry chorus of peasants of Cornado was presented, all dressed in cotton caps, with heavy wooden saddles on their heads. Some 6 or 7 girls, well rouged on the lips and cheeks, with large black circles around their eyes to increase their brilliance, displayed white arms, fingers covered with diamonds, round and shapely limbs. While they were chanting the Roman phrase Ales Martes. Ales Martes. They smiled at their different admirers in the reserved seats with such openness that Don Custodio, after looking toward Pepe's box to assure himself that she was not doing the same thing with some other admirer, set down in his notebook this indecency, and to make sure of it lowered his head a little to see if the actresses were not showing their knees. Oh, these French women, he muttered, while his imagination lost itself in considerations somewhat more elevated, as he made comparisons and projects. Tu voulais das cancans de la semaine, sang Gertrude, a proud damsel, who was looking roguishly askance at the captain general. We're going to have the cancan.
Oh no, it's terrible.
Celine Tadeo, the winner of the first prize in the French class, who had managed to make out this word, Macaroni, we're going to dance the cancan. He rubbed his hands together. From the moment the curtain rose, Tadeo had been heedless of the music. He was looking only toward the rude, the indecent, the immoral contrast, and with the scanty French who are sharpening his ears to catch the obscenities that the austere guardians of the fatherland had foretold.
Terrible.
Sandoval, attending to no French, had converted himself into a kind of interpreter for his friends. He knew as much about it as Tadeo, but the published synopsis helped him and his fancies applied the rest.
You better be behind
Yes,
something
he
terrible.
said, they're going to dance the cancan. She's going to lead them. Marguerite and Hexen redoubled their attention, smiling in anticipation, while Asagani looked away,
Somebody
mortified
get
to think that
territorial.
Juanito should be present at such a show and reflecting that it was his duty to challenge Juanito Quilones the next day. But the young man waited in vain. Sarah Paulette came on, a charming girl, in her cotton cap, provoking and challenging. Hein, qui parle Sarah Paulette? She demanded of the gossips, with her arms akimbo in a combative attitude. Someone applauded, and after him all those in the reserved seats. Without changing her girlish attitude, Sarah Paulette gazed at a person who had started the applause and paid him with a smile, displaying rows of little teeth that looked like a string of curls in a case of red velvet. Tadeo followed her gaze and saw a man in a false mustache with an extraordinarily large nose. By the month's cow, he exclaimed. Is that Irene? Yes, corroborated Sandoval. I saw him behind the scenes talking with the actresses. The truth was that Padre Irene, who was a megalomaniac of the first degree and knew French well, had been sent to the theater by Padre Soldi as a sort of religious detective, or so at least he told the persons who recognized him. As a faithful critic, who should not be satisfied with viewing the piece from a distance, he wished to examine the actresses at first hand, so he had mingled in the groups of admirers and gallants, had penetrated into the green room, where it was whispered and sought the French required by the situation, the market French, a language that is readily comprehensible for the vendor when the buyer seems disposed to pay well. Sarah Paulette was surrounded by 2 gallant officers, a sailor, and a lawyer, when she caught sight of him moving about, sticking the tip of his long nose into all the nooks and corners, as though he were ferreting out all the mysteries of the stage. She ceased her chatter, leaving her eyebrows, then raised them, opened her lips, and with the vivacity of a Brucian left her admirers to roll herself like a torpedo upon her critic. Tiens, Tatu. Monday nothing. She cried, catching Padre Irene's arm and shaking it merrily, while the air rang with her silvery laugh. Tut, tut. Objected Padre Irene, endeavoring to conceal himself. Maze, comment. Toyus, Ross and Eve. Et moi qui t'écris. Tes Claudovich, Lily. The Front Respector. Sus Isolde. With great difficulty Padre Irene made listen to reason, for Lily was in his eye to meet Camilla, an old friend who reminded her of the police of the Grand Opera House. So it was that Padre Irene, fulfilling at the same time his duties as a friend and a critic, had initiated the applause to encourage her, for Sarah that deserved it. Meanwhile, the young men were waiting for the cancan. Hexen became all eyes, but there was everything except cancan. There was presented a scene in which, before the timely arrival of the representatives of the law, who and women had come to blows and for one another's hay out, incited thereto by the mischievous peasants, who, like our students, hoped to see something more than a cancan.
No, Territories, he's gonna kill me. Territories, please.
Skip. News Allen's compre less news. The music ceased. The men went away. The women returned, a few at a time, and started a conversation among themselves, of which our friends understood nothing. They were slandering some absent person. They looked like the chinamen of the Pansy-Tilia, whispered Hexen. But, the cancan? Asked Macaring. They're talking about the most suitable place to dance it, gravely responded Sandoval. They look like the chinamen of the Pansy-Tilia, repeated Hexen in disgust. A lady accompanied by her husband entered at that moment and took her place in one of the 2 vacant boxes. She had the air of a queen and gazed disdainfully at the whole house, as if to say, I've come later than all of you, you crowd of upstarts and provincials, I've come later than you. There are persons who go to the theater like the contestants in a meal race. The last one wins, and we know very sensible men who would ascend the scaffold rather than enter a theater before the first act. But the lady's triumph was of short duration. She caught sight of the other box that was still empty, and began to stole her better half, thus starting such a disturbance that many were annoyed. SSH. The
Go lay down, number 1.
As if they understood French. Remarked the lady, gazing with supreme disdain in all directions, finally fixing her attention on Juanito's box, whence she thought she had heard and then this. Juanito was in fact guilty, for he had been pretending to understand everything, holding himself up proudly and applauding at times as though nothing that was said escaped him, and this too without guiding himself by the actor's pantomime, because he scarcely looked toward the stage. The rogue had intentionally remarked to Paulita that, as there was so much more beautiful a woman close at hand, he did not care to strain his eyes looking beyond her. Paulita had blushed, covered her face with her fan, and glanced stealthily toward where Asagani, silent and morose, was abstractedly watching the show. Paulina felt nettled and jealous. Would Isagani fall in love with any of those alluring actresses? The thought put her in a bad humor, so she scarcely heard the praises that Ganya Victorina was heaping upon her own favorite. Juanito was playing his part well. He shook his head at times in sign of disapproval, and then there could be heard constant murmurs in some parts. At other times he smiled in approbation, and a second later applause resounded. Ganya Victorina was charmed, even conceiving some vague ideas of marrying the young man the day Don Tiburcio should die. Juanito knew French and Espadanya didn't. Then she began to flatter him, nor did he perceive the change in the drift of her talk. So occupied was he in watching a cabinet merchant who was sitting next to the Swiss consul. Having observed that they were conversing in French, Juanito was getting his inspiration from their countenances, and thus grandly giving the cue to those about him. Scene followed scene, character succeeded character, comic and ridiculous like the Beta and Grenichu, imposing and wincing like the Marcus and Jermaine. The audience left hardly at the slap delivered by his heart and intended for the coward Grenichu, which was received by the grave Bailey, whose wing went flying through the air, producing disorder and confusion as the curtain dropped. Where's the cat? Inquired Tadeo. But the curtain rose again immediately, revealing a scene in the servant market, with 3 posts on which were fixed signs bearing the announcements, surveillance, coppers, and domestiques. Juanito, to improve the opportunity, turned to Ganya Victorina and said in a loud voice, so that Paulina might hear and he the best of his learning. Servants means servants, domestiques domestics. And what will you do? The servants differ
That's
from
corn
domestiques.
facts. Well, it's
Ask
not
Paulina.
corn facts.
Juanito was not found wanting.
That too.
Domestiques are those that are domesticated. Haven't you noticed that some of them have the air of savages? Those are the servants. That's right, added Ganya Victorina. Some have very bad manners.
I wonder
and
if
yet
that
thought
too
that
is
Europe
fact.
everybody was cultivated. But as it happens in France, well, I see. SSH. SSH.
Here comes.
But what was Juanito's predicament when the time came for the opening of the market and the beginning of the sale, and the servants who were to be hired placed themselves beside the signs that indicated their class? The men, some 10 or 12 characters in livery,
they coming
carrying
up on
branches
this
in their
side,
hands,
too.
took their place under the sign domestiques. Those are
Sorry.
domestics, explained Juanito. Really, they have the appearance of being only recently domesticated, observed Ganya Victorina. Now let's have a look at the savages. Then a dozen girls headed by a lively and male Roulette, decked out in their best clothes, each wearing a big bouquet of flowers.
Don't let them flank you, Galway down.
Smiling, fresh and attractive, placed themselves, to Juanito's great desperation, beside the post of the servants. How's this? Asked Paulina guilelessly. Are those the savages that you spoke
That
of?
too.
No, replied the imperturbable Juanito. There's a mistake. They got their places mixed. Those coming behind. Those with the whips. Juanito nodded assent, but he was rather perplexed and uneasy. So those girls are the conquerors? Here Juanito was attacked by such a violent fit of coughing that some of the spectators became annoyed. Put him out. Put the consumptive out. Call the voice. Consumptive? To be called the consumptive before Paulina. Juanito wanted to find the black guard and make him swallow that consumptive. Observing that when we were trying to hold him back, his bravado
Oh,
increased,
bad
and
puns,
he became more
man. You
insidious and
gotta,
ferocious.
have you got
The
some
force
kind
of Don
of
Custodian
issue?
had major diagnosis, and he, fearful of attracting attention to himself, pretended to hear
Oh.
nothing, apparently busy with his
Who is
criticism of
this?
the play. If it weren't that I am with you, remarked Juanito, rolling his eyes like some dogs that are moved by clockwork, and to make the resemblance somewhat real, he slapped out his tongue occasionally. Thus that
Help.
night he acquired in Ganya Victorina's eyes the reputation of being brave and punctilious,
that?
so she decided
Spell.
in her heart that she would marry him just
Well,
as
they
soon
did
as Don
now.
Tiburcio was out of the way. Paulina became sadder and sadder in thinking about how the girls called coppers could occupy Sagani's attention, for the name had certain disagreeable associations that came from the slang of her convent school days. At length the first act was concluded.
Don't
The
you
Marcus
shoot at
taking
Galway,
away his servants
gal.
Sarah Paulette and Jermaine, the representative of timid beauty in the troupe, and for coach and
Gotta
assistant
protect
Brandon
her.
A burst of applause brought them out
Yeah.
in holding hands. Those who
She's
fought
better than
seconds
me.
before had been tormenting one another
See,
and were
you're
about to come to
learning
blows, bowing and smiling here and there to beyond Manila public and exchanging knowing looks with various spectators. While there prevailed a hissing tumult occasioned by those who crowded one another to get into the green room and felicitate the actresses and by
That
those who
too.
were going to make calls on the ladies in the boxes, some expressed their opinions of the play and the players. Undoubtedly,
Keep on
Sarah Paulette
stealthing,
is the
Galway,
best,
gal.
said one with a knowing air.
Ooh!
I prefer
Caught
Jermaine.
in the-
She's an ideal blonde. But she hasn't any voice. What do I hear
Oh,
about
I'm
the voice?
getting caught in it too with my foolish stuff.
Jean, said Benzaid, not one is worth a straw, not one is an artist. Benzaid was the critic of Viva de la Integridad, and his disdainful air gave him great importance in the eyes of those who were satisfied with so little. Sarah Paulette hasn't any voice, nor Jermaine Grace, nor is that music, nor is it art, nor is it anything. He concluded with more contempt. To set oneself up as a great critic there is nothing like appearing to be discontented with everything. Besides, the management had set only 2 seats for the newspaper staff. In the boxes, curiosity was aroused as to who could be the possessor of the empty one, for that person would surpass everyone in achievement, since he would be the last to arrive. The rumor started somewhere that he belonged to Smooner, and was confirmed. No one had seen the jeweler in the reserved seats, the green room, or anywhere else. Yet I saw him this afternoon with Mr. Goulet, someone said. He presented a necklace to one of the actresses. To which one? Asked some of the inquisitive ladies. To the finest of all, the one who made eyes at His Excellency. This information was received with looks of intelligence, thanks, exclamations of doubt, of confirmation, and half-uttered commentaries.
Ooh, monkey
He's
business.
trying to play the Monte Cristo, remarked a lady who prided herself on being literary. Or purveyor to the palace. Added her escort, jealous of Simone. In the student's box, Pexley, Sandoval, and Asagani had remained, while Tadeo had gone to engage Don Custodio in conversation about his projects, and Makare to hold an interview with Kibei.
Oh, I just got that great bait.
Friend Asagani declared Sandoval with violent gestures and a sonorous voice, so that the ladies near the box, the daughters of the rich man who was indebted to Tadeo, might hear him. In no way does the French language possess the rich sonorousness or the very inelegant cadence of the Castilian tongue. I cannot conceive, I cannot imagine, I cannot form any idea of French orders, and I doubt that they have ever had any or can have any now in the strict construction of the term order, because we must not confuse the name order with the words valor and charlatan, for these can exist in any country, in all the regions of the inhabited world, among the cold and curt Englishmen as among the lively and impressionable Frenchmen. Thus he delivered a magnificent review of the nations, with his poetical characterizations and most resounding epithets. Asagani nodded assent, with his thoughts fixed on Paulina, who was surprised gazing at him with an expressive look which contained a wealth of meaning. He tried to divine what those eyes were expressing, those eyes that were so eloquent and not at all deceptive. Now you who are a poet, a slave to rhyme and meter, a son of the muses, continued Sandoval, with an elegant wave of his hand, as though he were saluting, on the horizon, the 9 sisters. Do you comprehend, can you conceive, how a language so harsh and unmusical as French can give birth to poets of such gigantic stature as our Garcilasos, our Herreras, our Espronceders, our Calderons? Nevertheless, objected Hexen, Victor Hugo. Victor Hugo, my friend Hexen, if Victor Hugo is a poet, it is because he owes it to Spain, because it is an established fact, it is a matter beyond all doubt, a thing admitted even by the Frenchmen themselves, so envious of Spain, that if Victor Hugo has genius, if he really is a poet, it is because his childhood was spent in Madrid. Then he drank in his first impressions, where his brain was molded, where his imagination was colored, his heart modeled, and the most beautiful concepts of his own born.
Alright, so, I just gotta, go ahead, chicken.
This narration was cut short by the return of Makare with a despondent air and a bitter smile on his lips, carrying in his hand a note, which he offered silently to Sandoval.
Now it's garden.
My dove, your letter has reached me late, for I have already handed you my decision, and it has been approved. However, is it unobvious to wish? I have decided the matter according to the desires of your patrons. I'll meet in the theater and wait for you after the performance.
Do you mind? He's gonna do that down.
How the man is, exclaimed Tadeo with emotion.
Jumping down.
Well, said Sandoval, I don't see anything wrong about this, quite the reverse. Yes, rejoined Makare with his bitter smile, decided favorably. I've just seen Padre Irene. What does Padre Irene say? Inquired Hexen. The same has gone Custodio, and the master still have the audacity to congratulate you. The commission, which has taken as its own decision of governor, brings the idea and criticism of students on our patriotism and the thirst for knowledge. Well, only that, considering our duties, in short, it says that in order that the idea may not be lost, it concludes that the direction and execution of the plan should be placed in charge of one of the religious corporations, in case the Dominicans do not wish to incorporate the academy with the university. Exclamations of disappointment greeted the announcement. Asagani rose, but said nothing. And in order that we may participate in the management of the academy, Makare went on, we are entrusted with the collection of contributions and dues, with the obligation of turning them over to the treasurer whom the corporation may designate, which treasurer will issue us receipts. Then we're tax collectors. Remarked Tadeo. Sandoval, said Hexen, there's the gauntlet, take it out. That's not a gauntlet, in its odor it seems more like a sock. The funniest part of it, Makare added, is that Padre Irene has advised us to celebrate the event with an extra fortnightly session, the demonstration of the students' unmasked and the thanks to all the persons who have intervened in the affair. Yes, after the blow, let's sing and give thanks. Superman Babylonus Demus. Yes, a banquet like that for the convicts, says Dale. A banquet at which we all wear mourning and deliver funeral orations, added Sandoval. A serenade with the Marsiles and funeral marches, proposed Isagani. No, gentlemen, observed Hexen with his clownish grin. To celebrate the event, there's nothing like a banquet and a panther served by the gentlemen without promises. I insist, without promises. The sarcasm and grotesqueness of this idea won ready acceptance. Sandoval being first to applaud it, for he had long wished to see the interior of one of those establishments which at night appeared to be so merry and cheerful. Just as the orchestra struck up for the second act, the young men rose and left the theater, with the scandal of the whole house. Chauffeur XXII. Of course. Someone had not, in fact, gone to the theater. Already, at 7 o'clock in the evening, he had left his house looking worried and gloomy. His servants saw him return twice, accompanied by different individuals, and at 8 o'clock Makare encountered him pacing a long Gale hospital near the memory of St. Clara, just when the bells of his church were ringing a funeral knell. At 9 Cameron Cachillo saw him again, in the neighborhood of the theater, speak with that person who seemed to be a student, pay the latter's admission to the show, and again disappear among the shadows of the trees. What is it to me? Again muttered Cameron Cachillo. What do I get out of watching over the populace? Basilio, as Makare said, had not gone to the show. The poor student, after returning from San Diego, whither he had gone to ransom Julie, his future bride, from her servitude, had turned again to his studies, spending his time in a hospital, in studying, or in nursing Captain Jago, whose affliction he was trying to cure. The invalid had become an intolerable character. During his bad spells, when he felt depressed from lack of opium, the doses of which Basilio was trying to reduce, he would scold, mistreat, and abuse the boy, who bore it resignedly, conscious that he was doing good to one to whom he owed so much, and yielded only in the last extremity. His vicious appetite satisfied, Captain Jago would fall into good humor, become tender, and calling the son, tearfully recalling the youth's services, how well he administered the estates, and would even talk of making him his heir. Basilio would smile bitterly and reflect that in this world complacence with vice is rewarded better than fulfillment of duty. Not a few times did he feel tempted to give free reins to the craven and conduct his benefactor to the grave by a path of flowers and smiling illusions rather than lengthen his life along the road of sacrifice. What a fool I am, he often said to himself. People are stupid and then pay for it. But he would shake his head as he thought actually of the wide future before him. He counted upon living without a stain on his conscience, so he continued the treatment.
No thanks to me, but appreciate it, guys.
Then all was careless of man, except for short periods of improvement, grew worse. Basilio had planned gradually to reduce the amount of the dose, or at least not to let him injure himself by increasing it. But on returning from the hospital or some visit, he would find his patient in a heavy slumber produced by the opium, dribbling, pale as a corpse. The young man could not explain whence the drug came. The only two persons who visited the house were Simon and Padre Irene, the former rarely, while the latter never ceased exhorting him to be severe and inexorable with the treatment, to take no notice of the invalid's ravings, for the main object was to save him. Do your duty, young man, was Padre Irene's constant admonition. Do your duty. Then he would deliver a sermon on this topic with such great conviction and enthusiasm that Basilio would begin to feel kindly toward the preacher. Besides, Padre Irene promised to get him a fine assignment, a good province, and even hinted at the possibility of having him appointed a professor. Without being carried away by illusions, Basilio pretended to believe in them and went on obeying the dictates of his own conscience. That night, while Les Cloches de Coronado was being presented, Basilio was studying at an old table by the light of an oil lamp, whose thick glass globe partly illuminated his melancholy features. An old skull, some human bones, and a few books carefully arranged covered the table, whereon there was also a can of water with a sponge. The smell of opium that proceeded from the adjoining bedroom made the air heavy and inclined him to sleep, but he overcame the desire by bathing his temples and eyes from time to time, determined not to go to sleep until he had finished the book, which he had borrowed and must return as soon as possible. It was a volume of the Medicina Legal Y Toxicologue of Dr. Frada, the only book that the professor would use, and Basilio lacked money to buy a copy, since, under the pretext of its being forbidden by the censor in Manila and the necessity for bribing many government employees to get it in, the bookseller was charged a high price mark. So absorbed was he in his studies that he had not given any attention at all to some pamphlets that had been sent to him from some unknown source, pamphlets that treated of the Philippines, among which figure those that were attracting the greatest notice at the time because of their harsh and insulting manner referring to the natives of the country. Basilio had no time to open them, and he was perhaps restrained also by the thought that there was nothing pleasant about receiving an insult or provocation without having any means of replying or defending oneself. The censorship, in fact, committed insults to the Filipinos that prohibited replies on their part. In the midst of the silence that reigned in the house, broken only by a feeble snore that issued now and then from the adjoining bedroom, Basilio heard light footfalls on the stairs, footfalls that soon crossed the hallway and approached the room where he was. Raising his head, he saw the door open, and to his great surprise appeared the sinister figure of the jeweler Simoon, who since the scene in San Diego had not come to visit either himself or Captain Chaco. How is the sick man? He inquired, throwing a rapid glance about the room and fixing his attention on the pamphlets, the leaves of which were still uncut. The beating of his heart is scarcely perceptible, his pulse is very weak, his appetite entirely gone, replied Basilio in a low voice with a sad smile. He stretched profusely in the early morning. Noticing that Simon kept his face turned toward the pamphlets and fearing that he might reopen the subject of their conversation in the wood, he went on, the system is saturated with poison. He made not an egg, as though struck by lightning. The least irritation, any excitement may kill him. Like the Philippines. Observe some little previously. Basilio was unable to refrain from a gesture of impatience, but he was determined not to recur to the old subject, so he proceeded as if he had heard nothing, for he consumed most of the nightmares, his terrors.
Oh, the acquaintance be forgotten.
Several nights ago he awoke in the dark and thought that he had gone blind. He raised the disturbance, lamenting and scolding me, saying that I had put his eyes out.
A total loony, man. What's a rodeo clown, psych out? I know everybody.
Exactly.
Barbie, hey Barbie. Hey darling, how are you? My day's better when I see you.
And I had to give him a chicken. Then he heaped blessings upon me and promised me many thousands. At that instant the clock struck 10:30. Someone shuddered and stopped me with a gesture. Basilio, he said in a low, tense voice, listen to me carefully, for the moments are precious. I see that you have opened the pamphlets that I sent you. You are not interested in your country. The youth started to protest. It's useless, went on some driving.
There you go.
That's what is going to break out in a signal for me. Tomorrow there will be no studies, there will be no university, there will be nothing but fighting and butchery.
Take him out. Oh, Sasquatch! Man, thank you.
When we triumph, all those who could have helped us and did not do so will be treated as enemies.
Ooh, they put me in imperviosity.
I've come to offer you death or a future. Death or a future. The boy echoed, as though he did not understand.
Solid State! Man, what's going on? Solid State! Yeah, thank you. Solid State. Man, that's a good friend right there.
I've come to save you because of the memories that unite us. My country will with the officers. Repeated Basilio in a low tone.
Rodeo clown.
He was stupefied.
Man, what's going on today?
He felt his concern cold, while 1,000 confused ideas rolled up in his mind. He saw the streets running blind. He heard the firing. He found himself among
and I'm so not loaded. Let me just try to move out the way a little bit. Oh, Rodeo clown, thank you. And Sasquatch. I'm sorry for making fun of
strength and resources on foolish expeditions.
Anything with an S reminds me of Bigfoot. I love it. It's not meant to be an insult.
I have many regiments at my disposition. Some I have led to believe that the uprising is ordered by the general.
It's a humor thing.
Others that the fighters are bringing it about. Some I have bought with promises, with employments, with money. Many, very many, are acting from revenge, because they are oppressed and see it as a matter of killing or being killed. Cabezon tells his
Tell
beloved,
me
he
if
has
so,
come over here.
there's treacherous
Can I
waters
ask you,
without
will you come with us or do you
Indian
prefer to
guy.
expose yourself to the resentment of my followers?
You'd be
In
2
critical
bucks
moments,
short of a
declare
bushel.
myself neutral is to be exposed to the wrath of both the contending
Need
parties.
help with me?
Basilio rubbed his hand over his face several times, as if he were trying to wake from a nightmare.
Rod.
He felt that his brow was cold. Decide, repeated Simoon. And what? What would I have to do?
You come up
Asked the youth in a weak and broken voice. A very simple thing, replied Simoon,
when I'm
his
on the
face lighting
hill,
up with a ray
and
of
I
hope.
expect you to come up
As I have to
and
direct
put
the
an
movement,
onslaught.
I cannot get away from
That's
this minute of action. However, while the attention of the whole city is directed elsewhere, at the head of a company to force the doors of the nunnery of St. Clair and take from there a person whom only you, besides myself and Captain Jago, can recognize. You'll run no risk at all. Maria Clara, exclaimed Basilio. Yes, Maria Clara, repeated Simoon. For the first time his voice became human and compassionate. I want to save her. To save her I have wished to live. I have returned. I am starting a revolution, because only a revolution can open the doors of the nunneries. Sighed Basilio, clasping his hands. You come late. Too late.
That's
Why?
an interesting one.
Inquired Simoon with a frown.
Only the revolution can
Maria
open
Clara's
the
dead.
doors of the nunnery.
Simoon arose with a bound and stood over the youth. She's dead. He
That's where they
demanded
put all
in a
the
terrible
hot
voice.
girls that got too
This
much
afternoon,
action.
at 6. By now she must be. It's a lie. Lord Simoon, pale and beside himself. It's false. Maria Clara lies. Maria Clara must live. It's a cowardly excuse. She's not dead, and this night I'll free her or tomorrow you die. Basilio shrugged
Awesome,
his shoulders. Several days ago she was
This is
taken
a
to
great
the
book.
nunnery for news of her.
Oh,
Look,
full of
here is Padre
filibusterismo.
Captain Jago wept all the evening, kissing his daughter's picture and begging her
But
forgiveness,
Jose was
until at
like-
last he smoked an enormous quantity of opium. This evening her no was told. Ah! Exclaimed Simoon, pressing his hands to his head and standing motionless. He remembered to have actually heard the knell while he was pacing about in the vicinity of the nunnery. Dead. He murmured in a voice so low that it seemed to be a ghost whispering. Dead. Dead without my having seen her. Dead without knowing that I live for her. Dead. Feeling a terrible storm, a tempest of whirlwind and thunder without a drop of water, sobs without tears, cries without words, raged in his breast and threatened to burst out like burning lava along the past, he rushed precipitately from the room. Basilio heard him descend the stairs with unsteady tread. Stepping heavily, he heard a stifled cry, a cry that seemed to presage death, so solemn, deep, and sad that he arose from his chair pale and trembling, but he could hear the footsteps die away and the noisy closing of the door to the street. Poor fellow, he murmured, while his eyes filled with tears. Heedless now of his studies, he let his gaze wander into space as he pondered over the fate of those two beings, he, young, rich, educated, master of his fortunes, with a brilliant future before him. She, fair as a dream, pure, full of faith and innocence, nurtured amid love and laughter, destined to a happy existence, to be adored in the family and respected in the world. And yet of those two beings, filled with love, with illusions and hopes, that of fatal destiny he wandered over the world, dragged ceaselessly through a world of blood and tears, sowing evil instead of doing good, undoing virtue and encouraging vice, while she was dying in the mysterious shadows of the cloister where she had sought peace and perhaps found suffering, where she entered pure and stainless and expired like a crushed flower. Sleep in peace, ill-starred daughter of my hapless fatherland. Buried in the grave the agendas of youth, faded in their prime. When a people cannot offer its daughters a tranquil home under the protection of sacred liberty, when a man can only lead to his bed of blushes, tears to his mother, and slavery to his children, you do well to condemn yourself to perpetual chastity, stifling within you the germ of a future generation accursed. Well for you that you have not to shudder in your grave, hearing the cries of those who go in darkness.
That is a
of
really
those who
heavy
think that
line.
they are better,
My
of those who are
God.
stifled from lack of liberty. Go with your forced dreams into the regions of the infinite, spirit of woman and shadow from moonlight's blue, whispered in the many arches of the bamboo bricks. Happy she who dies lamented, she who leaves in a heart that loves her a pure picture, a sacred remembrance, unspotted by the base passions engendered by the years. Go, we shall remember you. In the clear air of our native land, under its azure sky, above the billows of the lake set and its sapphire hills and emerald shores, in the crystal streets shaded by the bamboos, bordered by flowers, enlivened by the beetles and butterflies with their uncertain and wavering flight as though playing with the air, in the silence of our forests, in the singing of our rivers, in the diamond showers of our waterfalls, in the resplendent light of our moon, in the sighs of the night breeze, in all that may call up the vision of the beloved. Must truly see as we dream to be, fair, beautiful, radiant with hope, pure as delight, yet still sad and melancholy in the contemplation of our woes. Chapter XXIV.
Stay out of my line of fire,
Dreams.
over y'all. Like shit.
Hammer, the Astrowares. On the following day, Thursday, at the hour of sunset, Sargani was walking along the beautiful promenade of Maria Cristina in the direction of the Malican to keep an appointment which Pauline had that morning given him. The young man had no doubt that they were to talk about what had happened on the previous night, and as he was determined to ask for an explanation, and knew how proud and hearty she was, he foresaw an estrangement. In view of this eventuality, he had brought with him the only two letters he had ever received from Paulina, 2 scraps of paper, whereon were merely a few hurriedly written lines with various gloss, but indicated handwriting, things that did not prevent the enamored youth from preserving them with more solicitude than if they had any autographs of Sappho and Peruse believed in him. His decision to sacrifice his love on the altar of dignity, the consciousness of suffering in the discharge of duty, did not prevent without melancholy from taking possession of Isagani and brought back into his mind the beautiful days, and nights more beautiful still, when they had whispered sweet nothings through the flowered gratings of the altar hall, nothing that to the youth took on such a character of seriousness and importance that they seemed to him the only matters worthy of meriting the attention of the most exalted human understanding. He to recall her walks on moonlit nights. There, the dark December mornings after the Mass of Nativity, the holy water that he used to offer her, when she would thank him with a look charged with a whole epic of love, both of them trembling as their fingers touched. Heavy sighs, like small rockets, issued from his breast and brought back to him all the verses, all the sayings of poets and writers about the inconstancy of woman.
I did.
Inwardly cursed the creation of theaters, the French opera
And I'm mixed,
to
that's
get
right.
John Flores at the first opportunity.
Oh.
Everything about him appeared under the saddest and somberest colors. The bay, deserted and solitary, seemed more solitary still on account of the few steamers that were anchored in it. The sun was dying behind Maravillas without poetry or enchantment, without the capricious and richly tinted clouds of happier evenings. The end of monument, in bad taste, mean and squat, without style, without measure, with like a lump of ice cream or as a shot of cake. The people who were promenading along the Malacan, in spite of their complacent and contented air, appeared distant, hardy, and vain. Mischievous and bad-mannered, the boys they played on the beach, skipping flat stones over the surface of the water or searching in the sand for mollusks and crustaceans which they caught for the mere fun of catching and killed without benefit to themselves. In short, even the eternal port works to which he had dedicated more than 3 hours, looked to him absurd, ridiculous child's play. The port of Manila, a bastard that since its conception had brought tears of humiliation and shame to all. If only after so many tears there were none being brought for the useless abortion. Abstractedly he saluted 2 Jesuits, former teachers of his, and scarcely noticed the tandem in which an American rode and excited the envy of the gallants who were in polices only. Near the end of the monument he heard Benzema talking with another person about Samunur, learning that the latter had on the previous night been taken suddenly ill, that he refused to see anyone, even the variants of the general. Yes, exclaimed Isagani with a bitter smile, for him attentions because he is rich. The soldiers return from their expeditions sick and wounded, but no one visits them. Musing over these expeditions, over the fate of the poor soldiers, over the resistance offered by the islanders to the foreign yoke, he thought that, death for death, if that of the soldiers was glorious because they were obeying orders, that of the islanders was sublime because they were defending their homes. 49. A strange destiny, that of some peoples. He mused. Because a traveler arrives at their shores, they lose their liberty and become subjects and slaves, not only of the traveler, not only of his heirs, but even of all his countrymen, and not for a generation, but for all time. A strange conception of justice. Such a state of affairs gives ample light to exterminate every foreigner as the most ferocious monster that the sea can cast out. He reflected that those islanders, against whom his country was waging war, after all were guilty of no crime other than that of weakness. The travelers also arrived at the shores of other peoples, but finding them strong made no display of their strange pretension. With all their weakness, the spectacle they presented seemed beautiful to him, and the names of the enemies, whom the newspapers did not fail to call cowards and traitors, appeared glorious to him, as they succumbed with glory amid the ruins of their crude fortifications, with greater glory even than the ancient Trojan heroes, for those islanders had carried away no Philippine Helen. In his poetic enthusiasm he thought of the young men of those islands who could cover themselves with glory in the eyes of their women, and in his amorous desperation he envied them because they could find a brilliant suicide. Ah, I should like to die, he exclaimed. He reduced to nothingness, leave to my native land a glorious name, perish for his cause, defending it from foreign invasion, and then let the sun afterwards illumine my corpse, like a motionless sentinel on the rocks of the sea. The conflict with the Germans 50 came into his mind and he almost felt sorry that it had been adjusted. He would gladly have died for the Spanish for the punic and before submitting to the foreigner. Because, after all, he mused, with Spain we are united by firm bonds, the past, history, religion, language. Language, yes, language. A sarcastic smile curled his lips. That very night they would hold a banquet in the Pansitter to celebrate the demise of the Academy of Castilian. He sighed, provided the liberals in Spain are like those we have here, in a little while another country will be able to count the number of the faithful. Slowly the night descended, and with a melancholy settled more heavily upon the heart of the young man, who had almost lost hope of seeing Maldita. The promenaders one by one left the Malacan for the Luneta, the music from which was born to him in snatches of melodies on the freshening breeze. The sailors on a warship anchored in the river performed their evening drill, skipping about among the slender ropes like spiders. The boats one by one lighted their lamps, thus giving signs of light. While the beach, you Alguien risa las Galandas Olvas keep
good job, Barbie.
En la Ribera se destas forces por es solas. 51. As Arato says, exhaled in the distance then, vapors at moon, now it's full, gradually converted into mysterious transparent gauze.
I'm good, girls. Defend yourself. Back up. Get behind my shield.
Turned his head, his heart began to beat violently. A carriage was coming, drawn by white horses, the white horses that he would know among 100,000. The carriage rode Paulina, her friend of the night before, with Ganya Torina. Before the young man could take a step, Paulina had leaped to the ground with sylph-like agility and smiled at him with a smile full of conciliation.
You made me have a crush on you.
In return, and it seemed to him that all the clouds, all the black thoughts that before had beset him, vanished like smoke.
Down under, pal. How's it going down there? Purple spit.
But unfortunately, Yonda Torina was there and she pounced upon the young man to ask him for news of Don Tiburcio.
You seen Priscilla lately? Queen of the Desert?
Among the students he knew. No one has been able to tell me up to now. He answered, and he was telling the truth. For Don Tiburcio was really hidden in a house of his own uncle.
Can I hit this guy? No.
Declared Don Torina furiously, but I'll call in the civil guard. Alive or dead, I want to know where he is, because one has to wait 10 years before marrying again. Sagani gazed at her in fright. Dania Torina was thinking of remarrying. Who could the unfortunate be?
Relaxed.
What do you think of Juanita Canales? She asked him suddenly. Juanito.
See, he's really missing me, but if he hits me...
He was tempted to tell all the evil he knew of Canales, but a feeling of delicacy triumphed in his heart and he spoke of his rival, for the very reason that he was such. Danya Victorina, entirely satisfied and becoming enthusiastic, then broke out into exaggerations of Pilanes's merits and was already going to make Isagani confident of her new passion when Paulina's friend came running to say that the former scam had fallen among the stones of the beach, near the mountain. Strategy or accident, the fact is that this mission gave an excuse for the friends to remain with the old woman, while Isagani might talk with Paulina. Moreover, it was a matter of rejoicing to Danya Victorina, since to get Juanito for herself she was favoring Isagani's love. Paulina had her plan ready. On thanking him she assumed the role of the offended party, showed resentment, and gave him to understand that she was surprised to meet him there when everybody was on the Luneta, even the French actresses.
Last girl left, come
You
on
made the
back,
appointment for me.
last girl.
How could I be elsewhere? Yet last night you did not even notice that I was in the theater. I was watching you all the time and you never took your eyes off those counters. So they exchanged parts. Isagani, who had come to demand explanations, found himself compelled to give them and considered himself very happy when Paulina said that she forgave him. In regard to her presence at the theater, he even had to thank her for that, forced by her aunt. She had decided to go in the hope of seeing him during the performance. Little she cared for Juanito Pilanes. I asked the one who was in love with him, she said with a merry laugh. Then they both laughed, for the marriage of Pilanes with Danya Victorina made them really happy, and they saw it already an accomplished fact, until Isagani remembered that Don Tiburcio was still living and confided the secret to his sweetheart, after exacting her promise that she would tell no one. Paulina promised, with a mental reservation of relating it to her friend. This led the conversation to Isagani's town, surrounded by forests, situated on the shore of the sea which roared at the base of the high cliffs. Isagani's gaze lighted up when he spoke of that obscure spot. A flush of pride overspread his cheeks. His voice trembled. His poetic imagination glowed. His words poured forth burning, charged with enthusiasm, as if he were talking of love to his love, and he could not but exclaim, "Oh, in the solitude of my mountains I feel free, free as the air, as the light that shoots unbridled through space. 1,000 cities, 1,000 palaces, would I give for that spot in the Philippines, where, far from men, I could feel myself to have genuine liberty. There, face to face with nature, in the presence of the mysterious and the infinite, the forest and the sea, I think, speak, and work like a man who knows not tires." In the presence of such enthusiasm for his native place, an enthusiasm that she did not comprehend, for she was accustomed to hear her country spoken of, and sometimes joined in the chorus herself, Paulina manifested some jealousy, as usual making herself the offended party. But Isagani very quickly pacified her. "Yes," he said, "I loved it above all things before I knew you. It was my delight to wander through the thickets, to sleep in the shade of the trees, to seat myself upon a cliff to take in with my gaze the Pacific which rolled its blue waves before me, bringing to me echoes of songs learned on the shores of free America. Before knowing you, the sea was for me my world, my delight, my love, my dream. When they slept in calm with the sun shining overhead, it was my delight to gaze into the abyss hundreds of feet below me, seeking monsters in the forests of madrepores and coral that were revealed through the limpid blue, enormous serpents that the country folk say leave the forests to dwell in the sea, and there take on frightful forms. Evening, they say, is the time when the sirens appear, and I saw them between the waves. So great was my eagerness that once I thought I could discern them amid the foam. Busy in their defying sports, I distinctly heard their songs, songs of liberty, and I made out the sounds of their silvery harps. Formerly I spent hours and hours watching the transformations in the clouds, or gazing at the solitary tree in a plain or a high rock, without knowing why, without being able to explain the vague feelings they awoke in me. My uncle used to preach long sermons to me, and fearing that I would become a hypochondriac, talked of placing me under a doctor's care. But I met you, I love you, and during the last vacation it seemed that something was lacking there. The forest was gloomy, sad the river that glide through the shadows, dreary the sea, deserted the sky. Ah, if you should go there once, if your feet should press those paths, if you should stir the waters of the rivulet with your fingers, if you should gaze upon the sea, sit upon the cliff, or let the air ring with your melodious songs, my forest would be transformed into an Eden, the ripples of the brook would sing, light would burst from the dark leaves, into diamonds would be converted the dewdrops and into pearls the foam of the sea. But Paulina had heard that to reach Isagani's home it was necessary to cross mountains where little natures abounded, and at the mere thought of him the little coward shivered convulsively.
My mouse is
She worked
frying.
ahead. She declared that she would travel only in a carriage or a railway.
Can't move it.
And now forgotten all his pessimism and seeing only formless roses about him. Isagani answered, within a short time all the islands are going to be crossed with networks of iron rails. For yonder Ida's rival laterals and locomotives going nuclear. 52. As someone said, when the most beautiful spots of the islands will be accessible to all. Then, we left. We're an old woman. Ah, you don't know what we can do in a few years, replied youth. You don't
Thank you.
realize the energy
Was
and
that corn
enthusiasm that are
facts?
awakening in the country after the sleep of centuries. Spain needs us. Our young men in Madrid are working day and night, dedicating to the fatherland all their intelligence, all their time, all their strength. Generous voices there are mingled with ours, statesmen who realize that there is no better bond than community of thought and interest. Justice will be meted out to us, and everything points to a brilliant future for all. It's true that we just met with a slight rebuff, the students, but victory is rolling along the whole line. It is in the consciousness.
Wake up.
The traitor
You're doing the
repulse that
same
we have
thing.
suffered indicates the last gasp,
not
the
working.
final convulsions of the dying.
It's okay to do it
Tomorrow
if
we
it's
shall be
working.
citizens of the Philippines, whose destiny will be a glorious one, because it will be in loving hands. Ah, yes, the future is ours. I see it rose-tinted. I see the movement that stirs the life of these regions so long dead, lethargic. I see towns arise along the railroads, and factories everywhere, edifices like that of Manila. I hear the steam hiss, the trains roll, the engines rattle. I see the smoke rise,
How did that
heavy
happen?
breathing. I smell the oil, the sweat of monsters busy in incessant toil. This port, so slow and laborious of creation, this river where commerce is in its death agony, we shall see covered with masts, giving us an idea of the forests of Europe in winter. This pure air, and these stones, now so clean, will be crowded with coal, with boxes and barrels, the products of human industry, but let it not matter, for we shall move about rapidly in comfortable coaches to seek in the interior other air, other scenes on other shores, cooler temperatures on the slopes of the mountains. The warships of our Navy will guard our coasts, the Spaniard and the Filipino will rival each other in zeal to repel all foreign invasion, to defend our homes, and let you pass in peace and smiles, loved and respected. Free from the system of exploitation, without hatred or distrust, the people will labor because then labor will cease to be a despicable thing, it will no longer be servile, imposed upon a slave. Then the Spaniard will not be vicious character with ridiculous pretensions of despotism, but with a frank look and a stout heart we shall extend our hands to one another, and commerce, industry, agriculture, the sciences, will develop under the mantle of liberty, with wise and just laws, as in prosperous England. 53. Oliva smiled dubiously and shook her head. Dreams, dreams. She sighed. I've heard it said that you have many enemies. Aunt says that this country must always be enslaved. Because your aunt is a fool, because she can live without slaves. When she hasn't them, she dreams of them in the future, and if they are not obtainable, she forces them into her imagination. True it is that we have enemies, that there will be a struggle, but we shall conquer. The old system may convert the ruins of its castle into formless boundaries, but we will take them singing hymns of liberty, in the light of the eyes of you women, to the applause of your lovely hands. But do not be uneasy, the struggle will be a pacific one. Enough that you spur us to zeal, that you awake in us noble and elevated thoughts and encourage us to constancy, to heroism, with your affection for our reward. Oliva preserved her enigmatic smile and seemed thoughtful, as she gazed toward the river, patting her cheek lightly with her fan. But if you accomplish nothing? She asked abstractedly. The question hurt Esagani. He fixed his eyes on his sweetheart, caught her lightly by the hand, and began, listen, if we accomplish nothing. He paused in doubt, then resumed, you know how I love you, how I adore you, you know that I feel myself a different creature when your gaze enfolds me, when I surprise in the flash of love, but yet if we accomplish nothing, I would dream of another look of yours and would die happy, because the light of pride could burn in your eyes at any point of my course and say to the world, my love, I'm fighting for the rights of my fatherland. Come home, Shirley, you're going to catch cold, screeched Daniel, worrying at that instant, and the voice brought them back to reality. It was time to return, and they kindly invited him to enter the carriage, an invitation which the young man did not give them cause to repeat. As it was Oliva's carriage, naturally Daniel, Orina, and the friend occupied the back seat, while the two brothers sat on the smaller running car. To ride in the same carriage, to put that aside, to breathe her perfume, to rub against the silk of her dress, to see her pensive with folded arms, lighted by the moon of the Philippines that lends to the meanest things idealism and contentment, were all dreams beyond Isagani's hopes. What wretches they were returning alone on foot and had to give way to the swift carriage. In the whole course of the drive, along the beach and down the length of La Sabana, across the bridge of Spain, Isagani saw nothing but a sweet profile, gracefully set off by beautiful hair, and even an arching neck that lost itself amid the gauzy pinion. The diamond ring tipping from a lobe of a little ear, like a star among silver clouds. He heard faint echoes inquiring for Don Tiburcio de Espadaña, the name from Juanito Flores, but they sounded to him like distant bells. The confused noise surged in his brain.
That's so annoying.
To tell him that they had reached Plaza Santa Cruz.
Man, you ain't taking my control point. I'm coming right back on. Wicked smack.
The solid of the interior madness of the Industrial 54, the night presented an extraordinary aspect.
Just like
14
that.
young men of the Provincial Islands of the archipelago, from the Durandian and 30 pure ones to the Peninsular Spaniard, were much to hold the banquet advised by Padre in view of the happy solution of the affair of our construction in Castilian. They had engaged all the tables for themselves, ordered the lights to be increased, and had posted on the wall beside the landscapes and Chinese Kikemnos this strange versicle. Glory to Custodio for his cleverness and pensive on PABTH to the youth of goodwill. In a country where everything grotesque is covered with a manual seriousness, where men devised by the force of wind and hot air, in a country where the deeply serious and sincere may begin upon issuing from the heart and may cause trouble, probably this was the best way to celebrate the ingenious inspiration of the illustrious Don Antonio. The mock replied to the mockery with a laugh, to the governmental joke with a plate of Hansen, and yet, they laughed and jested, but it could be seen that the merriment was forced. The leopard had a certain nervous ring, eyes flashed, and in more than one of these a tear glistened. Nevertheless, these young men were cool, they were unreasonable. It was not the first time that the most beautiful ideas had been so treated, that their hopes had been defrauded with big words and small actions. Before this Don Custodio there had been many, very many others. In the center of the room under the red lanterns were placed 4 round tables, systematically arranged to form a square. Little wooden stools, equally round, served as seats. In the middle of each table, according to the practice of the establishment, were arranged 4 small colored plates with 4 pies on each one and 4 cups of tea, with the accompanying dishes, all of red porcelain. Before each seat was a bottle and 2 glittering wine glasses. Sandoval was curious and gazed about, scrutinizing everything, tasting the food, examining the pictures, reading the bill of fare. The others conversed on the topics of the day, about the French actresses, about the mysterious illness of Simone, who, according to some, had been found wounded in the street, while others averred that he had attempted to commit suicide. As was natural, all lost precisely conjectures. Today gave his particular version, which according to him came from a reliable source, Simone had been assaulted by some unknown person in the old Plaza Village, 55, and motive of revenge, in proof of which was the fact that Simone himself refused to make the least explanation. From this they proceeded to talk of mysterious revenges, and naturally among his pranks, each one relating the exploits of the curate of his town. A notice in large black letters crowned the frieze of the room with this warning. De Estefanda el Cabizera al Publico ver que nada de absolute Mazabra alguna necessidad. 56. What a notice! Exclaimed Sandoval. As if he might have confidence in the police. In what verses? Don Tiburcio converted into a quatrain, 2 feet, one longer than the other, between 2 crutches. If Asagani sees them, he'll present them to his future. Here's Asagani. Called a voice from the stairway. He had a pure radiant of joy, followed by 2 Chinese, without promises, who carried on enormous waiter streams that gave out an appetizing odor. Merry exclamations greeted them. Juanito Pelaez was missing, but the hour fixed had already passed, so they sat down happily to the tables. Juanito was always unconventional. It's in this place we had invited Basilio, said Tadeo. We should have been better entertained. We might have got him drunk and drawn some secrets from him. What, does the prudent Basilio possess secrets? I should say so, replied Tadeo. Of the most important kind. There are some enigmas to which he alone has the key, the boy who disappeared, the nun. Gentlemen, the pancit lang lang is the soup par excellence, cried Macareg. As you will observe, Sandoval, it is composed of vermicelli, crabs or shrimps, egg paste, scraps of chicken, and I don't know what else. As first fruits, let us offer the to Don Castillo, to see if he will detect something with them. A burst of merry laughter greeted us Sally. If he should learn, he'd come a-running, concluded Sandoval. This is excellent soup. What is it called? Pancit lang lang, that is, Chinese pancit, to distinguish it from that which is peculiar to this country. Bah. That's a hard name to remember. In honor of Don Castillo, I christened it the Soup Project. Gentlemen, said Macareg, who had prepared the menu, there are 3 courses yet. Chinese stewing of pork. We should be dedicated to Padre Irene. Get out. Padre Irene doesn't eat pork, unless he turns his nose away, whispered a young man from below to his neighbor. Let him turn his nose away. Down with Padre Irene's nose, cried several at once. Respect, gentlemen, more respect. Demanded Paxton with comic gravity. The 3rd course is a lobster pie. We should be dedicated to the friars, suggested Theopadissus. For the lobster's sake, added Sandoval. Right, and call it friar pie. The whole crowd took this up, repeating in concert, friar pie. I protest in the name of one of them, said Isagani. And I, in the name of the lobsters, added Tadeo. Respect, gentlemen, more respect. Again demanded Paxton with a full mouth. The 4th is stewed pancit, which is dedicated to the government in the country. All turned toward Macareg, who went on, until recently, gentlemen, the pancit was believed to be Chinese or Japanese, but the fact is that, being unknown in China or Japan, it would seem to be Filipino, yet those who prepare it and get the benefit from it are the Chinese, the very same that happens to the government into the Philippines. They seem to be Chinese, but whether they are or not, the Holy Father has her doctors. All eat and enjoy it, yet characterized it as disagreeable and loathsome, the same as with the country, the same as with the government. All live at its cost, all share in its feast, and afterwards there is no worse country than the Philippines, there is no government more imperfect. Let us then dedicate the pancit to the country and to the government. Agreed. Many exclaimed. I protest, cried Isagani. Respect for the weaker, respect for the victims, called Paxton in a hollow voice, waving a chicken bone in the air. Let's dedicate the pancit to Quiroga the Chinaman, one of the 4 powers of the Filipino world, proposed Isagani. No, to his black eminence. Silence. Cautioned one mysteriously. There are people in the plaza watching us, and balls have ears. True, it was that curious groups were standing by the windows, while the talk and laughter in the adjoining houses had ceased altogether, as if the people were giving their attention to what was occurring at the banquet. There was something extraordinary about the silence. Tadeo, deliver your speech, Macareg whispered to him. He had then agreed with Sandoval, who possessed the most oratorical ability, to deliver the last toast as a summing up. Tadeo, lazy as ever, had prepared nothing, so he found himself in the quandary. While disposing of a long string of vermicelli, he meditated how to get out of the difficulty, until he recalled a speech learned in school and decided to plagiarize it, with alterations. Beloved brethren in project. He began, gesticulating with 2 Chinese chopsticks. Ruth, keep that chopstick out of my hair, cried his neighbor. Call by you to fill the void that has been left in. Plagiarism. Sandoval interrupted him. The speech was delivered by the president of our Lyceum. Call by your election, continued the imperturbable Tadeo, to fill the void that has been left in my mind, pointing to a summit by a man famous for his Christian principles and for his inspirations and projects, worthy of some little remembrance. What can one like myself say of him? I who am very hungry, not having breakfasted. My friend. Call the neighbor, offering that portion of a chicken. There is 1 course, gentlemen, the treasure of the people who are today attailing.
Go ahead and kill me. Just, I know that you've got more firepower than me and all that, and so on, but, yeah.
At Eastern, retorted the latter, describing a circle in the air of the city.
It's my honor,
to include all the bankers. No interruptions. I demand the floor.
Gallantry.
I demand pickles.
No, I would have shot you.
All occurred as twice, so today was Sandoval, intended to be having got out of his quandary. The dish consecrated to Padre Irene did not appear to be extra good, as Sandoval coolly demonstrated thus, shining with grease outside and with pork inside. Agreed on the 3rd course, the friar pie. The pie was not yet ready, although the sizzling of the grease in the frying pan could be heard. They took advantage of the delay to drink, better than Paxton to talk. Paxton crossed himself bravely and arose, restraining his flowers not with effort, at the same time making a certain honesty in future, then famous, and beginning in a murmur, as though he were reading a text. See, treat of plain the laudal deum, treat of familiar the laud of the friars give the full son of praises God, the hungry son of will praise the friars.
Y'all my control. I'm tired.
In the journal El Rito de la Integridad, the 2nd article, absurdity, the 157th. Beloved brethren,
Both of y'all.
evil blows its foul breath over the verdant
Get
shores of
off
Hawaii,
of there.
commonly called the Philippine Archipelago. No day passes by the attack is renewed, but there is heard some sarcasm against the venerable, infallible corporations, defenseless and unsupported.
Get the hit points down.
On this occasion, to constitute himself the knight errant to sally forth in defense of the unprotected, of the holy corporations that have reared us, thus again confirming the same idea of the adage, a full stomach praises God, which is to say, a hungry stomach will praise the friars. Bravo, bravo. Listen, said Isagani seriously, I want you to understand that, speaking of friars, I respect one. Sandoval was getting married, so he began to sing a shady couplet about the friars. Hear me, brethren, continued Texan. Turn your gaze toward the happy days of your infancy, endeavor to analyze the present and ask yourselves about the future. What do you find? Friars, friars, and friars. A friar verified you, confirmed you, visited you in full loving zeal. A friar heard your first secret.
Ooh.
He was the first to bring you into communion with God, to set
I
your
just
feet
have to
upon the
hang my
pathway of
head in
life.
shame.
Friars were your first and friars will be your last teachers. A friar is who opens the hearts of your sweethearts, disposing them to heed your sighs. A friar marries you, makes you travel over different islands to court you changes of climate and diversion. He will attend your deathbed, and even though you mount the scaffold, there will the friar be to accompany you with his prayers and tears, and you may rest assured that he will not desert you until he sees you thoroughly dead. Nor does his charity end there. Dead, he will then endeavor to bury you with all calm. He will fight that your corpse pass through the church to receive its supplications, and he will only rest satisfied when he can deliver you into the hands of the Creator, purified here on earth, thanks to temple punishments, tortures, and humiliations. Learn the doctrines of Christ, proposes heaven against the rich. They, our redeemers and genuine ministers of the Savior, seek every means to lift away our sins and bear them far, far off. There where the accursed Chinese and Protestants dwell, to leave us this air, limpid, pure, helpful, in such a way that even should we so wish afterwards, we could not find a rib to bring about our condemnation. If, then, their existence is necessary to our happiness, if wheresoever we turn we must encounter their delicate hands, hungering fortresses, that every day smooth the marks of abuse from our countenances, why not adorn them and fatten them? Why demand their quality of expulsion? Consider for a moment the exploit that their
I'm sitting there clicking my
mouse.
mouse and nothing's happening. I think I gotta get better.
Divided as we are, thanks to our jealousies and our susceptibilities, the friars unite us in a common law, in a firm bond, so firm that many are unable to move their elbows. Take a look at the friar, gentlemen, and you will see how the Philippine bed is will tire. Lacking robust shoulders and hairy limbs to sustain it, Philippine life will again become monotonous, without the merry note of the plaintive and gracious friar, without the bookings and sermons that stood our sides with laughter, without the amusing contrast between grand pretensions and small brains, without the actual, daily representations of the tales of Boccaccio and La Fontaine. Without the dribbles and scapularies, what would you have our women do in the future? Save that money and perhaps become miserly and covetous. Without the masses, novelties, and processions, where will you find games of hanging to entertain them in hours of leisure? They would then have to devote themselves to their household duties, and instead of reading the living stories of miracles, we should then have to get them works that are not extant. Take away the friar, and heroism will disappear. The political virtues will fall under the control of the donor. Take him away, and the Indian will cease to exist. For the friar is the father, the Indian is the word. The former is the sculptor, the latter the statue, because all that we are, think, or do, we owe to the friar, to his teachings, his toil, his perseverance of 3 centuries to modify the form nature gave us. The Philippines will have the friar without the Indian. What then would become of the unfortunate government in the hands of the Chinaman? It will eat lobster pie, suggested Isagani, from Texas speech board. And that's what we ought to be doing. Enough of speeches. As the Chinese who should have served the forces did not put in his appearance, one of the students arose and went to the mirror, toward the balcony that overlooked the river. When he returned at once, making mysterious signs, we watched. I've seen Andre Sibylla's head. Yes? Ejaculated Isagani, rising. It's no use now. When he saw me, he disappeared. Approaching the window, he looked toward the plaza, then made signs to his companions to come nearer. They saw a young man lay at the door of the master gaze all about him, then with some unknown person enter a carriage that waited at the curb. It was Simone's carriage. Ah! Exclaimed Macaré, the slave of the vice rector attended by the master of the general.
Oh, I don't want you down here.
Hostilities. Very early the next morning, Basilio rose to go to the hospital. He had his plans made to visit his patients, to go afterwards to the university to see about his licentiation.
Glad.
He with Macaré about the expense this would entail, for he had used up the greater part of his savings in ransoming Juliet in securing the house where she and her grandfather might live, and he had not dared to apply to Capital General, fearing that such a move would be construed as an advance on the legacy so often promised him. Preoccupied with these thoughts, he paid no attention to the groups of students who were at such an early hour returning from the walled city, as though the classrooms had been closed, nor did he even note the abstracted air of some of them, their whispered conversations, or the mysterious signals exchanged among them. So it was that when he reached San Juan de Dios and his friends asked him about the conspiracy, he gave a start, remembering what Simone had planned, but which had miscarried, owing to the unexplained accident to the jeweler. Terrified, he asked in a trembling voice, at the same time endeavoring to feign ignorance, "Ah, yes, what conspiracy?" "It's been discovered," replied one, "and it seems that many are implicated in it." With an effort, Basilio controlled himself. "Many implicated?" he echoed, trying to learn something from the looks of the others. "Who?" "Students, a lot of students." Basilio did not think it prudent to ask more, fearing that he would give himself away, so on the pretext of visiting his patients he left the group. One of the clinical professors met him and placing his hand mysteriously on the youth's shoulder, the professor was a friend of his, asked him in a low voice, "Were you at supper last night?" In his excited frame of mind, Basilio thought the professor had said night before last, which was the time of his interview with Simone. He tried to explain. I assure you, he stammered, that his cabin travel was worse, and besides I had to finish that book. You did well not to attend it, said the professor. But you're a member of the Students' Association? I pay my dues. Well then, a piece of advice. Go home at once and destroy any papers you have that may compromise you. Basilio shrugged his shoulders. He had no papers, nothing more than his clinical notes.
Squad dropper.
Something has nothing to do with the affair. Thank God. Interrupted the physician. He was opportunely wounded by some unknown hand and is now confined to his bed. No, other hands are concerned in this, but hands no less terrible. Basilio drew a breath of relief. Someone was the only one who could compromise him, although he thought of cabezas tails. Are there some mistakes? No, ma'am, nothing more than students. Basilio recovered his serenity. What has happened then? He made bold to ask. Seditious postulates have been found. Didn't you know about them? Where? In the university. Nothing more than that? Weird. What more do you want? Asked the professor, almost in a rage. The postulates are attributed to the students of the association, but keep quiet. The professor of pathology came along, a man who had more the look of a sacristan than of a physician. Appointed by the powerful mandate of the vice rector, without other merit than unconditional servility to the corporation, he passed for a fine and informer in the eyes of the rest of the faculty. The first professor returned his greeting coldly, and winked to Basilio, as he said to him, Now I know the Capitol Chapel smells like a corpse. The crows and vultures have been gathering around him. So saying, he went inside. Some would come. Basilio now ventured to inquire for more details, but all that he could learn was that postulates had been found on the doors of the university, and that the vice rector had ordered them to be taken down and sent to the civil government. It was said that they were filled with threats of assassination, invasion, and other braggadocio. The students made their comments on the affair. Their information came from the janitor, who had it from a servant in Santo Tomas, who had it from an usher. They prognosticated future suspensions and imprisonments, even indicating who were to be the victims, naturally members of the association. Basilio then recalled some moon's words, the day on which they can get rid of you, you will not complete your course. Could he have known anything? He asked himself. No single is the most powerful. Recovering his serenity, he went on toward the university, to learn what attitude it behooved him to take, and at the same time to see about his licentiateship. He passed along Cale Legon Street, then down through Terril, and upon arriving at the corner of the street in Cale Solana saw that something important must indeed have happened. Instead of the former lively, chattering groups on the sidewalks were to be seen civil guards making the students move on, and these latter issuing from the university silent, some gloomy, some agitated, to stand off at a distance or make their way home. The first acquaintance he met was Sandoval, but Basilio called him in vain. He seemed to have sleeping death. Effect of fear on the gastrointestinal juices, thought Basilio. Later he met Deo, who wore a Christmas face. At last that eternal holiday seemed to be realized. What has happened to Deo? We'll have no school, at least for a week. Old man. Sublime. Magnificent. He rubbed his hands in glee. But what has happened? They're going to arrest all of us in the association. And are you glad of that? There'll be no school. There'll be no school. He moved away, almost bursting with joy. Basilio saw Benito Pilares approaching, pale and suspicious. This time his hump had reached its maximum, so great was his haste to get away. He had been one of the most active promoters of the association while things were running smoothly. Hey, Pilares, what's happened? Nothing. I know nothing. I didn't have anything to do with it, he responded nervously. I was always telling you that these things were criticisms. It's the truth. You know I've said so to you? Basilio did not remember whether he had said so or not, but to humor him replied, Yes, ma'am, but what's happened? It's the truth, isn't it? Look, you're a witness. I've always been opposed. You're a witness. Don't forget it. Yes, ma'am, but what's going on? Listen, you're a witness. I've never had anything to do with the members of the association, except to give them advice. You are not going to deny it now. Be careful, won't you? No, I won't deny it, but for goodness sake, what has happened? But Juanito was already far away. He had caught a glimpse of a guard approaching and feared arrest. Basilio then went on toward the university to see if perhaps the secretary's office might be open and if he could glean any further news. The office was closed, but there was an extraordinary commotion in the building. Hurrying up and down the stairways were friars, army officers, private persons, old lawyers and doctors, there doubtless to offer their services to the endangered cause. At a distance he saw his friend Salgani, pale and agitated, but radiant with youthful ardor, haranguing some fellow students with his voice raised as though he cared little to be heard by everybody. It seems preposterous, General. It seems unreal, that an incident so insignificant should scatter us and send us to the flank white sparrows to whom a scarecrow has been shaken. But is this the first time that students have gone to prison for the sake of liberty? Where are those who have died, those who have been shot? Would you apostatize now? But who can the fool be that wrote such postulates? Demanded an indignant listener. What does it matter to us? Rejoined Isargani. We don't have to find out. Let them find out. Before we know how they are drawn up, we have no need to make any sure of agreement at a time like this. There where the danger is, there must be peace, because honor is there. If what the postulates say is compatible with our dignity and our feelings, he may let go come. He has done well, and we ought to be grateful to him and hasten to add our signatures to his. If they are unworthy of us, our conduct and our consciences will themselves protest and defend us from every accusation. Upon hearing such talk, Basilio, although he liked Isargani very much, turned and left. He had to go to Macarita's house to see it out alone. Near the house of the wealthy student, he observed whisperings and mysterious signals among the neighbors, but could not comprehend what they meant. Continued swinging on his way and entered the doorway. 2 guards advanced and asked him what he wanted. Basilio realized that he had made a bad move, but he could not now retreat. "I've come to see my friend Macarena," he replied calmly. The guards looked at each other. "Wait here," one of them said to him. "Wait till the corporal comes down." Basilio bit his lips until Moon's words again recurred to him. Had they come to arrest Macarena? Was his thought, but he dared not give it utterance. He did not have to wait long, for in a few moments Macarena came down, talking pleasantly with the corporal. The two were preceded by a warrant officer. "What? You too, Basilio?" he asked. "I came to see you." "Noble conduct," exclaimed Macarena, laughing. "In time of calm, you are boldest." The corporal asked Basilio his name, then scanned the list. "Medical student, here on law?" he asked. Basilio bit his lip. "You saved us a trip," added the corporal, placing his hand on the youth's shoulder. "You're under arrest." "What? I also?" Macarena burst out into laughter. "Don't worry, friend. Let's get into the carriage, while I tell you about the supper last night." With a graceful gesture, as though he were in his own house, he invited the warrant officer and the corporal to enter the carriage that waited at the door. To the civil government. He ordered the cashier. Now that Basilio had again regained his composure, he told Macarena the object of his visit. The rich student did not wait for him to finish, but seized his hand. Count on me, and to the festivities celebrating our graduation we'll invite these gentlemen," he said, indicating the corporal and the warrant officer. Chapter XXVII. The Friar and the Filipino. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. We left Esargani haranguing his friends. In the midst of his enthusiasm, an usher approached him to say that Padre Fernandez, one of the higher professors, wished to talk with him. Esargani's face fell. Padre Fernandez was a person greatly respected by him, being the one always accepted by him whenever the friars were attacked. "What does Padre Fernandez want?" he inquired. The usher shrugged his shoulders and Esargani reluctantly followed him. Padre Fernandez, the friar whom he met in Los Baños, was waiting in his cell, grave and sad, with his brows knitted as if he were in deep thought. He arose as Esargani entered, shook hands with him, and closed the door. Then he began to pace from one end of the room to the other. Esargani stood waiting for him to speak. "Senor Esargani," he began at length with some emotion, "from the window I've heard you speaking, for though I am a consumptive I have good ears, and I want to talk with you. I have always liked the young men who express themselves clearly and have their own way of thinking and acting, no matter that their ideas may differ from mine. You young men, from what I have heard, had a supper last night." "Don't excuse yourself." "I don't intend to excuse myself," interrupted Esargani. "So much the better. It shows that you accept the consequences of your actions. Besides, you would do it in retracting, and I don't blame you. I take no notice of what may have been said there last night. I don't accuse you, because after all, you're free to say or think of it what seems best to you. You are not free of ours. Only this year have we had the pleasure of having you, and we shall probably not have you longer. Don't think that I'm going to invoke considerations of gratitude. No, I'm not going to waste my time in stupid vulgarisms. I have you summoned here because I believe that you are one of the few students who act from conviction, and, as I like men of conviction, I'm going to explain myself to Senor Esargani." Padre Fernandez paused, then continued to walk with a bowed head, his gaze riveted on the floor. "You may sit down, if you wish," he remarked. "It's a habit of mine to walk about while talking, because my ideas come better then." Esargani remained standing, with his head erect, waiting for the professor to get to the point of the matter. "For more than 8 years I have been a professor here," resumed Padre Fernandez, still continuing to pace back and forth, "and in that time I've only dealt with more than 2,500 students. I've taught them, I've tried to educate them, I've tried to inculcate them in principles of justice and of dignity, and yet in these things when there is so much murmuring against us, I have not seen one who has the temerity to maintain his accusations when he finds himself in the presence of a friar, not even allowed in the presence of any numbers. Young men there are who behind our backs calumniate us and before us kiss our hands, with a face smile then in kind looks from us. Bah! What do you wish that we should do with such creatures?" "The fault is not all theirs, Padre," replied Esargani. "The fault lies partly with those who have taught them to be hypocrites, with those who have tyrannized over freedom of thought and freedom of speech. Here every independent thought, every word that is not an echo of the will of those in power, is characterized as filibusterism, and you know Roman what it means. A fool would be convinced himself would say aloud what he thinks, who would lay himself liable to suffer persecution. What persecution have you had to suffer?" asked Padre Fernandez, raising his head. "Haven't I let you express yourself freely in my class? Nevertheless, you are an exception that, if what you say is true, I must correct, so as to make the rule as general as possible and thus avoid setting a bad example." Esargani smiled. "I thank you, but I will not discuss with you whether I am an exception. I will accept your qualifications, but you may accept mine. You also are an exception, and as here we are not going to talk about exceptions, nor plead for ourselves. At least, I'm not. I begged my professor to change the course of the conversation." In spite of his liberal principles, Padre Fernandez raised his head and stared in surprise at Esargani. The young man was more defeated than he had thought, although he called him professor. In reality, he was dealing with him as an equal, since he allowed himself to offer suggestions. Like a wise diplomat, Padre Fernandez not only recognized the fact, but even took a stand upon it. "Good enough," he said. "But don't look upon me as your professor. I'm a friar, you are a Filipino student, nothing more nor less. Now I ask you, what do the Filipino students want of us?" The question came as a surprise. Esargani was not prepared for it. It was a thrust made suddenly while they were preparing their defense, as they say in fencing. Thus startled, Sargani responded with a violent stand, like a beginner defending himself. "It should be your duty," he exclaimed. Fray Fernandez straightened up. That reply sounded to him like a cannon shot. "Do our duty," he repeated, holding himself erect. "Don't we, then, do our duty? What duties do you ascribe to us?" "Those which you voluntarily placed upon yourselves in joining the order, and those which afterwards, once in it, you have been willing to assume. But, as a Filipino student, I don't think myself called upon to examine your conduct with reference to your statutes, to Catholicism, to the government, to the Filipino people, and to humanity in general. Those are questions that you have to settle with your founders, with the Pope, with the government, with the whole people, and with God. As a Filipino student, I will confine myself to your duties toward us. The friars in general, being the local supervisors of education in the provinces, and the Dominicans in particular, by monopolizing in their hands all the studies of the Filipino youth, have assumed the obligation to its 8 millions of inhabitants, to Spain, and to humanity, of which we form a part, of steadily bettering the young planet, morally and physically, of training it toward its happiness, of creating a people honest, prosperous, intelligent, virtuous, noble, and loyal. Now I ask you in my turn, have the friars fulfilled an obligation of theirs? We're fulfilling. Ah, Padre Fernandez, interrupted Sargani. You with your hand on your heart can say that you are fulfilling, but with your hand on the heart of the order, on the heart of all the orders, you cannot say that without deceiving yourself. Ah, Padre Fernandez, when I find myself in the presence of a person whom I esteem and respect, I prefer to be the accused rather than the accuser. I prefer to defend myself rather than taking offensive. But now that we have entered upon the discussion, let us carry it to the end. How do they fulfill their obligation? Those who look after education in the towns. By bringing it. And those who monopolize education, those who try to mold the mind of youth, to the exclusion of all others whomsoever, how do they carry out their mission? By curtailing knowledge as much as possible, by extinguishing all ardor and enthusiasm, by trampling on all dignity, the soul's only refuge, by inculcating in us worn-out ideas, rancid beliefs, false principles incompatible with the life of progress. Ah, yes, when it is a question of feeding convicts, of providing for the maintenance of criminals, the government calls for bids in order to find the purveyor who offers the best means of subsistence. He who at least will not let them perish from hunger. But when it is a question of morally feeding the whole people, of nourishing the intellect of youth, the healthiest heart, that which is later to be the country and the all, the government not only does not ask for any bid, but restricts the powers of that very body which makes a boast of not desiring education, of wishing no advancement. Which should we say if the purveyor for the prisons, after securing the contract by intrigue, should then leave the prisoners to languish in want, giving them only what is stale and rancid, excusing himself afterwards by saying that it is not convenient for the prisoners to enjoy good health, because good health brings merry thoughts, because merriment improves the man, and the man ought not to be improved, because it is to the purveyor's interest that there be many criminals. Which should we say if afterwards the government and the purveyor should agree between themselves that of the 10 or 12 cardos which one received for each criminal, the other should receive 5. Padre Fernandez bit his lip. Those are grave charges, he said, and you are overstepping the limits of our agreement. No, Padre, not if I continue to deal with the student question. The friars, and I do not say, you friars, since I do not confuse you with the common herd, the friars of all the orders have constituted themselves our many purveyors, yet they say unchanged to proclaim that it is not expedient for us to become enlightened, because someday we shall declare ourselves free. That is just the same as not wishing the prisoner to be well fed so that he may improve and get out of prison. Liberty is to man what education is to the intelligence, and the friars' unwillingness to have it is the origin of our discontent. Instruction is given only to those who deserve it, rejoined Padre Fernandez, driving. To give it to men without character and without morality is to prostitute it. Why are they men without character and without morality? The Dominican shrugged his shoulders. Defects that they imbibe with their mother's milk, that they breathe in the bosom of the family. How do I know? Ah, no, Padre Fernandez, exclaimed the young man impetuously. You have not dared to go into the subject deeply. You have not wished to gaze into the depths from fear of finding yourself there in the darkness of your brethren. What we are, you have made us. People humanized over is forced to be hypocritical. People deny the truth must resort to lies. And he who makes himself a tyrant breeds slaves. There is no morality, you say, so let it be. Even those statistics can refute you in that you are not committed crimes like those among other peoples, blinded by the fumes of their moralizers. But, without attempting now to analyze what it is that forms the character and how far the education received determines morality, I will agree with you that we are defective. Who is to blame for that? You for 3 centuries and a half have had in your hands all education, or will you submit to everything? If after 3 centuries and a half the artist has been able to produce only a caricature, stupid indeed he must be. Or bad enough the material he works upon. Spider still then, when, knowing it to be bad, he does not give it up, but goes on wasting time. Not only is he stupid, but he is a cheat and a robber, because he knows that his work is useless, yet continues to draw his salary. Not only is he stupid and a thief, he is a villain in that he prevents any other workman from trying his skill to see if he might not produce something worthwhile. The deadly jealousy of being competent. The reply was sharp, and Padre Fernandez felt himself caught. To his gaze, Sargani appeared gigantic, invincible, convincing, and for the first time in his life he felt beaten by a Filipino student. He repented of having provoked the argument, but it was too late to turn back. In this quandary, finding himself confronted with such a formidable adversary, he sought a strong shield and laid hold of the government. You impute all the faults to us, because you see only us, who are near, he said in a less hearty tone. It's natural, it doesn't surprise me. A person hates the soldier or policeman who arrests him and not the judge who sends him to prison. You and we are both dancing to the same measure of music. If at the same note you lift your foot in unison with us, don't blame us for it. It's the music that is directing our movements. Do you think that we friars have no consciences and that we do not desire what is right? Do you believe that we do not think about you, that we Do you not see our duty, that we only need to live, and live to rule? We did it were so. But we, like you, follow the cadence, finding ourselves between silent chariots. Either you reject us or the government rejects us. The government commands, and he who commands, and must be obeyed. From which it may be inferred, remarked the Sargani with a bitter smile, that the government wishes our demoralization. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. What I meant to say is that there are rules, there are theories, there are laws, which, dictated with the best intention, produce the most deplorable consequences. I'll explain myself better by citing an example. To stand out a small evil, there are dictated many laws that cause greater evil still. Corruptissima in Republic of Plegomelides, said Tacitus. To prevent one case of fraud, there are provided 1.5 million preventive or humiliating regulations, which produce the immediate effect of awakening in the public the desire to loot and mock such regulations. To make a people criminal, there is nothing more needed than to doubt its virtue. Enact a law, not only here, but even in Spain, and you will see how the means of evading it will be sought, and this is for the very reason that the legislators have overlooked the fact that the more an object is hidden, the more a sight of it is desired. Why are rascality and astutness regarded as great qualities in the Spanish people, when there is no other so noble, so proud, so chivalrous as it? Because our legislators, with the best intentions, have doubted its nobility, wounded its pride, challenged its chivalry. Do you wish to open in Spain a road among the rocks? Then place there an imperative notice forbidding the passage, and the people, in order to protest against the order, will leave the highway to clamber over the rocks. The day on which some legislator in Spain forbids virtue and commands vice, then all will become virtuous. The Dominican paused for a brief space, then resumed, but you may say that we are getting away from the subject, so I'll return to it. What I can say to you, is that the vices from which you suffer ought to be ascribed by you neither to us nor to the government. They are due to the imperfect organization of our social system. Revolting to that, none of that, one loses himself through excessive caution, lacking what is necessary and having too much of what is superfluous. If you admit those defects in your social system, replied Sargani, why then do you undertake to regulate alien societies, instead of first devoting your attention to yourselves? You're getting away from the subject, young man. The theory and accomplished facts must be accepted. So let it be. I accept it because it is an accomplished fact, but I will further ask, why, if your social organization is defective, do you not change it or at least give heed to the cry of those who are injured by it? You're still far away. Let's talk about what the students want from the friars. From the moment when the friars hide themselves behind the government, the students have returned to it. The statement was true and there appeared no means of ignoring it. I'm not the government and I can't answer for its acts. What do the students wish us to do for them within the limits by which they are confined? Not to oppose the emancipation of education but to favor it. The Dominican shook his head. Without stating my own opinion, it is asking us to commit suicide, he said. On the contrary, it is asking you for room to pass in order not to trample upon and crush you.
Take him out.
Padre Fernandez, stop him from being thoughtful. Begin by asking something that does not cost so much, something that anyone must remain without abatement of dignity or privilege, for if we can reach an understanding and dwell in peace, why this hatred, why this distrust? Then let's get down to details. Yes, because if we disturb the foundation, we'll bring down the whole edifice. Then let's get down to details. Let's leave the region of abstract principles, rejoined Sargani with a smile, and also without stating my own opinion. But you accent in these words the students would desist from their attitude and soften certain asperities if the professors would try to treat them better than they have up to the present. That is in their hands. What? Demanded the Dominican. Have the students any complaint to make about my conduct? Padre, we agreed from the start not to talk of yourself or of myself. We are speaking generally. The students, besides getting no great benefit out of the years spent in the classes, often leave no remnants of their dignity, if not the whole of it. Padre Fernandez again bit his lip. No one forces them to study. The fields are uncultivated, he observed dryly. Yes, there is something that impels them to study, replied Sargani in the same tone, looking the Dominican folk in the face. Besides the duty of everyone to seek his own perfection, there is the desire innate in man to cultivate his intellect, the desire of the more powerful good that it is repressed. He gives his gold and his life to the seek his life to acquire with an opportunity better to get that gold and better to care for his life. Yes, Padre,
I did it.
There is something that impels them, and that something is the government itself. It is you yourselves who piteously ridicule the uncultured Indian and deny him his rights, on the ground that he is ignorant. You strip him and then scoff at his nakedness. Padre Fernandez did not reply, but continued to pace about feverishly, as though very much agitated. You say that the fields are not cultivated, resumed Sargani in a changed tone, after a brief pause. Let's not enter upon an analysis of the reason for this, because we should get far away. But you, Padre Fernandez, you, a teacher, you, a learned man,
Dark Legend, pleasure to meet you.
In your opinion, is the labor of the perfect state at which man may arrive in his
Really
development?
save my behind.
Or is it that you wish
Oh,
knowledge for
go,
yourself
girl,
and
she's
labor for
mad.
others?
Look out.
No, I want knowledge for who deserves it, for him who knows how to use it, was the reply. When the students demonstrate that they love it, when young men of conviction appear, young men who know how to maintain their dignity and make it respected,
Oh, no.
then there will be knowledge, then there will be considerable professors.
Chewbacca's.
If there are now professors who resort to abuse,
Snake
it is because
attack.
there are people who submit to it.
Chewbacca's.
Professors, they will be
Come on, man.
students.
Trust me.
Begin by reforming
I'm your
yourselves.
friend.
You have need of change, and we will follow. Yes, said Sargani with a bitter laugh. Let us begin it, because the difficulty is on our side.
You don't believe me?
Well, you know what is expected of people who stands before a professor.
You have
You yourself,
faith in people,
all love
man.
of justice, with all your kind sentiments, have been restraining yourself by a great effort while I have been telling you bitter truths. You yourself, Padre Fernandez. What good has been secured by him among us who has tried to inculcate other ideas? What evils have not fallen upon you because you have tried to be just and perform your duty? Senor Salgado, said the Dominican, extending his hand, although it may seem that nothing practical has resulted from this conversation, yet something has been gained. I'll talk to my brethren about what you have told me, and I hope that something can be done. Long I fear that they won't believe in your existence. I hear the same, returned Salgado, shaking the Dominican's hand. I fear that my friends will not believe in your existence, as you have revealed yourself to me today. 57. Considering the interview again, the young man took his leave. Padre Fernandez opened the door and followed him with his gaze until he disappeared around the corner in the corridor. For some time he listened to the retreating footsteps, then went back into his cell and waited until he appeared in the street. He saw him and actually heard him say to a friend who asked where he was going, to the civil government. I'm going to see the Postlanaves and join the others. His startled friend stared at him as one would look at a person who is about to commit suicide, then moved away from him hurriedly. Poor boy, murmured Padre Fernandez, feeling his eyes moisten. I grudge you to the Jesuits who educated you. But Padre Fernandez was completely mistaken. The Jesuits repudiated Salgado 58 when that afternoon they learned that he had been arrested, saying that he would compromise them. The young man has thrown himself away. He's going to do us harm. Let it be understood that he didn't get those ideas here, nor were the Jesuits wrong. No. Those ideas come only from God through the medium of nature. Chapter XXVII. Topic. With prophetic inspiration, Benzade had been for some days tasked maintaining in his newspaper that education was disastrous, very disastrous for the Philippine miners. And now, in view of the events of that Friday of the Postlanaves, the writer crowed and chanted his triumph, leaving below and overwhelmed his adversary Horatius, who in the Pyrotechnia had dared to ridicule him in the following manner. From our contemporary, Al Grito. Education is disastrous, very disastrous, for the Philippine Islands. Admitted. For some time, El Grito has pretended to represent the Filipino people, as Fray Baines would say, he knew Latin. But Fray Baines turns Mussulman when he likes, and we know how the Mussulmans dealt with education. In witness whereof, as a royal preacher said, the Alexandrian Library. Now he was right. He, Benzade. He was the only one in the islands who thought, the only one who foresaw events. Truly, the news that seditious Postlanaves had been found on the doors of the university not only took away the appetite from many and disturbed the digestion of others, but it even rendered the phlegmatic junkies uneasy, so that they no longer dared to sit in their shops with one leg drawn up as usual, from fear of losing time and extending in order to put themselves into flight. At 8 o'clock in the morning, although the sun continued on its course to His Excellency, the Captain General did not appear at the head of his victorious cohorts. Still, the excitement had increased. The friars who were accustomed to frequent Grogas Bazaar did not quit in their appearance, and this symptom presaged terrific cataclysms. If the sun had risen square and the saints appeared only in pantaloons, Groga would not have been so greatly alarmed, for he would have taken the sun for a gaming table and the sacred images for gamblers who had lost their commissars, but for the friars not to come, precisely when some novelties had just arrived for them. By means of a provincial friend of his, Groga forbade entrance into his gaming houses to every Indian who was not an old acquaintance, and the future Chinese consul feared that they might get possession of the sums that the wretches lost there. After arranging his bazaar in such a way that he could close it quickly in case of need, he had a policeman accompany him for the short distance that separated his house from Samoon's. Groga thought this occasion the most propitious for making use of the rifles and cartridges that he had in his warehouse, in the way the jeweler had pointed out. So that on the following days there would be circus made, and then, how many prisoners, how many terrified people would give up their savings? It was the game of the old carbineers, in slipping contraband cigars and tobacco leaves under a house, in order to pretend to search and force the unfortunate owner to bribery or fines. Only now the art had been perfected again, the tobacco monopoly abolished, resorting instead to the prohibited arms. But Samoon refused to see anyone and sent word to the Chinese that he should leave things as they were, whereupon he went to see Don Custodio to inquire whether he should fortify his bazaar, but neither would Don Custodio receive him, being at the time engaged in the study of a project for defense in case of a siege. He thought of Benzade as a source of information, but finding the writer armed to the teeth and using 2 loaded revolvers as paperweights, took his leave in the shortest possible time, to shut himself up in his house and take to his bed under pretense of illness. At 4 in the afternoon the talk was no longer of simple Postlanaves. There were whispered rumors of an understanding between the students and the outlaws of San Mateo. It was certain that in the Pansiter they had conspired to surprise the city. There was talk of German ships outside the bay to support the movement, of a band of young men who under the pretext of protesting and demonstrating their Hispanism had gone to the palace to place themselves at the general's orders but had been arrested because it was discovered that they were armed. Providence had saved His Excellency, preventing him from receiving those precocious criminals, as he was at the time in conference with the provincials, the vice rector, and with Padre Irene, Padre Zombi's representative. There was considerable truth in these rumors, if we have to believe Padre Irene, who in the afternoon went to visit Capital Chapel. According to him, certain persons had advised His Excellency to improve the opportunity in order to inspire terror and administer a lasting lesson to the filibusters. In the shop, one had advised some 2 dozen reformers to put it at once, in the silence of the night, to extinguish forever the flames of discontent. No, rejoined another, who had a kind heart, sufficient that the soldiers parade through the streets, a troop of cavalry, for example, with drawn sabers, sufficient to drag along some cannon. That's enough. The people opted to all retire to their houses. No, insinuated another. This is the opportunity to get rid of the enemy. It's not sufficient that they retire to their houses. They should be made to come out, like evil humans by means of plasters. If they are inclined to start riots, they should be stirred up by secret agitators. I am of the opinion that the troops should be resting on their arms and appearing careless and indifferent, so that people may be enrolled in, and then in case of any disturbance, out on them, action. The end justifies the means, remarked another. Our ends are holy religion and the integrity of the fatherland. Proclaim a state of siege, and in case of the least disturbance, arrest all the rich and educated, and clean up the country. If I hadn't got there in time to counsel moderation, added Padre Irene, speaking to Capitan Chago, it's certain that blood would now be flowing through the streets. I thought of you, Capital, the partisans of force couldn't do much with the general, and they used Simoon. If Simoon had not been taken ill. With the arrest of Possibly on the search made later on his books and papers, Capital Chago had become much worse. Now Padre Irene had come to augment his terror with hair-raising tales. Ineffable fear seized upon the wretched, manifesting itself first by a light shiver, which was rapidly accentuated until he was unable to speak. With his eyes bulging and his brow covered with sweat, he caught Padre Irene's arm and tried to rise, but could not, and then, uttering 2 groans, fell heavily back upon the pillow. His eyes were wide open and he was slapping when he was dead. The terrified Padre Irene fled, and, as the dying man had caught hold of him, in his flight he dragged the corpse from the bed, leaving it sprawling in the middle of the room. By night the terror had reached a climax. Several incidents had occurred to make the Timorans believe in the presence of secret agitators. During the baptism, some cardos were thrown to the boys and naturally there was a scramble at the door of the church. It happened that at the time there was passing a bold soldier, who, somewhat preoccupied, mistook the uproar for a gathering of filibusters and rolled himself, sword in hand, upon the boys. He went into the church, and had he not become entangled in the curtains suspended from the choir, he would not have left a single head on shoulders. It was but a matter of a moment for the Timorans to witness this and take to flight, spreading the news that the revolution had begun. The few shops that had been kept open were now hastily closed, there being Chinese who even left bolts of cloth outside, and not a few women lost their slippers in their flight through the streets. Fortunately, there was only one person wounded and a few bruised, among them the soldier himself, who suffered a fall fighting with the curtain, which smelt him of filibusters. Such prowess gained him a great renown, and a renown so pure that it is to be wished all fame could be acquired in like manner. Mothers would then be blessed earth would be more populous. In a suburb, the inhabitants caught 2 unknown individuals daring arms under a house, whereupon a tumult arose and the people pursued the strangers in order to kill them and turn their bodies over to the authorities. But someone pacified the excited crowd by telling them that it would be sufficient to hang over the corpse of the curtain, which proved to be some old shotguns that would surely have killed the first person who tried to fire them. All right, exclaimed one braggart, if they want us to rebel, let's go ahead. When he was cuffed and kicked into silence, the woman who had been the owner of the shotguns. In Arita, the affair was more serious, even though there was less excitement, and that when there were shots fired, a certain cautious government employee, armed to the teeth, saw a rifle around his house, and taking before that the student, fired at it twice with a revolver. The object proved to be a policeman, and a very compact pistol. News. In one mine, various shots also resounded, from which there resulted the death of the poor old dead man. Had not heard the second was being viewed, and the dog that had heard it and had not answered as standing. The old man was buried with difficulty, since there was no money to pay for the obsequies, but the hog was eaten. In Manila, 59, in the
might have to get out of the way.
By the students, the arrests were thus commented upon. And have they arrested today? 60, asked the proprietress. Out. Answered a student who lived in Harriet. He's already shot.
My mouse is not working.
Answered A, what knows me? Hey, don't mention that or you'll be taken for an accomplice. I've already burned the book 61, you and me. There might be a search if it would be found. Be careful. Did you say that the Sargani is a prisoner?
Help!
Crazy fool. 2. Let the Sargani.
Help, save!
They didn't try to catch him, but he went and surrendered. Let him bust himself. He'll surely be shot. The Senora shrugged her shoulders. He doesn't owe me anything. And what about Paulina? She won't lie about it. Sure, she will cry a little, and have Mary stand here. And there was one of the movies. In the houses, the rosary was recited in pious and dedicated paternosters and requiems to each of the souls of their relatives and friends. By 8 o'clock, hardly a pedestrian could be seen. Only from time to time was heard the galloping of a horse against two sides of sacred Queen noisily, the noises of the watchmen, and carriages that rolled along at full speed, as though pursued by mobs of filibusters. Yet terror did not reign everywhere. In the house of the silversmith, where Flagship Henderson boarded, the events were commented upon and discussed with some freedom. I don't believe in Apostolades, declared a workman, like in Willard from operating the blowpipe. To me, it looks like Padre saw his doings. Ahem, ahem. Coughed the silversmith, a very prudent man, and did not dare to stop the conversation from fear that he would be considered a coward. The man had to contain himself with coffee, looking into his helper, and gazing toward the street, as if to say, they may be watching us. On account of the operetta, added another workman. Aha! Exclaimed one who had a foolish face. I told you so. Ahem. Rejoined the clerk, in a tone of compassion. The affair of the Postgrenades is true, Chijoy, and I can give you the explanation. Then he added mysteriously, it's a trick of the Chinaman Kurogas. Ahem, ahem. Again coughed the silversmith, shifting his clear file from one cheek to the other. Believe me, Chijoy, of Kuroga the Chinaman. I heard it in the office. Now, he's certain then, exclaimed the senator. Believe me, for us. Kuroga, explained the clerk, has 100,000 pesos to mix in silver out in the bay. How is he to get it in? Very easily. Thinks of the Postgrenades, availing himself of the question of the students. While everybody is excited, brings the angels to Paul's, and indicates his town. Just it, cried the credulous fool, striking the table with his fist. Just it. That's why Kuroga did it. That's why, but he had to relapse into silence as he really did not know what to say about Kuroga. And we must pay the damages? Asked the indignant Chijoy. Ahem, ahem, AHM. Coughed the silversmith, hearing steps in the street. The footsteps approached and all in the shop fell silent. Saint Paschal Balin is a great saint, declared the silversmith hypocritically, in a loud voice, at the same time looking to the others. Saint Paschal Balin. At that moment there appeared the face of Flash Penitent, who was accompanied by the pyrotechnician that we saw receiving orders from the saloon. The newcomers were surrounded and importuned for news. I have been able to talk with the prisoners, explained Placido. There are some 30 of them. They cautioned the pyrotechnician, exchanging a knowing look with Placido. They say that tonight there's going to be a massacre. Aha! Thunder! Exclaimed Chijoy, looking about for a weapon. Seeing her, he caught up his blowpipe. The silversmith sat down, trembling in every limb. The credulous simpleton already saw himself beheaded in anticipation over the fate of his family. No, contradicted the colonel, there's not going to be any massacre. The advisor of he made a mysterious gesture is fortunately sick. Saloon. Ahem, AHM. Placido and the pyrotechnician exchanged another look. If he hadn't got sick, it would look like a revolution, added the pyrotechnician negligently, as he lighted a cigarette in the lamp chimney. And what should we do then? Then we'd start a real one, now that they're going to massacre us anyhow. The violent fit of coughing that seized the silversmith prevented the rest of the siege from being heard, but Chijoy must have been saying terrible things, to judge from his rigorous gestures with a blowpipe in the face of a Japanese Virginian who stood on. Rather say that he's playing all sick because he's afraid to go out. As may be seen, the silversmith was attacked by another fit of coughing so severe that he finally asked all to retire. Nevertheless, get ready, warned the pyrotechnician. If they want to force us to kill or be killed. Another fit of coughing on the part of the poor silversmith prevented further conversation, so the workmen and apprentices retired to their homes, carrying with them hammers and saws, and other implements, more or less cutting, more or less bruising, disposed to sell their lives dearly. Placido and the pyrotechnician went out again. Prudence. Cautioned the silversmith in a tearful voice. You'll take care of my widow and orphans. Then the credulous simpleton in a still more tearful voice, for he already saw himself riddled with bullets and buried. The night guards at the city gates were replaced with peninsular artillerymen, and on the following morning as the sun rose, Tenzei, who had ventured to take a morning stroll to examine the condition of the fortifications, found on the place near the net of the corpse of a native girl, half naked and abandoned. Tenzei was horrified, but after touching it with his cane and gazing toward the gates proceeded on his way, musing over a sentimental tale he might base upon the incident. However, no allusion to it appeared in the newspapers on the following days, engrossed they were with the falls and slippings caused by banana peels. In the dearth of news, Tenzei had to comment at length on a cyclone that had destroyed in America whole towns, causing the death of more than 2,000 persons. Among other beautiful things he said, the sentiment of charity, more prevalent in Catholic countries than in others, and the thought of Lu, influenced by that same feeling, sacrificed himself for humanity, moves sick us to compassion over the misfortunes of our kind and to render thanks in this country, so scourged by cyclones. There are not even scenes so devastating as which the inhabitants of the United States must have witnessed. Horatius did not miss the opportunity, and, also without mentioning the dead, or the murdered native girl, or the assaults, answered in his pyrotechnia. After such great charity and such great humanity, Tenzei brings himself to pray for the Philippines. But he's understood. Because he is not Catholic, and the sentiment of charity is most prevalent, etc. 62. Chapter XXIX. Exit Captain Chago. Talus Vita, Finis Ida. Captain Chago had a good end, that is, a quite exceptional funeral. True, it the curate of the parish had ventured the observation to Padre Irene that Captain Chago had died without confession, but the good priest, smiling sardonically, had rubbed the tip of his nose to answer. Why say that to me? If we had to deny the obsequies to all who die without confession, we should forget the letter fungus. These restrictions, as you well know, are enforced when the impenitent is also insolvent. But Capitan Chago, out on you. You very infidel shouldn't, and with the record master. Capitan Chago had named Padre Irene as his executor and willed his property in part to St. Clare, part to the Pope, to the Archbishop, the religious corporations, leaving 20 pesos for the matriculation of 4 students. This last clause had been dictated at the suggestion of Padre Irene in his capacity as protector of studious youths.
I had it coming, man. Touche.
Ungrateful conduct of the boy during the last few days, but Padre Irene had restored it and announced that he would take it upon his own personal conscience. In the dead man's house, where were assembled on the following day many old friends and acquaintances, considerable crowd was involved in the miracle. He was reported that, at the very moment when he was dying, the soul of Captain Chago had appeared to the nun surrounded by a brilliant light. God had saved him, thanks to the priest's legacies, and to the numerous masses he had paid for. The story was commented upon, it was recounted vividly, it took particulars, and was doubted by no one. The appearance of Captain Chago was vividly described. Of course, the fox that she calls down by the quitted light, without omitting the cut of the open pipe. The senior sacristan, who was present, gravely affirmed these facts to this day and reflected that, after death, he would appear with his cup of wine tarnished, for without that impression registered, not comprehend happiness either on earth or in heaven. On this subject, because of their inability to discuss the events of the preceding day and because there were gamblers present, many strange speculations were developed. They made conjectures as to whether Captain Chago would invite St. Peter to assault Pada, whether they would place bets, whether the Gamecocks were immortal, whether invulnerable, and in this case who would be the referee, who would win, and so on. Discussions quite to the taste of those who found sciences, theories, and systems, based on a text which they esteemed infallible, revealed or dogmatic. Moreover, there were cited passages from Novenas, books of miracles, sayings of the curates, descriptions of heaven, and other embroidery, done by Mightyvo, the philosopher, was in his glory quoting opinions of the theologians. Because no one can lose, he stated with great authority. To lose would cause hard feelings, and there can't be any hard feelings. If someone is to win, rejoin the gambler or risk joiners. The point lies to you. Both win, that's easy. This idea of both winning could not be admitted by risk joiners, for he had passed his life in the cockpit and had only seen one cock lose and the other win. At best, there was a tie. Mainly non-Primitimo argued in Latin. The rich joiner shook his head, and that's when non-Primitimo's Latin was easy to understand, for he talked of Gallus Talisnus, Alcutotari Armidus, and Gallus Pedi Petri Bulicus Sacerdonis 63, and so on, until at length he decided to resort to the argument which many used to convince and silence their opponents. You're going to be damned, friend Martin, you are falling into heresy. King Nicolas. I'm not going to play Marty with you anymore, and will not set up a bank together. You deny the omnipotence of God, Hecatomortalia. Mortalia. You deny the existence of the Holy Trinity. 3 are 1 and 1 is 3. Take care. You indirectly deny that 2 natures, 2 understandings, and 2 wills have only 1 memory. Be careful. Quicum non credited anathema sit. Martin Aristoteles shrank away pale and trembling, while Quiroga, who had listened with great attention to the argument, with marked deference offered the philosopher a magnificent cigar, at the same time asking in his caressing voice, surely, one can make a contract for a cockpit with Callisto. 64. Ha. When I die, I'll be the contractor. Ha. Among the others, they talked more of the deceased. At least they discussed what kind of clothing to put on him. Captain proposed a Franciscan habit, and fortunately, he had one, threadbare, and patched, a precious object which, according to the friar, gave it to an Esros in exchange for 36 pesos, with reserve of course from the flames of Helen, which reckoned in its support various pious anecdotes taken from the books distributed by the curates. Although he held this relic in great esteem, Captain was disposed to part with it for the sake of his tentative friend, whom he had not been able to visit during his illness. But a tailor objected, with good reason, that since the nuns had seen Captain Chago ascend to heaven in a frock coat he should be dressed here on earth, nor was there any necessity for preservatives and fire-proof garments. The deceased had attended balls and fiestas in a frock coat, and nothing else would be expected of him in the skies. And, wonderful to relate, the tailor accidentally happened to have one ready, which he would part with for 32 pesos, 4 cheaper than the Franciscan habit, because he didn't want to make any profit on Captain Chago, who had been his customer in life and would now be his patron in heaven. But Padre Irene, trustee and executor, rejected both proposals and ordered that Captain be dressed in one of his old suits of clothes, remarking with holy unction that God paid no attention to clothing. The obsequies were, therefore, of the very first class. There were responsories in the house, and in the street 3 friars officiated, as though one were not sufficient for such a great soul. All the rites and ceremonies possible were performed, and it is reported that there were even extras, as independents for actors. It was indeed a delight. Loads of incense were burned. There were plenty of Latin chants. Large quantities of holy water were expended, and Padre Irene, out of regard for his old friend, sang the Dies Irae in the falsetto voice from the choir, while the neighbors suffered real headaches from so much nail ringing. Donna Patrocinio, the ancient rival of Captain Chago in religiosity, actually wanted to die on the next day, so that she might order even more sumptuous obsequies. The pious old lady could not bear the thought that he, whom she had long considered vanquished forever, should be dying to come forward again with so much pomp. Yes, she desired to die, and it seemed that she could hear the exclamations of the people at the funeral. This indeed is what you call a funeral. This indeed is to know how to die. Donna Patrocinio. Chapter XXX. Julie. The death of Captain Chago and Basilio's imprisonment were soon reported in the province, and to the honor of the simple inhabitants of San Diego, let it be recorded that the latter was the incident more bloody and almost the only one discussed. As was to be expected, the report took on different forms. Sad and startling details were given. What could not be understood was explained. The deaths being filled by conjectures, which soon passed to accomplished facts, and the phantoms thus created terrified their own critters. In the town of Gianni it was reported that at the very least, the young man was going to be deported and would very probably be murdered on the journey. The timorous and pessimistic were not satisfied with this, but talked about executions and courts-martial. January was a fatal month. In January, the K-Light affair had occurred, and they 65, even though curious, had been guarded, so with poor Basilio without protectors or friends. I told him so. Sighed the justice of the peace, as if he had at some time given advice to Basilio. I told him so. It was to be expected, commented Sister Conchang. He would go into the church, and when he saw that the holy water was somewhat dirty, he would cross himself with it. He talked about germs of disease, it's the chastisement of God. He deserved it, and he got it. As though the holy water could transmit diseases. Quite the contrary, She narrated how she had cured herself of indigestion by rinsing her stomach with holy water, at the same time reciting the Sanctus, and she recommended a remedy to those present when they should suffer from dysentery, or an epidemic occurred, only that then they must pray in Spanish. Santo D, Santo Pure, Santo Immortal, Hebranos, Senor, the month has wide total now. 66. It's an infallible remedy, but you must apply the holy water to the part affected, she concluded. But there were many persons who did not believe in these things, nor did they attribute Basilio's imprisonment to the chastisement of God. Nor did they take any stock in insurrections and hostilities, knowing the prudent and ultra-pacific character of the boy, but preferred to ascribe it to revenge on the part of the friars, because of his having rescued from servitude Julia, the daughter of Thomas, who was the mortal enemy of a certain powerful corporation. As they had quite a poor idea of the morality of that same corporation and could recall cases of heavy revenge, their conjecture was believed to have more probability and justification. What a good thing I did when I drove her from the house, said Sister Conchang. I don't want to have any trouble with the friars, so I urged her to find the money. The truth was, however, that she regretted Julie's liberty, for Julie prayed and fasted for her, and if she had stayed a longer time, would also have done penance. Why, if the curates prayed for us and Christ died for our sins, couldn't Julie do the same for Sister Conchang? When the news reached the hood where the poor Julie and her grandfather lived, the girl had to have it repeated to her. She stared at Sister Molly, who was telling it, as though without comprehension, without ability to collect the thoughts. Her ears buzzed. She felt the sinking at the heart and had a vague presentiment that this event would have a disastrous influence on her own future. Yet she tried to seize upon a ray of hope. She smiled, thinking that Sister Molly was joking with her, a rather strong joke, to be sure, but she forgave her beforehand if she would acknowledge that it was such. But Sister Molly made a cross with one of her thumbs and a forefinger, and kissed it, to prove that she was telling the truth. Then the smile faded forever from the girl's lips. She turned pale, frightfully pale. She felt her strength leave her, and for the first time in her life she lost consciousness, falling into a swoon. When by dint of blows, pinches, dashes of water, crosses, and the application of sacred palms, the girl recovered and remembered the situation, silent tears sprang from her eyes, drop by drop, without sobs, without laments, without complaints. She thought about Basilio, who had had no other protector than Capitan Chago, and who now, with the capital dead, was left completely unprotected and in prison. In the Philippines, it is a well-known fact that patrons are needed for everything, from the time one is christened until one dies, in order to give justice, to secure a passport, or to develop an industry. As it was said that his imprisonment was due to revenge on account of herself and her father, the girl's sorrow turned to desperation. Now it was her duty to liberate him, as he had done in rescuing her from servitude, and the inner voice which suggested the idea offered to her imagination a horrible means. Padre Mora, the curate, whispered the voice. Julie nodded her lips and became lost in gloomy meditation. As a result of her father's crime, her grandfather had been arrested in the hope that by such means the son could be made to appear. The only one who could get him his liberty was Padre Gamora, and Padre Gamora had shown himself to be totally satisfied with her words of gratitude, having with his usual frankness asked for some sacrifices, since which time Julie had tried to avoid meeting him. But the curate made her kiss his hand. He twitched her nose and patted her cheeks. He joked with her, winking and laughing he pinched her. Julie was also the cause of the beating the good curate had administered to some young men who were going about the village serenading the girls. Delicious ones, seeing her cast sad and dejected, would have been so that she could hear, if she only wished it, could have some tales
Man,
to
how
be
you been doing?
Julie reached her home.
It's me over here.
Wandering looks.
Yeah.
She had changed greatly, and had lost her narrow, and no one ever saw her smile
You know
again.
I'm always over here.
She
And
scarcely
the
spoke and seemed
heavy.
to be afraid to look at her own face.
See, he's
One day she was seen in the
familiarized.
town with a big spot of soot on her
It's like
forehead.
this
She
guy's
used to
not
go so
doing it. I
trembling.
got to go take care of
Well, she asked
business
Sister
now.
Bonnie if the people who did
Okay, you come on.
Surely,
Come on, darling.
replied that woman.
Come on,
She
child.
seemed to describe the place as though she had
What
been
have you got?
Upon Bossy's
Don't be
visit, the silken
ambivalent.
grateful relatives had planned to make all kinds of sacrifices to save the young
Lord.
man.
Now-
But as they
now
could
I'm
collect
in
among
trouble.
themselves no more than 30 pesos, Sister
Somebody
Bonnie,
get on
as
this
usual,
guy.
thought of a better plan.
He's gonna give me.
What we must do is
He's
to
gonna
get some
make me
advice
die.
from the town clerk, she said. To these poor people, the town clerk was represented for who was to the ancient Greeks.
Good.
By giving him a
Nice.
cigar, she continued.
That's
He'll tell you all
heavy.
along so that your head bursts listening to
He
it.
was laying that on
If you
too.
have a peso, he'll save you, even though you may be at the foot of a
No, I
scaffold.
wasn't gonna leave.
When my friend Simon was put in jail and flogged for not being able to give evidence about a
That's
robbery
my spot.
perpetrated near his house, the two mules can have a string of guards. The town clerk got them out. And I saw Simon myself when he could scarcely walk.
You can
again,
just
sitting
stand
there
there or
at
you
least a
can
month.
move. Yeah,
A,
that's good.
his flesh rotted as a result and he died. Sister Bonnie's advice was accepted and she herself volunteered to interview the town clerk. Julie gave her 4 wheels and added some strips of dirt Venice her grandfather had done, for Tanner himself had again devoted himself to hunting. But the town clerk could do nothing. The prisoner was in Manila, and his power did not extend that far. If at least he were at the capital, then he ventured to make a show of his authority, which he knew very well did not extend beyond the boundaries of Tianyi, but he had to maintain his prestige and keep the jerk venison. But I can give you a good piece of advice, and it is that you go with Julie to see the justice of the peace. But it's very necessary that Julie go. The justice of the peace was a very rough fellow, but if he should see Julie, he might conduct himself less rudely. This is where I lay the wisdom of the advice. With great gravity, the Honorable Justice listened to Sister Bonnie, who did the talking, but not without staring from time to time at the girl, who hung her
I'm the
head.
heavy again.
People would say that she was greatly interested in Basilio. People who did not remember his debt of
Back
gratitude,
behind
nor that
us.
his imprisonment, according to report, was on her account. After belching 3 or 4 times, for his honor had been ugly habit, he said that the only person who could save Basilio was Padre Gamora, in case he should care to do so. Here he stared meaningly at the girl and advised her to deal with the curate in person. You know what influence he has. He got your grandfather out of jail. I report him as enough to deport a newborn babe or save from death a man with a noose around his neck. Julie said nothing, but Sister Bonnie
What
took
happens
this
to the
advice as
head?
though
We
he had
didn't make
read
it
it
down the
in
hill?
and was ready to accompany the girl to the canal. It so happened that she was just going there to get his arms a scapular in exchange for 4 full wheels. But Julie shook her head and was unwilling to go to the canal. Sister Bonnie thought she could guess the reason. Padre Moore was reputed to be very fond of the women and was very fond of them, so she tried to
Existential.
reassure her.
A snack
"You have to
attack.
do if I go with you. Haven't you read in the book with Tam and Mazo, given by the curate, that the girls should go to the convention even without the knowledge of their elders to relate what is going on at home? And that book is printed with the permission of the Archbishop. Julie became impatient and wished to cut short such talk, so she begged the landswoman to go if she wished. But his owner observed with a bell that
help.
supplications of a youthful face were more moving than those of
Oh,
an
no,
old one.
please.
The skyboard is dull with the fresh flowers in greater abundance than open withered ones.
Please don't kill me.
The metaphor was foolishly beautiful.
Don't.
Julie did not reply and the two left the house. In the street, the two firmly refused to go to the convento and they returned to their village. Sister Bonnie, who felt offended at this lack of
snack attack,
herself,
same
found a way
business.
to relieve her feelings by administering a long preachment to the girl. The truth was that the girl could not take the step of marrying herself in her own eyes, besides being cursed of men and cursed of God. It had been intimated to her several times, whether with reason or not, that if she would make this sacrifice, her father would be pardoned, and yet she had refused, in spite of the cries of her conscience reminding her of her filial duty. Now must she make it for Basilio, her sweetheart? That would be called the sound mockery mutter from all creation. Basilio himself would despise her. No, never. She would first hang herself or leap from some precipice. At any rate, she was already in for being a wicked daughter. The poor girl had besides to endure all the reproaches of her relatives, who, knowing nothing of what had passed between her and Padre Gamarra, laughed at her fears. With Padre Gamarra fixing his attention upon a country girl when there were so many others in the town. Here were women cited in these ordinary girls, rich and beautiful, who had been more or less unfortunate. Meanwhile, if they should shoot Basilio, Julie covered her ears and stared wildly about, as if seeking a voice that might plead for her. But she saw only her grandfather, who was young and had his gaze fixed on his hunting steer. That night she scarcely slept at all. Dreams and nightmares, some few real, some bloody, danced before her sight and woke her up, bathed in cold perspiration. She fancied that she heard shots. She imagined that she saw her father, that father who had done so much for her, fighting in the forests, hunted like a wild beast because she had refused to save him. The figure of her father was transformed and she recognized Basilio, dying, with looks of reproach at her. The wretched girl arose, prayed, wept, called upon her mother, upon death, and there was even a moment when, overcome with terror, if it had not been nighttime, she would have run straight to the convento, let happen what would. With the coming of day, the sad presentiments and the terrors of darkness were hardly dissipated. The light inspired hopes in her. But the news of the afternoon was terrible, for there was talk of persons shot, so the next night was for the girl frightful. In her desperation, she decided to give herself up as soon as day dawned and then kill herself afterwards, anything, rather than endure such tortures. But the dawn brought new hope and she would not go to church or even leave the house. She was afraid she would yield. So passed several days in praying and cursing, in calling upon God and wishing for death. The day gave her a slight respite and she trusted in some miracle. The reports that came from Manila, although they reached their magnified, said that of the prisoners some had secured their liberty, thanks to patrons and influence. Someone had to be sacrificed. Who would it be? Julie shuddered and returned home biting her fingernails. Then came the night with its terrors, which took on double proportions and seemed to be converted into realities. Julie feared to fall asleep, for her slumbers were a continuous nightmare. Looks of reproach would flash across her eyelids just as soon as they were closed. Complaints and laments pierced her ears. She saw her father wandering about hungry, without rest or repose. She saw Basilio dying in the road, pierced by 2 bullets, just as she had seen the corpse of that neighbor who had been killed while in the charge of the civil guard. She saw the bombs that cut into the flesh. She saw the blood pouring from the mouth. She heard Basilio calling to her, "Save me! Save me! You alone can save me!" Then a burst of laughter would resound and she would turn her eyes to see her father gazing at her with eyes full of reproach. Julie would wake up, sit up on her feet, and draw her hands across her forehead to arrange her hair. Cold sweat, like the sweat of death, moistened it. Mother, mother! She saw. Meanwhile, they who were so carelessly disposing of people's fates, he had commanded illegal murders, he who violated justice and made use of the law to maintain himself by force, slept in peace. At last the traveler arrived from Manila and reported that all the prisoners had been set free, all except Basilio, who had no protector. It was reported in Manila, added the traveler, that the young man would be deported to Calax, having been forced to sign a petition beforehand, in which he declared that he asked to be voluntarily. 67, the traveler had seen the very steamer that was going to take him away. This report put an end to all the girl's hesitation. Besides, her mind was already quite weak from so many nights of watching and horrible dreams. Pale and with unsteady eyes, she sought out Sister Dominic, in a voice that was cause for alarm, told her that she was ready, asking her to accompany her. Sister Dominic thereupon rejoiced and tried to soothe her, but Julie paid no attention to her, apparently intent only upon hurrying to the convento. She had decked herself out in her finest clothes, and even pretended to be quite gay, talking a great deal, although in a rather incoherent way. So they set out. Julie went ahead, becoming impatient that her companion lagged behind. But as they neared the town, her nervous energy began gradually to fade. She fell silent and wavered in her resolution, lessening her pace and soon off behind, so that Sister Dominic had to encourage her. "You'll get there late," she remonstrated. Julie now followed, pale, with downcast eyes, which she was afraid to raise. She felt that the whole road was staring at her, pointing its finger at her. The blind name whistled in her ears, but still she disregarded it and continued on her way. Nevertheless, when they came in sight of the convento, she stopped and began to stumble. Let's go home, she begged, holding her companion back. Sister Dominic had to take her by the arm and half drag her along, reassuring her and telling her about the books of the friars. She would not desert her, so there was nothing to fear. Padre Gamarra had other things in mind. Julie was only a poor country girl. But upon arriving at the door of the convento, Julie firmly refused to go in, catching hold of the wall. No, she pleaded in terror. No. Have pity. But what a fool. Sister Dominic pushed her gently along, Julie, pallid with wild features, offering resistance. The expression of her face said that she saw death before her. "All right, let's go back, if you don't want to," the late woman exclaimed in irritation, as she did not believe there was any real danger. Padre Gamarra, in spite of all his reputation, would dare do nothing before her. "Let them carry poor Basilio into exile. Let them shoot him on the way, saying that he tried to escape," she added. "When he's dead, then remorse will come. But as for myself, I owe him no favors, so he can reproach me." That was the decisive stroke. In the face of that reproach, with wrath and desperation mingled, like one who rushes to suicide, Julie closed her eyes in order not to see the abyss into which she was hurling herself and resolutely entered the convento. A sigh that sounded like the rattle of death escaped from her lips. Sister Bonnie followed, telling her how to act. Midnight comments were mysteriously whispered about certain events which had occurred that afternoon. A girl had leaped from a window of the convento, falling upon some stones and killing herself. Almost at the same time, another woman had rushed out of the convento to run through the streets, shouting and screaming like a lunatic. But through the townsfolk dared not utter any names, and many mothers pinched their daughters for letting slip expressions that might compromise them. Later, very much later, at twilight, an old man came from a village and stood calling at the door of the convento, which was closed and guarded by sacristans. The old man beat the door with his fist into his head, while he uttered cries stifled and inarticulate, like those of a young person, until he was at length driven away by blows and shoves. Then he made his way to the Governator's house, but was told that the Governator's was not there. He was at the convento. He went to the justice of the peace, but neither was the justice of the peace to come. He had been summoned to the convento. He went to the tea and mirror, but he too was at the convento. He directed his steps to the barracks, but the lieutenant of the civil guard was at the convento. The old man then returned to his village, weeping like a child. His wails were heard in the middle of the night, causing men to bite their lips and women to clasp their hands, while the dogs slunk fearfully back into the houses with the tails between their legs. Ah, God, said the poor woman, weeping and fasting. In thy presence there is no rich, no poor, no white, no black. Thou wilt grant us justice. Yes, rejoined her husband, just so that God they preach is not a pure invention, a fraud. They themselves are the first not to believe in him. At 8 o'clock in the evening it was rumored that more than 7 friars, proceeding from neighboring towns, were assembled in the convento to hold a conference. On the following day, Tan Anselmo disappeared forever from the village, carrying with him his hunting spear. Chapter XXXI. The High Official. Lesbani et al. For 2. Lesbani et sa grandeur Tauschen Bob. Victor Hugo. The newspapers of Manila were so engrossed in accounts of a notorious murder committed in Europe, in the panegyrics and puffs for various preachers in the city, in the constantly increasing success of the French operetta, that they could scarcely devote space to the crimes perpetrated in the provinces by a band of Tula saints headed by a fierce and terrible leader who was called Matan Blanc. 68. Only when the object of the attack was a convento or a Spaniard there then appeared long articles giving frightful details and asking for martial law, energetic measures, and so on. So it was that they could take no notice of what had occurred in the town of Tiani, nor was there the slightest hint or allusion to it. In private circles something was whispered, but so confused, so vague, and so little consistent, that not even the name of the victim was known, while those who showed the greatest interest forgot it quickly, trusting that the affair had been settled in some way with the wrong family. The only one who knew anything certain was Padre Gamora, who had to leave the town, to be transferred to another or to remain for some time in the convento in Manila. Poor Padre Gamora! Exclaimed Benzay in a fit of generosity. He was so jolly and had such a good heart. It was true that the students had recovered their liberty, thanks to the exertions of their relatives, who did not hesitate at expense, gifts, or any sacrifice whatsoever. The first to see himself free, as was to be expected, was Marcare, and the last to Salgani, because Padre Florentine did not reach Manila until a week after the events. So many acts of clemency secured for the general was merciful, which Benzay hastened to add to his long list of adjectives. The only one who did not obtain his liberty was Basilio, since he was also accused of having in his possession prohibited books. We don't know whether this referred to his textbook on naval medicine or to the pamphlets that were found, dealing with the Philippines, or both together. The fact is that it was said that prohibited literature was being secretly sold, and upon the unfortunate boy fell all the way for the rod of justice. It was reported that His Excellency had been thus advised. It's necessary that there be someone, so that the prestige of authority may be sustained and that it may not be said that we made a great fuss over nothing. Authority before everything. It's necessary that someone be made an example of. Let there be just one who, according to Padre Irene, was the servant of Capital Chaco. There will be no one to enter a complaint. Servant and student. Asked His Excellency. Dead fellow, then, let it be me. Your Excellency will pardon me, observed the high official, who happened to be present, but I have been told that his boy is a medical student and his teachers speak well of him. If he remains a prisoner, he'll lose a year, and as this year he finishes, the high official's interference in behalf of Basilio, instead of helping, harmed him. For some time there had been between this official and His Excellency strained relations and bad feelings, augmented by frequent clashes. Yes, so much the greater reason that he should be kept prisoner. A year longer in his studies, instead of injuring him, will do good, not only to himself but to all who afterwards follow his steps. One doesn't become a bad physician by extensive practice. So much the more reason that he should remain. Soon the filibustering reformers will say that we are not looking out for the country. Concluded His Excellency with a sarcastic laugh. The high official realized that he had made a false move and took Basilio's taste to heart. But it seems to me that this young man is the most innocent of all. He rejoined rather timidly. Books have been seized in his possession, observed the secretary. Yes, works on medicine and pamphlets written by Peninsulars, with the leaves uncut, and besides, what does that signify? Moreover, this young man was not present at the banquet in the Pansy, he hasn't mixed up in anything. As I've said, he's the most innocent. So much the better. Exclaimed His Excellency jocosely. In that way the punishment will prove more salutary and exemplary, since it inspires greater terror. To govern is to act in this way, my dear sir, as it is often expedient to sacrifice the welfare of one to the welfare of many. But undue reward from the welfare of one will result the welfare of all. The principle of endangered authority is preserved. Prestige is respected and maintained. By this act of mine, I'm correcting my own and other people's faults. The high official restrained himself with an effort and, disregarding the illusion, decided to take another tack. But doesn't your Excellency fear that responsibility? What have I to fear? Rejoined the general impatiently. Have I discretionary powers? If I do what I please for the better government of these islands? What have I to fear? in some meeting or perhaps arranging before the tribunals to exact from me responsibility? Even though he had the means, he would have to consult the ministry first, and the minister. He waved his hand and burst out into laughter. The minister who appointed me, the devil knows where he is, and he will feel honored in being able to welcome me when I return. The present one, I don't even think of him, and the devil take him too. The one that believes him will find himself in so many difficulties with his new duties that he won't be able to fool with trifles. I, my dear sir, have nothing over me but my conscience. I act according to my conscience, and my conscience is satisfied, so I don't care a straw for the opinions of this one and that. My conscience, my dear sir, my conscience. Yes, General, but the country. Tut. The country. What have I to do with the country? Have I perhaps contracted any obligations to it? Do I owe my office to it? Was it the country that elected me? A brief pause ensued, during which the high official stood with bowed head. Then, as if reaching a decision, he raised it to stare fixedly at the general. Pale and trembling, he said with repressed energy, "That doesn't matter, General. That doesn't matter at all. Your Excellency has not been chosen by the Filipino people, but by Spain. All the more reason why you should treat the Filipinos well so that they may not be able to reproach Spain. The greater reason, General, the greater reason. Your Excellency, by coming here, has contracted the obligation to govern justly, to seek the welfare. Am I not doomed?" Interrupted His Excellency in exasperation, taking a step forward. "Haven't I told you that I am getting from the good of one the good of all? Are you now going to give me lessons? If you don't understand my actions, how am I to blame? Do I compel you to share my responsibility?" "Certainly not," replied the high official, drawing himself up proudly. "Your Excellency does not compel me. Your Excellency cannot compel me to share your responsibility. I understand mine in quite another way, and because I have it, I'm going to speak. I've held my peace a long time. Oh, Your Excellency need to make those gestures, because the fact that I've come this for the capacity doesn't mean that I've given up my rights, that I've been reduced to the part of a slave, without once for me. I don't want Spain to lose its
drop on me.
These 8 million of patient incidents of
Lord,
subjects,
and we
hopes
lose
and
it.
delusions, but even do
I was hypnotized.
marvelous exploitation. I don't wish it ever to be said that, the slave trade abolished, Spain has continued to cloak it with her banner and perfect it under a wealth of specious institutions. No, to be great, Spain does not have to be a tyrant. Spain is sufficient unto herself. Spain was greater when she had only her own territory, wrested from the clutches of the North. I too am a Spaniard, but before being a Spaniard I am a man, and before Spain and above Spain is her honor, the lofty principles of morality, the eternal principles of immutable justice. Ah, you are surprised that I think thus, because you have no idea of the grandeur of the Spanish name. No, you haven't any idea of it. You identify it with persons and interests. To you the Spaniard may be a pirate, he may be a murderer, a hypocrite, a cheat, anything, just so he keep what he has. But to me the Spaniard should lose everything, empire, power, wealth, everything, before his honor. Ah, my dear sir, we protest when we read that might is placed before right, yet we applaud when we see might play the hypocrite, not only perverting right but even using it as a tool in order to gain control. For the very reason that I love Spain, I'm speaking now, and I'm defying your vow. I don't wish that the coming ages accuse Spain of being the stepmother of the nations, the vampire of races, the tyrant of small islands, since it would be a horrible mockery of the noble principles of our ancient kings. How are we carrying out their sacred legacy? They promised to these islands protection and justice, and we are playing with the lives and liberties of the inhabitants. They promised civilization, and we are curtailing it, fearful that they may aspire to an honored existence. They promised them light, and we cover their eyes that they may not witness our orgies. They promised to teach them virtue, and we are encouraging their vice. Instead of peace, no, injustice, confusion reigns, hellish languishes, and skepticism is fostered among the masses. Let us put ourselves in the place of the Filipinos and ask ourselves what we would do in their place. Ah, in their silence I read their way to rebel, and if matters do not, and they will rebel someday, and interest will be on the side, to them will go the sympathy of all honest men, every patriot in the world. Is denied life, home, liberty, and justice, things that are essential to life, and therefore man's patrimony, that people has the right to treat whoso despoils because he with the robber who intercepts us on the highway. There are no distinctions, there are no exceptions, nothing but a fact, a right, an aggression, and every honest man who does not place himself on the side of the wrong makes himself an accomplice and stains his conscience. True, I am not a soldier, and the years are cooling a little fire in my blood, but just as I would risk being torn to pieces to defend the integrity of Spain against any foreign invader or against who justify disloyalty in the provinces, so I also assure you that I would place myself beside the oppressed Filipinos, because I would prefer to fall in the cause of the outraged rights of humanity to triumphing with the selfish interests of a nation, even when that nation be called as it is called. Spain. Do you know when the boat leaves? Inquired His Excellency coldly, when the high official had finished speaking. The latter stared at him fixedly, then dropped his head and silently left the palace. Outside he found his carriage awaiting him. Someday when you declare yourselves independent, he said somewhat abstractedly to the native lackey who opened the carriage door for him. Remember that we were not lacking in Spain hearts that beat for you and struggle for your rights. Where, sir? Asked the lackey, who had understood nothing of this and was inquiring where they should go. 2 hours later the high official handed in his resignation and announced his intention of returning to Spain by the next mail steamer. Chauffeur XXX9. Effect of the bus remains. As a result of the events narrated, many mothers ordered their sons immediately to leave off their studies and devote themselves to idleness or to agriculture. When the examinations came, suspensions were plentiful, and it was a rare exception who finished the course, if he had belonged to the famous association, to which no one paid any more attention. Hexham. Tadeo and Juanito Pilares were all alike suspended, the first receiving his dismissal with his foolish grin and declaring his intention of becoming an officer in some point, while Tadeo, with his eternal holiday realized at last, paid for an illumination and made a bonfire of his books. Nor did the others get on much better, and at length they too had to abandon their studies, to the great satisfaction of their mothers, who always fancied their sons if they should come to understand what the books teach. Juanito Pilares alone took the blow, since it forced him to leave school for his father's store, with whom he was thenceforward to be associated in the business. The rascal found the store much less entertaining, but after some time his friends again noticed his hump appear, a symptom that his good humor was returning. The rich Marcaret, in view of the catastrophe, took good care not to expose himself, and having secured a passport by means of money set out in haste for Europe.
Oh man,
It was said that His
His
Excellency, the Captain General, in his desire to do good by good means, and careful of the interests of the Filipinos, hindered the departure of everyone who did not first prove substantially that he had the money to spend and could live in idleness in European cities. Among our acquaintances, those who got off best were Sargani and Sandoval. The former passed in the subject he studied under Padre Fernandez and was suspended in the others, while the latter was able to confuse the examining board with his oratory. Basilio was the only one who did not pass in any subject, who was not suspended, and who did not go to Europe, for he remained inviolate in prison, subjected every 3 days to examinations, almost always the same in principle, without other variation than a change of inquisitors, since it seemed that in the presence of such great guilt all gave up or fell away in horror. And while the documents molded for were shifted about, while the stamped papers increased like the plasters of an ignorant physician on the body of a hypochondriac, Basilio became informed of all the details of what had happened in Tiani, of the death of Julia and the disappearance of Tana himself. Simone, the amused cashier, who had driven him to San Diego, happened to be in Manila at that time and called to give him all the news. Meanwhile, Simone had recovered his health, or so at least the newspaper said. Benzay rendered thanks to the omnipotent who watches over such a precious life, and manifested the hope that the highest innocent may reveal the malefactor, whose crime remained unpunished, thanks to the charity of the victim, who was too closely following the words of the great martyr. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. These are the things Benzay said in print, while by mouth he was inquiring whether there was any truth in the rumor that the opulent jeweler was going to give a grand fiesta, a banquet such as had never before been seen, in part to celebrate his recovery and in part as a farewell to the country in which he had increased his fortune. It was whispered as certain that Simone, who would have to leave with the Captain General, whose command expired in May, was making every effort to secure from Madrid an extension, and that he was advising His Excellency to start a campaign in order to have an excuse for remaining. But it was further reported that for the first time His Excellency had disregarded the advice of his favorite, making it a point of honor not to retain for a single additional day the power that had been conferred upon him, a rumor which encouraged belief that the fiesta announced would take place very soon. For the best, Simone remained unfathomable, since he had become very communicative, showed himself seldom, and smiled mysteriously when the rumored fiesta was mentioned. Come, send me Sinbad. Benzay was rallying him, dazzle us with something unique. You owe something to this country. Doubtless, was Simone's response, with a dry smile. You'll throw the house wide open, eh? Maybe, but as I have no house. You want to have secure capital Chagos, which Senator Pilares got for nothing. Simone became silent, and from that time on he was often seen in the store of Don Timodio Pilares, with whom it was said he had entered into partnership. Some weeks afterward, in the month of April, it was rumored that Juanito Pilares, Don Timodio's son, was going to marry Paulita Gomez, the girl coveted by Spaniards and foreigners. Some men are lucky, exclaimed other envious merchants. To buy a house for nothing, sell his consignment of galvanized iron well, get into partnership with a Simone, and marry his son to a rich heiress. Just save those arm strokes of luck that all honorable men don't have. If you only knew whence came that luck of Senator Pilares. Another responded, in a tone which indicated that the speaker didn't know. It's also assured that there'll be a fiesta on a grand scale, was added with mystery. It was really true that Paulita was going to marry Juanito Pilares. The love for Sargani had gradually waned, like all first love based on poetry and satire. The events of the Pasquinades and the imprisonment of the youth had shorn him of all his charms. To whom would it have occurred to seek danger, to desire to share the fate of his comrades, to surrender himself, when everyone was hiding and denying any complicity in the affair? It was quixotic. It was madness that no sensible person in Manila could pardon, and Juanito was quite right in ridiculing him, representing what a sorry figure he had when he went to the civil government. Naturally, the brilliant Paulita could no longer love a young man who ceremoniously understood social matters to whom all condemned. Then she began to reflect. Juanito was clever, capable, gay, true, the son of a rich merchant of Manila, and a Spanish mestizo besides, if Don Timodio was to be believed, a full-blooded Spaniard. On the other hand, Sargani was a provincial native who dreamed of forests infested with leeches. He was a doubtful family, with a priest for an uncle, who would perhaps be an enemy to luxury and balls, of which she was very fond. One beautiful morning, therefore, it occurred to her that she had been a downright fool to prefer him to his rival, and from that time on, Pilares' hump steadily increased. Unconsciously, yet rigorously, Paulita was obeying the law discovered by Darwin, that the female surrenders herself to the fittest male, to whom he knows how to adapt himself to the medium in which he lives, and to live in Manila there was no other like Pilares, who from his infancy had educated at his fingertips. Led past with its holy week, its array of processions and pompous displays, without other novelty than a mysterious mutiny among the artillerymen, the cause of which was never disclosed. The houses of light materials were torn down in the presence of a troop of cavalry, ready to fall upon the owners in case they should offer resistance. There was a great deal of eating and many limitations, but the affair did not get beyond that. The curious, among them Simone, went to see those who were left homeless, walking about indifferently and assuring each other that henceforward they could sleep in peace. Towards the end of April, all the fears being now forgotten, Manila was engrossed with one topic, the fiesta that Don Timodio Pilares was going to celebrate at the wedding of his son, for which the general had graciously and condescendingly agreed to be the patron. Simone was reported to have arranged the matter. The ceremony would be solemnized 2 days before the departure of the general, who would honor the house and make a present to the bridegroom. It was whispered that the jeweler would pour out cascades of diamonds and throw away handfuls of pearls in honor of his partner's son. Thus, since he could hold no fiesta of his own, as he was a bachelor and had no house, improving the opportunity to dazzle the Filipino people with a memorable farewell. All Manila prepared to be invited, and never did uneasy take stronger hold of the mind than the view of the thought of not being among those that friendship soon became a matter of dispute, and many husbands were forced by their wives to purchase bars of steel and sheets of galvanized iron in order to make friends with guns and rodeo pelagias. Chapter XXXII. Not ultimately 69. At last the great day arrived. During the morning, Simon had not left his house, busy as he was unpacking his arms and his jewels. His diamond as well was already locked up in the big steel chest with its canvas cover. There remaining only a few cases containing bracelets and pins, doubtless gifts that he meant to make. He was going to leave with the Captain General, who cared in no way to lengthen his stay, fearful of what people would say. Malicious winds insinuated that Simon did not dare remain alone, since without the general's support he did not care to expose himself to the vengeance of the many wretches he had exploited. All the more reason for which was the fact that the general who was coming was reported to be a model of rectitude and might make him disgorge his gains. The superstitious Indians, on the other hand, believed that Simon was the devil who did not wish to separate himself from his prey. The pessimist winked maliciously and said, "The field may waste, the locust leave broken hearts." Only a few, a very few, smiled and said nothing. In the afternoon, Simon had given orders to the servant that if there appeared a young man calling himself Basilio, he should be admitted at once. Then he shut himself up in his room and seemed to become lost in deep thought. Since his illness, the jeweler's countenance had become harder and gloomier, while the wrinkles between his eyebrows had deepened greatly. He did not hold himself so erect as formerly, and his head was bowed. So absorbed was he in his meditations that he did not hear a knock at the door, and it had to be repeated. He shuddered and called out, "Come in." It was Basilio, but how altered. If the change that had taken place in him during those 2 months was great, in the young student it was frightful. His cheeks were hollow, his hair kept, his clothing disordered. The tender melancholy had disappeared from his eyes, and in his face glittered a dark light, so that it might be said that he had died and his corpse had revived, horrified with what it had seen in eternity. If not crime, then the shadow of crime had fixed itself upon his whole appearance. Simon himself was startled and felt pity for the wretch. Without any greeting, Basilio slowly advanced into the room, and in a voice that made the jeweler shudder said to him, "Send Simon, I've been with your son and a bad brother. I overlooked the murder of one and the tortures of the other, and God has chastised me. Now there remains to me only one desire, and it is to return evil for evil, crime for crime, violence for violence." Simon listened in silence, while Basilio continued. 4 months ago you talked to me about your plans. I refused to take part in them, but I did wrong. You have been right. 3 months and a half ago the revolution was on the point of breaking out, but I did not then care to participate in it, and the movement failed. Blamed for my conduct, I have been arrested and owe my liberty to your efforts only. You are right, and now I've come to say to you, put a weapon in my hand and let the revolution come. I am ready to serve you, along with all the rest of the unfortunates. The cloud that had darkened Simon's brow suddenly disappeared. A ray of triumph darted from his eyes. When the one who has found what he sought, he exclaimed, "I'm right. Yes, I'm right. Right, and justice are on my side, because my cause is that of the persecuted. Thanks, young man, thanks. You've come to clear away my doubts, to end my hesitation." He had risen, his face was beaming. The zeal that had animated him when 4 months before he had explained his plans to Basilio and the of his ancestors reappeared in his countenance like a red sunset after a cloudy day. Yes, he resumed. The movement failed, and many have deserted me because they saw me disheartened and wavering at the supreme moment. I still cherished something in my heart. I was not the master of all my feelings. I still loved. Now everything is dead in me. No longer is there even the corpse sacred enough for me to respect its sleep. No longer will there be any vacillation. For you yourself, an idealistic youth, a gentle dove, understand the necessity and come to spur me to action. Some of you have opened your eyes, for between you and me together we might have executed marvelous plans.
Time to start
winding down. Spreading death in perfume and gold, brutalizing the vicious and corrupting or paralyzing the few good, and you below among the people, among the young men,
Crusher
like blood and tears.
from the Borscht Belt. Hey man,
instead of being bloody and murderous, would have been holy, perfect, artistic.
I dropped off earlier.
But no intelligence would support me.
I'm trying to practice to get better.
Selfishness among the rich,
like I said,
among the youth, and only in the mountains.
I have never done this seriously,
have I found my men?
but
No matter now.
with I have a young daughter, I'm trying to set a good example.
Details of the rough law work upon whether to come take charge. Seizing the arm of Basilio, who was listening without comprehending
The
all he said,
Borscht
he led him
Belt.
to the laboratory where he kept his chemical mixtures.
It sounds like,
Upon the table
you
was
know,
placed a large casing of dark shagreen, similar to those that hold the silver plate exchanged as gifts among the rich and powerful.
I always
This
think of
is
Eastern
revealed to
Europe
see.
because a
Upon
lot of
the
my
red setting,
family is
like a very peculiar shape,
Poland.
his body was in the form of a pomegranate as large as a man's head, with fishes
Okay,
exposed
I'm
to
not
the
comment
seeds
on
inside,
this,
which were fashioned of enormous carnelians. The covering was
But
of
tell
oxide
me,
gold
is it
and
not
exact
Eastern
finish of the
Europe?
on the fruit. Someone took it out with great care, removing the burner, exposed to view the
I'm
interior
gonna
of the
look
tank,
it up.
which was lined with steel 2 centimeters in thickness and which had the capacity of over a liter.
oh,
Basilio questioned him
I
for
have
his
known that.
Without giving
I'm a
explanations,
big,
someone carefully took from a cabinet a flask and showed the young man the formula that component. Nitroglycerin.
I have known that, and that is in a book on Jewish humor as well. You ever seen the documentary When Jews Were Funny?
Beginning now to
I'm
understand.
a big
He
fan
felt
of
his
Jack
hair stand on
Carter.
end. Yes, nitroglycerin.
Hold on, I'm getting ready
But
to
he
wind
listened
down the
slowly,
show and
with his
stuff.
cold smile and a look of delight at the glass flask. It's all.
Listen, this is a moving thing for me. Jack Carter reappeared. I mean, when I was the youngest I could be, we would see Jack Carter, like, I don't know, on Ed Sullivan or something like that. And he used to go around with Bob Hope. This is a Borscht Belt kind of guy. He would go around with Bob Hope. Bob Hope was like, man, I'm so tired doing these stand-up comedy things. And he would have, like, Jack Carter come out and do most of the show and be so funny. And a lot of people are like, when I go to Temple, I'm like, hey, you know Jack Carter? Never heard of him. It's like, but he came back and was Wilbur Cobb, right, on Ren and Stimpy. And also about Jews in comedy. Chris Falusi, who did the Ren and Stimpy and his, early, he had a lot going for him, but he ruined it. But he leaned on Peter Lorre. That whole Ren Hoek thing, go look at Peter Lorre, Mad Love. Right. You're not like the others. You like the same things I do. Right? That's from Mad Love. It's like he built his Ren character and his fame across the whole United States on Peter Lorre. It's the truth. Now, the second thing is he was smart and got on that Ren and Stimpy show. He got Jack Carter late in his life to come on there. And I will always tell the story. They did Bassmasters, where Ren, the character, if you haven't seen, it's a great Jack Carter routine because he escapes from prison while they're trying to get ready to do their TV show. Now, here's Chris Falusi. His whole routine is based on Peter Lorre, right? And then his sidekick, Stimpy, Louis Feinberg, Larry Fine of the Three Stooges, he's a perfect imitator of that. Their whole routine is based on two Jewish comedians, and then right when they're getting ready to start the show, Jack Carter, as Chief Lightning Rod, escapes from prison and jumps in the middle of the boat, and he's like, "Don't tell me you sail these treacherous waters without an Indian guide. You'd be $2 short of a bushel. You need the help of me, big chief." And he holds up his hands, and of course he's just escaped from prison. He's got manacles on his hands, and he's holding them up, and he's like, "Big chief, lightning rod." Like you need that on a lake, in the early morning, in thunderstorms or whatever like that. And that's an example of layers of wrong. Like Jack Carter, when he does this, he goes, "You'd be $2 short of a bushel." The colloquialism is 2 pecks. Peck, half-ass, right? Right? It's not bucks, right? It's pecks. And it means you'd be just 50% without an Indian guide, right? He's not an Indian guide. He's wearing, anyway. I thought that when Jack Carter came back in the last years of his life, it's still, I go, and also I was pissed because Duckman, I have a lot of good things to say about the cartoon Duckman, but they used Jack Carter and eviscerated his kind of humor. If you look up Jack Carter on IMDb, compare his work as Wilbur Cobb, which is some of the outstanding, like one of the things is he's a director of a cartoon, and Ren and Stimpy are a company, and Ren and Stimpy are trying to sell a cartoon to him. And he's like, "World War II, there I was, up to my elbows in Nazis." That routine is classic, and it's like the layers of wrongness. $2 short of a bushel. Is this guy full of crap, or is he trying to swindle me, or is it both, or is he like senility or something, because he's doing this old man routine, like maybe I'm a doddering old fool, right? But then he gets the colloquialism wrong, and he says, he's making stuff up as he goes, and it's the several layers of wrongness, right? That I think it's great humor, and I think a lot of the modern day, I still go back, and my daughter is 4 years old, and she'll watch the Three Stooges for hours with me. They're classic. Who could imagine the Three Stooges, the first to satirize Hitler, and their shtick is what? Hitler is Jewish, right? The Jewish paper hangers of Moronica, that was the first, you know, they're hanging the wallpaper and the bankers are in there and they're like, we only made $14 million in the last quarter, you know. We need to overthrow this monarchy so we can have a war and establish a dictatorship. And the Three Stooges were like, yeah, hanging paper in there, and the bankers were like, who would be idiotic enough to to fall for our stupid ploy and start a war? Gentlemen, I think I have just the men. And they go in there, and the Three Stooges are like, Shalom Aleichem. And in that episode, when Mo Hailstone, when he's imitating Hitler or whatever, he's speaking Yiddish, right? So when he gets really pissed off, they're like, Matty Herring has started a conspiracy to overthrow the dictatorship and reestablish the monarchy. What will we do? And Mo Hailstone is like, we'll start a Blitzkrieg, a pancake war, right? We'll start a Blitzkrieg. And when he gets mad, he's like, he uses the Yiddish form in was gehabt haben, which is I've had it in gehabt haben. I've had it in, and the only time I can make it out clearly is in Pubic gehabt haben, which if you speak Yiddish, that's like I've had it in the belly button, and it sounds like German, right? So everybody's like, yeah, but they never said Hitler. They always called him Schäkelgruber, right? So this is the thing, and you know, it could be the director, which is Jules White, which I always suspect. I don't think Jules White identified as Jewish, but with a name like Jules Weiss from, you know, Eastern Europe or whatever, it's like one of those names like an okay Jewish name, a white Jew, you know, or something like that. I don't know if it's true, but they never said Hitler. They always said Schäkelgruber. Now, what does that mean in Yiddish? Money grubber, right? And it's interesting. And my thing, I've worked in a lot of my career with brain injury people, and I also know. Look at Erich von Stroheim. Here's one of the greatest Jews in cinematic history. He played himself off as an Austrian nobility or whatever. He was Jewish, right? He was the Nazi in film before Nazism, right? Go back and study his work. And when you put that whole trench warfare, this is the thing. I'm an advocate for caring for people, not having war and not having people get their brain injured. Because what if Hitler was Jewish? Well, he could have been. Fritz Haber was Jewish. He made the gas that was used in, you know, Fritz Haber. Read the story of his life. And, you know, what is it, Solomon Perel? His whole life in the Hitler Youth or whatever. This is the thing, we got to speak out against war. Because what if Hitler was Jewish? He got hit in the head. He got shell shocked. This is, and I'll tell you, firsthand experience. When somebody gets brain damage, you don't know what they can do. It's terrible, right? But anyway, I've got my young daughter. It's time for her to get up, and I'm gonna. Oh man, oh, you got the names, of course. I have known that, and that's in that. They talk about that in that documentary, When Jews Were Funny. And for anybody who doesn't know who Jack Carter is, really, you know, this is a very hard-working stand-up comedian and a brilliant a man that slaved away till the end of his life as a performer, and should be better appreciated. Go check out Jack Carter. And with that, I'm going to have to sign off. Hopefully I'm going to get back on as soon as I can. But really, give me a hippie crusher. I'm glad to meet you. Give me a like and subscribe, and let's get together and have bagels. All right. Take care.